talks a talk and walks real loud. Wears the theories like a shroud. Hands in pockets all pristine, clean. Never touch the dirt on the scene. Oh, Brooke Van Veldon, where'd you go? To the land of words that never show. You call it a win, but it feels like a loss. Equity's price ain't worth the gloss. Pages and books, they don't make rules. Dreams of progress ain't built with tools. Her mantra echoes through the hall. Never seen a ladder, much less the wall. Oh, Brooke Van Veldon, where'd you go? To the land of words that never show. You claim the skies, but you miss the rain. A victory chant masked as disdain. No calluses, no heavy load. Just a painted map with no real road. The claims of strength, they fall apart when the hands won't meet the heart. Oh, Brooke Van Veldon, where'd you go? To the land of words that never show. You call it a win, but it feels like a loss.
And good afternoon and welcome to today's Order Paper Podcast Marathon. To have someone that's very close to us, I've got Katie who's joining us for the first hour as a panelist. And what brings you to the Equal Pay Amendment Clause and its outrage of stripping equal pay for our wahine under urgency?
Wow, where do I start? Kia ora, Sam. I'm Katie. I'm a union organiser and I'm very, very interested in equal pay and pay equity in this case. So we're watching very, very closely and obviously very distressed at the changes that affect, well over 150,000 members. I feel like that's a conservative estimate of workers.
Yeah, well, before we get to the fun part, a little brief part. My grandparents are former school teachers and principals. They came from a different teaching era. My grandma's 97 now. Granddad, if he was alive, he'll be 104. And they both went to Teachers Training College in 1947 and 1948. So they had the school shut down with polio that everyone seems to have forgotten.
And she wouldn't have been allowed to wear pants.
That part I don't know, but I do believe. Now, here's something very interesting. Granddad served in World War II as an ambulance officer. Grandma, 2 years younger than our former Queen, Queen Elizabeth II, was not allowed to serve. She wasn't 18. We're at Teachers Training College because Granddad was served in the war. He was deemed principal material. So he got put on the advanced placement course to become a school principal. In turn, that led to things like a more generous pension scheme.
Yes.
He got his first deputy principal job in 1953 in Rawene.
Wow, cool. That's where my dad was born.
And went through that. I do know at the point of when my dad was born, he was principal of Manukau Primary School just north of Otaki. Later on, became principal of Hampton Hills School in Tawa. Did a stint of lecturing at Teachers Training College and principal of Porora East School for one term just before he became the foundation principal of Te Tahi Bay Intermediate, including having a student called Helmut Modlik.
Am I supposed to know who that is? Sorry.
The chair of Ngāti Toa with the David Seymour versus Pee-wee, the debate.
Oh, crazy.
Yeah, the other person.
That I've lived in Australia for a really long time. And I came home a couple of years ago, so I'll do my best.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah. And then went on there and retired just before 1980. With a very generous pension scheme. Yeah. While at the same time, my grandma did, between Judy and my dad, went back to teaching, took time off because, being the lower of the two incomes, went into that, went back to teaching when my dad started at school, and taught at various different schools in Porora. In 1973, my grandparents went on an OE, came back, grandma decided to give secondary school teaching a go, and her final position at Porora College was associate principal, was there for 17 years.
Wow.
So both of them got to nearly the top position of their jobs, but Granddad retired with a very generous pension scheme, and whereas Grandma basically didn't really have much. Now, yes, in the 80s, Grandma was the breadwinner in the family, technically speaking, because she was the one earning a full wage. Granddad retired and was teaching teaching blind students to educate and all that during that period. And the interesting thing is, Granddad's had a very generous pension scheme. The thing he took to make sure doing this, and a lot of men did this at the time, was they would take a reduced pension from whatever situation there was, so that when they died, their surviving spouse, because I'll probably say up until the baby boom generation, that was very common for men died early, women didn't, but men served in wars, women didn't. And that pension is still paying out today to keep my grandma to have a very comfortable retirement. And this is, I'm 34 now. Granddad died when I was 15, and I remember using driving lessons to go to and from in the last days of his life. And it's scary that it's been paying out for so long, but it was the fact that he was allowed to split the pension or take a reduced pension that meant his surviving spouse went.
Oops, sorry, my device has stopped suddenly.
Oh, there we are. Back again. Oh.
Okay.
Oh, well, that's all right. And it's interesting how, certain people were, when there wasn't really decent pay equity, but where people were at different points in time, and, Granddad taking that step in there of, no. What happens when I die? It's going to go from 2 incomes down to 1.
Also, those types of pensions are unheard of now. We don't have these decent pensions that recognise the increasing cost of living ongoing. I'm sure in your grandmother's case now, she'd be like any other one of us who, on average, will finish with at least 30% less KiwiSaver than a man when we finish our career. It's the same problems now, but they seem even more amplified in some way because we don't have those, good pension schemes that they used to have with those defined benefits.
And also, do we have the ability where you can say split it? We get, grandfather.
Really old school pension funds. I know that. Yeah, they've transitioned out of a lot of them because guess what? They're too expensive.
Yeah, funny that.
Yeah.
Yeah, funny that. And it's amazing. But that's like an example of where a historic one of where pay equity, where pay equity payments were not in place that affected my two grandparents and how they were so, they started in the same place.
I find it very interesting. I mean, women were really held back until the war. And then in the war, they were relied on heavily to keep things going. And then when the
Yeah.
men came back, you know, it was pretty unceremonious, the ditching of them. And
Yeah, and
by then they were so ingrained and entrenched in the public service, despite being paid, you know, significantly less, that they did stick around. And that was a massive turning point for women. But we're still trying to get pay equity. I mean, I think it was 1896 the National Council of Women first raised pay equity on the national agenda.
well, here's something to laugh about. You know the Hai Tai Tai hot bread shop and Hai Tai Tai?
I do. That is somewhere I do know.
Okay, Granddad's aunties were the foundation owners of it and opened the business in the middle of World War II.
Amazing.
So two sisters, basically my great grandmother's sisters opened it in the middle of World War II after having their tea rooms in Titahi Bay commandeered by the US Army. So they made a move from Titahi Bay to Hai Tai Tai, and they lived in William Street just behind the shops. But that's something of like, you know, women being, you know, like, imagine opening a business in the middle of a war. And it was it was right in the same building right up until probably, I think, late last year when the building owners ended their lease and they ended up moving next door. But it was in that same building the whole time.
No, it's really interesting, like, for me, reading over the history of it and just how it's like been these wins and then these constant disappointments. Like, I think this might be the third time National has attacked pay equity and completely wiped all of our hard work, and I'm just over it. I'm ready to fight.
I'd love to find a way, how do we entrench legislation? I mean, it's a shame we don't have a constitution.
I mean, I think it needs to be, because a lot of the causes of pay equity, or the major cause of pay equity, is bias, right? So I think it has to be a massive societal change. It has to be everyone agreeing that this isn't right and this isn't cool, and we're going to fix it, and we're going to fix it permanently. Because look at care and support workers. Their settlement in 2017, no maintenance clause, and now they're back at minimum wage or $1 or $2 above. The maximum rate that someone's getting paid is like $29, and they're changing colostomy bags, doing wound care. Like, it's just
stuff that
cooked.
You would sit there and say would be qualification territory of being a nurse.
Yeah, well, they're wanting to dumb everyone down so that they're only level 1 and 2, so it's even cheaper for these so-called caring agencies to employ staff. And it's exactly following the Australian model, where they just moved everyone's jobs down from level 4 and 3 and only trained them up to a level 2.
God. That's definitely not something they're trying to change to the future. That seems to feel how a lot of corporations...
More of us want to stay at home. We want to age in our homes. We want to be near our family. We want to be in our homes. We want to be near our community. And to do that, we're going to need care and support workers. And they have a massive labour shortage because no one wants to do that job for that much money.
I don't, yeah. And actually, my grandma still does live on her own.
Yeah, that is amazing. Yeah. Have you got her on here before?
No, she won't touch with a 10-foot barge post.
Because I'm sure, would have some amazing reckons.
Well, here's the interesting part is, you know how about 10 days ago there was the power cut in Wellington?
Yes.
Yeah. So Grandma and I were talking. Now, my grandma grew up in Fairley Terrace in Kelburn, and we're like talking about there. I was like, oh, actually, how did it go with you there, as a kid, because power wasn't quite the way as we know it now. Like, do you have an electric stove? And she goes, no, actually it was gas. She goes, actually it was gas. And then and she goes, and our heating was gas because we never had to cut firewood.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely, like, it was just interesting watching that whole thing there.
Sorry, I just got the comment here. So they had to give it back pay to get the wage increase. Yeah, like, with pay equity, everything's up for negotiation, including back pay. And, often we have to be quite pragmatic. Like, the pay equity settlements under the until recently legislation were a negotiation. They were not pure pay equity in the sense that you go, this is the undervaluation, therefore you should be paid this much. Because guess what? Pay equity is expensive. And that is the only thing. Like, we've proven undervaluation in so many claims, and they've just been sitting there waiting for someone to fund them. That is the frustrating thing.
Wasn't there one claim that was meant to be like, it was meant to be like signed off between now and budget day?
Well, I am not sure if that was, I think that was one of ours, but so care and support's been ready since last year, like undervaluation's been established. Librarians, library assistants and library workers, they have had undervaluation established for ages. And I think the bosses couldn't actually believe the undervaluation the first time around, so they made us go through it again. And guess what? The results came out exactly the same. So, and I think probation officers as well have had their undervaluation proven, but again, it's all just the money was not there to fund these workers. And it's also the ongoing maintenance, like oranga tamariki social workers, already falling behind their male comparators. So
yeah. Yeah, well, that's one where it's just basically it's been constantly underpaid forever.
Yeah, and like honestly, one of the best moments in my career ever was when I got to tell NGO social workers that they were getting like a 30 to 40% pay rise. Like how cool. Like my job is often very tough and not fun, but getting to tell people like that their life is going to change for the better was like one of the most amazing things I've ever done. Really cool. Imagine if someone said to you tomorrow, here's 30% more pay.
Oh, that would sit there and change the world. I mean, I'd love that happen, but I mean, being self-employed...
The average undervaluation we're finding is 30%.
Yeah.
So imagine if we gave 150,000 workers a 30% pay rise, what that would do for their local economy, what that would do for child poverty. And remember as well, a lot of these people are working for families. So it's just absolutely cooked. Like you could make the budget, write it any way you want, but they're still paying out the money somehow, I guess.
Yeah. What do you think from was it Kaimatara? I think that's how to say it. It's on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think like listening to my nana's stories about the war and things like that, she actually said it was a happy time though, because people did have to work together to like look after the kids as a community, because the women were having to work, people sharing like tips. It was, I guess, a bit like COVID, like where there was baking flour or things like that, all the tips going around. And yeah, I think as well, I don't know if it's something about like the Pākehā colonizer culture, but I think for a lot of men, I don't know if it was the excuse about so that they could go to the pub and disassociate somehow. I don't know. But yeah, it shows that women have done and can do both. It doesn't mean it's easy.
Yeah.
As I'm experiencing now being a mother, it is insane.
I don't know how the whole parenting thing to try and make it work now. I've just watched. I don't know how my mum managed to pull it off. My dad pulled off because parents that are separated, but they managed to pull off the whole thing together. Like whenever looking after the kids, they managed to always pull it off. The same with like grandma.
So you've got to love your kids more than you hate your ex.
Yeah, that's a bit very interesting in our household, but yes.
I mean, like we were just until recently paying $18,000 a year, I think. No, $20,000 a year until recently for childcare. And the workers were getting, I'd say, minimum wage or close to at this private centre. So I essentially had like an automatic payment going to like the right family or someone from my bank account every pay, because it's just funneling money to rich people, farming children and funneling money to rich people.
Well, yeah, people like, I know Fleur does this. She worked out it was more cost effective to hire a nanny than it was to try and pay for 3 kids or 4 kids individually for it.
Oh, can you? Well, that would be, I think you get like a 5% discount or something per kid. So she'd be paying like $70,000 a year or something.
Yeah, it was something she managed to work it out. Yeah, because I remember one time going to pick up something from her house, and it was like her and David weren't there, and it was a nanny. It's like, oh, David will be home soon. It's like, okay, sweet. No, I'll wait. 15 minutes.
No, Fleur's amazing. She is such a hard worker and such a good mom. Like, I can only just survive with 1 kid, really.
Yeah. Okay, so let's kick off to the the first reading where we get to see.
Okay, I'm going to get quite enraged, so I'm just going to have to try and be chill. And
feel free to mute yourself while you're enraged.
Okay, that's a really good idea.
Okay, and I've got to select that one there. Just trying to remember. It's what happens when I don't select things off in there. Now, the great news is we watched it at 1.5 times speed, so we get through it a bit quicker. So let's kick off with Brooke Van Velden's first opening statement on the first reading.
I call on the Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present a legislative statement on the Equal Pay Amendment Bill.
The legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the parliamentary website. The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Equal Pay Amendment Bill be now read a first time. The Equal Pay Amendment Bill improves the process for raising and resolving a pay equity claim. It provides a better framework for assessing whether there is sex-based undervaluation and remuneration in female-dominated occupations. In 2014, the Court of Appeal confirmed that the Equal Pay Act did not only require the same pay for the same work, but also equal pay for work that is different, but of equal value. A bill providing a framework for raising and resolving pay equity claims was introduced into Parliament in 2017, and a substantially reworked bill was passed into law by the previous government in 2020. The previous government's bill significantly lowered the entry threshold for pay equity claims, provided limited tools for employers to contest broadly scoped claims, and enabled parties to choose from a wide variety of comparators to support their claim. The settings the previous government introduced have led to claims being progressed through the entry threshold without strong evidence of undervaluation. There have been broadly scoped claims where it is difficult to determine whether the differences in remuneration are due to sex-based undervaluation. For example, the DHB Allied and Technical Health Pay Equity Settlement covers 90 occupations, including hospital dental assistants, physiotherapists, wheelchair technicians, and cultural advisors. The current Act provides the flexibility to choose from a wide range of comparators, which has led to comparators being chosen even where the comparators' work and skills are very different to the claimant. Health New Zealand admin and clerical staff, as an example, have been compared to mechanical engineers. Health New Zealand librarians have been compared to transport engineers, and Oranga Tamariki social workers have been compared to air traffic controllers. The same comparators have been used repeatedly across several claims, despite several differences with the work of the claimants. Corrections officers, for example, have been used as comparators for nurses, admin support staff, and teacher aides. And review clauses that are required to be included in settlement agreements have considered factors that may not have been connected to sex-based undervaluation. In some settlements, review clauses have included factors to consider, such as the Consumer Price Index. That may not have been connected to a return of sex-based undervaluation. This government is committed to maintaining a process to raise and resolve pay equity claims, but we need the system to be robust, workable, and sustainable. Whether it is a public or a private sector employer, implementing a pay equity settlement means that employers will need to determine how to factor in additional costs. Parties, therefore, need to be able to have the confidence that the process to assess a pay equity claim is robust. In order to provide a better framework for raising and resolving pay equity claims, this bill introduces a suite of changes, which includes a more robust process for raising a claim, where claims need to have merit to progress. Further tools for employers to ensure that claims are appropriately scoped. Additional clarity and guidance on how to choose an appropriate comparator and on comparison methodology. Changes to enable employers to meet their pay equity obligations in a manner that is sustainable, and changes to ensure that the parameters for the Employment Relations Authority relating to fixing remuneration provide the right incentives to resolve pay equity claims. The bill will apply to existing unresolved claims and to review clauses in existing settlements. Existing pay equity claims will be discontinued, and they will need to be raised under the amended legislation, whether they have been raised with the employer or filed at the authority and are not yet determined. The government is doing this because we consider it's important that everyone is on the same playing field from the start, rather than allowing for two systems to operate at the same time for a period of time. The review clauses in existing settlements will also become unenforceable. The short time frame of the review cycle in the Act has made it difficult to determine whether any differences in pay were due to pay equity issues having re-emerged or to short-term labour market dynamics. These transitional provisions are necessary and justified to meet the policy objective of maintaining a process to raise and resolve pay equity claims, while providing a better framework that is workable and sustainable. They will provide certainty for people involved in pay equity claims. We are progressing this bill under urgency because we have to move quickly to make the changes to the Act to ensure that the system is workable and sustainable. Overall, the bill will provide greater confidence that pay equity claim assessments will focus on any sex-based undervaluation and remuneration, and that any non-sex-based factors are appropriately accounted for. These changes will provide greater confidence that genuine pay equity issues will be correctly identified and addressed. I commend this bill to the House.
I can feel that you are a bit frustrated by Brooks.
It's supposed to be Mother's Day. You're supposed to be being nice to me. It's so frustrating because it's like, you know that this is all crap, right? Like, this is just, all it is to save money, to balance their books and keep funneling money up to their mates. It's nothing to actually do with, like, all of it's just stuff to say. And that's what I find really frustrating about it. I get really triggered, I guess, when you're talking as well about the allied claim. You know, the allied claim in the DHB space, like that was the physios, dental assistants, the sterilising techs. Like, that was an amazing claim, and it was so robust. Like, I did a lot of the scoring with the employers, and I would just get so frustrated because, you know, you're trying to score as a group, which is really difficult, but you cannot say that it was not well argued. You cannot say that the evidence was not strong. Yeah, that really frustrates me, the whole thing. And just, I don't know if it's because it's sped up, but it sounds really robotic and really rehearsed.
Oh, no. Brooke always sounds that way.
Yeah, I mean,
put it this way. Herself and Moira from Schitt's Creek. Like, every time I hear Brooke Van Velden, I think of Moira from Schitt's Creek with her artificial trying to be robotic way.
part of me feels sorry for her because I'm like, what has she been through? Like, seriously, I am such a bleeding heart. I'm like, what has she been through? Like,
I don't know.
It's really sad, like, because it isn't, I don't think that, I don't know. I don't want to get into that. But also, the other thing that is really annoying me at the moment is this comparator issue, which National has sort of seized upon in these chat GPT, I believe, generated statements that they've all been publishing this weekend about the comparators. And, it's just to make sure we're not, comparing a social worker to an air traffic controller. Like, number one,
yes,
this
but
is
how
all
many
playing into people's bias. This is all playing into people's classism. Like, air traffic controllers don't require formal qualifications. Social workers do.
Yeah. Well, I know when I worked at BP, there was only one female fuel delivery driver. Every time we had fuel delivery, except for one, it was always a man.
Well, a lot of these jobs as well, people are like, well, just go out and get a better job. And it's like, well, that fuel delivery, probably at the depot, there's no woman's toilet.
No, there is. No,
you know what I mean? Like, in construction, for example, in Australia, there's no women's toilet, so no one wants to work in construction. Probably unsociable hours that don't work around childcare arrangements. That
Yep. Oh, yes. Yep. 2 a.m. to 2 p.m. shifts is quite normal for the fuel tanker.
What it really shows me is that no one understands what social workers actually do.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
This comment here about the undeserving woman and the deserving woman, absolutely. And that's one thing I really want to get across as well, is that when you break the gender pay gap down into ethnicity, it's super scary. So like 20% pay gap between a Pākehā man and a Pacifica and Māori woman, approximately. You might say, well, overall the gender pay gap's only 8%. Well, actually, when you blow it out by ethnicity and slice and dice, it's really, really big. And so we're really affecting these women. And we actually got living wage, the living wage movement, who are amazing, got living wage for the workers at the library, National Library, the cleaners and that. How the government wanted to take that away as well. And that's who you're impacting. How could you look these people in the eye when they're cleaning your office at Parliament and you've taken away their living wage? I just don't get it.
Yeah, no, that's definitely it. Let's get on to our next speech from Jen Tinetti.
Well, at least this will be a little bit more inspirational.
How dare anybody pour shade on the work that has happened since 2020 that has seen over 13 pay equity claims be successful in this country, when prior to that we had very few successful pay equity claims. How dare anyone pour shade on a process, and here we are in urgency, going through all stages of a bill and totally taking away the democratic rights of women in this country to have their say on something that is incredibly important to them. How absolutely shameful. And why is not every woman on that side of the House hanging their head in shame and standing up and saying that this is not good enough? This is absolutely disgraceful, Madam Speaker, that we are here today when nobody other than the executive knew anything about this bill until a few hours beforehand. The fact that this would come through and cause many people to come at short notice to stand outside and protest against this bill says it all. What an absolute disgrace, Madam Speaker. And for the Minister to stand up and say that claims have been able to progress without strong evidence of undervaluation. Does she even know what the process looks like, Madam Speaker? Did she listen to Tessa today, who stood outside there as a librarian who has been through 4 years so far progressing their claim? 4 years of robust discussion, 4 years of working through those comparators, 4 years of making sure that their claim was going to stand up so that they were going to be valued how they have always desired to be valued. All she said is that we want to be paid for our work, the value of our work, Madam Speaker. 4 years she has been working through that. And for the Minister to stand there and say that this is not a robust, there is no strong evidence of undervaluation is absolutely shameful. Absolutely shameful. This is a disgraceful affront to women's and workers' rights, Madam Speaker, and I am absolutely disgusted that this House is even having this conversation. We should be moving forward, and this is taking us backwards. backwards. It is taking us backwards to a time when women were undervalued for their work. And now we are starting, I thought this was something that we agreed upon across the House.
That's right.
I thought this was something that we would not have arguments about, that we would stand here together and say women need to be valued.
Yeah.
But what this smacks of, Madam Speaker, is that we have a government that cannot make their budget balance. And so this is a way that they are actually having to go desperately, to grasp desperately to make their budget balance. And so what are they doing? They are throwing women under the bus. Women are the people who are absolutely paying for their inability, Madam Speaker, to make their budget work. Women, once again in this country, are being put in a position where they are having to pay for other people's work, for other people's inability to make their budgets work. Women are paying for tax cuts. That is the bottom line here. Women are paying for tax cut. It is a shameful, shameful day. It is outrageous, dishonest, and an absolute backward step. Absolute backward step. This government is simply extinguishing what are very legitimate pay equity claims for tens, if not hundreds of thousands. When you think, Madam Speaker, that the teacher pay equity claim is covering 94,000 teachers alone, and there are 33 claims in progress at this current point in time, we are talking about hundreds of thousands of women who this is impacting upon. And it's the claims to come. But not only that, Madam Speaker, it's the claims that have been. Because what the Minister is taking away in this shameful piece of legislation is that she is taking away the review rights. And so she is condemning women to be at lower levels of pay for a long, long, long time. It is shameful. The government getting back into surplus should not be at the expense of women. And women are being asked to once again pay the price. Madam Speaker, this is an absolutely shameful day in the history of this Parliament. I have never felt so disgusted in what I am seeing right now.
And I think it's amazing how Jan managed to pull off that speech with less than 5 minutes planning to pull that off.
Because Jan understands how pay equity works, Sam.
Exactly. Isn't Jan a former secondary school principal?
I think so, yeah. Like she's in the union vibe. Like when I went outside, when we had the rally, she was genuinely upset. Yeah, she gets it. And like that is the other point as well, is that this legislation and the care and support settlement was under a national government. So that is what has been just so frustrating about it. I remember in 2017, I went to this election forum and Nicola Willis was like, we have delivered equal pay. And I was like, I had to stand up. I was in a rage in this forum. And I just said, you were dragged kicking and screaming every step of the way. And then someone just tapped me on the shoulder and I sat down. But like that is the thing, is they've stood there with the photo ops saying that this is for their kids' future and all this stuff. And then they're just happy to rip it away.
Yeah. Now let's get to the Minister, Julianne Genter, who, with the help of Andrew Little, I'm not exactly sure the whole ins and outs of it, but it was Andrew Little's bill, but Julianne Genter did the whole thing in it because she held the Minister for Women portfolio at the time. Oh, and also my local MP.
Madam Speaker, tēnā koutou e te whare. I am disappointed. I am absolutely disgusted, but I'm not surprised that this is the action this government takes. Now, the first person I want to mention in my speech is Christine Bartlett, who won New Zealander of the Year, who's been recognised for her outstanding contributions to our country, who took the first claim under the Equal Pay Act about the discriminatory pay that she and so many other people received as aged care workers. The reality is the hardest and most important caring work that holds together our society is underpaid and undervalued, and it has been for decades. And that was recognized by the National Party in 2020 when we passed the amendment to the Equal Pay Act on July 22nd, 2020. The National Party stood up and Nicola Willis said she was proud to stand in the House tonight and say National will support the final reading of the Equal Pay Amendment Bill, and proud of what the National Party contributed to crafting this legislation and bringing it to the House. Erica Stanford said she was pleased to take a very short call at she spoke of the dream she had for her daughter and her grandchildren, that they would grow up in a country where the work that they do is equally valued and compensated equally to that of their male counterparts. And that bill set out the framework that we need to achieve that outcome. Now, I, as Minister for Women, oversaw this in conjunction with our Labour colleagues, but we had the support of the National Party, we had the support of Business New Zealand, the unions. There was a tripart working group that went through and developed the process, and the whole point of it was to make it easier for pay equity to be achieved. That means that people, whether they're male or female or gender diverse, working in historically dominated female-dominated industries, whether they're teachers, midwives, nurses, admin and clerical workers, cleaners, aged care workers, care and support workers, they don't get paid enough, and it's because of gender-based discrimination. And what the minister has said and made very, very clear in her public media today is that this is about saving money for government. And who pays the price of that are essential workers who are predominantly female and who are struggling to make ends meet, going out there doing the hardest work that actually holds together society, all right? Like, the highest paid people in our society right now are not the ones doing the hardest work. Let's just be honest about that. We have a broken economic system that rewards people who go out and make money by ripping people off or by playing the stocks and the trading system, and not the people who actually look after our tamariki, who look after our aged people, who look after our disabled. And that's predominantly women, and they're predominantly employed by government because the work they do is for public good, and that needs to be recognized. And the whole point of this very long process we went through to ensure that pay equity was acknowledged and had a process that everybody could agree to under the Equal Pay Act was so that we could rectify that historic discrimination, which means that single mothers who are doing some of the hardest work out there are able to be properly paid and recognized for their contribution and their mahi, as they deserve to be. And there's so many women that I've heard from, or people just working in these sectors, for whom the pay equity cases have made a life-changing difference. It is the difference between being able to put food on the table, healthy kai. It's the difference that they might be able to save up a little extra and be able to have a proper holiday, for example, or to be able to take some well-deserved time off, to be able to live in a warmer, drier house, which may have higher rent. There is no question, the government has made it very, very clear that the overriding driving purpose for the changes that have been introduced and will be passed today is not justice. It is not fairness. It is not about ensuring that this crown is a good employer. It is about saving money so we can give more money to the people who already have the most. That's what this government has prioritized. Tax cuts for landlords, the people who already own the most wealth. Tax cuts for tobacco companies. That's what women in this house have made their work, is to look after the people who donated to the government parties rather than looking after the women who are underpaid and doing the most critical work. And those are the workforces in which we have shortages. We don't have enough teachers. We don't have enough midwives because we do not pay them enough.
Honourable Louisa.
Whoa, heck.
Yeah, I mean, the life-changing stuff is what really gets me. There's this amazing NZDI early childhood educator who tells a story that she was able to leave her husband when she got a 30 grand pay rise by moving kindy, to the kindy system, because she finally had enough money to be able to survive financially. And then I sometimes wonder, well, is this why some people don't want pay equity? Because they don't want women to leave their husbands? Because it symbolizes so much freedom. I also had one member when we did a course and I said, what would you use pay equity money on? She said, I'd go on a holiday with my kids somewhere and just have a nice time. Stuff that these people, I'm sure, take for granted with European soirees and stuff. And,
Who
people
probably have
Napier and buy them an ice cream.
Yeah, they probably have so many stamps in their passport that literally they had to get a new passport because they ran out of stamps. Whereas you got people like me who have a passport, but it's completely blank and it's spent more time opening bank accounts than it has been leaving the country.
Well, you know what? When I lived in Australia, I feel like my life and the quality of my life was a lot better financially because the cost of living was so much better and the wages are so much higher. It's just the way it is. And coming home, it's really opened my eyes to how difficult it must be for everyone. And if I'm struggling, then how is it going on out there?
Yeah. I know that I don't know what salary you're on, but mine's closer down to about the $25,000 to $30,000 mark.
Yeah. Well, when I was living in Australia, when I came home, I had a 60 grand pay cut. So that was difficult. And then my housing costs doubled.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I know I'm really lucky and I'm really privileged, but it's just that whole why wouldn't you go and be a care and support worker earning $38 an hour plus getting time and a half for unsociable hours or double time? Why wouldn't you do that if you could?
Yeah.
It's just so short-sighted.
Now here's something I thought is a little bit concerning.
Wow.
I've not heard of that happening, but that is quite concerning.
It's really intense.
Yeah, and I would like a bit more detail. Is this at the point of where they are paroled or released, that they're at a point at the end of their sentence they can't be held, or is this in place of a prison sentence? Because if it's obviously at the end of the point of the sentence where they have to be released, rather have that than no support at all. But
yeah, I guess it's the appropriate levels of clients. I don't know much about it. I'm not a professional in that area, but I guess I'd be concerned about the client's vulnerability. And also, a comment further down about being understaffed and doing solo shifts. That is a security risk for anyone, if they're a prisoner or not, because I've the nature of the people that you're working with have some vulnerabilities, and you are vulnerable. So
Yeah. I mean, it's not like BP, where if you got down to one staff member, you went on night pay window. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, sorry, clients. Fend for yourselves. Yeah, it's absolutely like I met this young guy. He was a backpacker, and he'd come over here and fallen in love with Nelson and got a job as a care and support worker. He said, I started the day after the interview. He said, in Germany, you would have to have this huge vetting process, weeks of training. I just got to go in there and do it, both parole and leaving prison. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's at least putting some insight into what. At least it gets us to build the picture.
But these aren't real jobs. This is just women's work, right? We don't need to value these jobs.
Okay, let's get to our lovely Minister of Social Development and the current person in charge of disability services, because the previous person wasn't up to the job, Louise Upston.
Of the Equal Pay Amendment Bill, and of course this will amend the Equal Pay Act of 1972 and provide a better framework to assess whether there is sex-based undervaluation of workers covered by a pay equity claim. This piece of legislation is not about collective bargaining. It is not about where wages are low. This is a piece of legislation to provide a framework that allows us to determine where there is sex-based undervaluation. And this, Madam Speaker, is where things went astray with the 2020 legislation, because all of a sudden the government in power wanted to wrap a whole bunch of other issues into a piece of legislation that removed it from its core purpose, which was about pay equity. So our government is returning it to be about pay equity. I want to remind the House that in 2017 the then National Government settled with Christine Bartlett. I applaud her determination and her courage in taking that case, and the $2 billion settlement that resulted. The legislation that we introduced in 2017, really we're going back to a more pragmatic approach, which means the process is more robust, it is more transparent, it is more workable and sustainable for all parties involved. And I do want to just correct a couple of the nonsenses that the Labour and Green members talked about in dramatising this and scaremongering. And the first is the blatant inaccuracy that this is removing review rights. It's not. It's just putting review rights in a 10-year interval. What we do want to do, and here's the thing, if there is a sex-based discrimination case that works the way through its process and leads to change, why is it that we think in only 3 years there would still be sex-based discrimination? It wouldn't work if that was the case. So 10 years is a realistic interval in terms of that change being made. The other thing I do want to put on the record, Madam Speaker, because I think it is important, in terms of national support of the 2020 legislation, I just do want to remind the House that the Labour government rammed through a massive SOP that had no scrutiny by anyone, and many of the issues that we are fixing today in this piece of legislation brought by my colleague, the Honourable Brooke Van Velden, fixes those difficulties. So, Madam Speaker, this piece of legislation is about sex-based discrimination. And I'm proud of the National Party record and what we have done in terms of equal pay, in terms of introducing legislation and recognising pay equity in 2017. I accept what members of the House have said about a range of New Zealanders whose pay is too low. That is why we want a growing economy that lifts wages. But that is a very different issue to sex-based discrimination. So let's keep the debate about the issue of the day, which is pay equity. It's not about low wages. It's not about issues that the other side want to scaremonger. It is about pay equity, so let's focus on that, because it's about historical undervaluation of areas that have been traditionally dominated by women. And one of the other really important components of this legislation is when we are using comparators. And the Minister outlined some of the comparators. And if I think about the concerns that have been raised with me by workers, by employers across the board, people want to understand comparators that make sense. And unfortunately, what we've seen with the current system is just an absolute stretching beyond of what is logical and reasonable in terms of a comparator. So we want to see equal pay equity claims that are successful, that are based on merit, and we must have a system that is more robust, workable and sustainable so that we can achieve greater pay equity.
Like, does she sit down after that and be like, yeah, I killed it. That was a sick speech, man. Like, that is just absolutely terrible. Like, have workers really raised issues with you, Louise? I highly doubt it. That they
you keep telling us about how the principles and greats of, say, what do you call it? Oh, you can request a callback option at WINS only if it gives you it. Otherwise, you've got to wait on hold. We've got this great system called My MSD. Anyone who actually uses it know it's My IR in kids mode. She's very...
Yeah, I guess I'm disappointed. I'm not mad, I'm disappointed. I feel like she knows exactly what she's saying. Like with Christine Bartlett, they were dragged kicking and screaming. So much money was spent on legal fees of care and support workers paying their members money. Our public services money was spent on these legal fees. And yeah, the legislation needs to be improved, not destroyed. I mean, we've got heaps of improvements we would have loved to have made to it.
But there could be many things there. If you put it for a proper select committee process, you would have heard them. We could have done a show to cover it.
I know, right?
You decided that it wasn't good enough for us to do a select committee show on the pay equity amendment bill that could be as a feature on the Order Paper podcast.
Well, you know what? That is the main reason that I'm upset, Sam, because of your podcast. It is devastating. But seriously, it is just like, yeah, I'm just embarrassed for her, really.
Yeah. No, well, we'll just keep, for Brooke, we'll just keep thinking of you as Moira Rose from Schitt's Creek.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing as well because I'm a woman that supports other women. I am a girl's girl, and I don't like seeing some of the language that I see on social media about Brooke Van Velden and other people. It's horrible. And I wouldn't want that out there about me or my friends or the bosses and people I look up to. It's just so frustrating, though, because I guess people, you know, one of my members the other day told me she gets paid fortnightly, and I think it was like 6 days into the fortnight. She has nothing, no money left, nothing. All these care and support workers cannot afford warrant of fitnesses, not just because of the cost of the WAF, but the consequences if they have something wrong with their car. Like, this is who you're taking money away from real people who can't afford to go to the dentist and do these really important things they need to do. It's not, the money's not being wasted. I just don't understand how they can stand there and say this stuff.
Well, they probably think about the people who make it probably think about the perfect world where, what do you call it, the petrol tank is always full, which I have to be honest, I've been referred to this as in the way of petrol in my car. The saying goes, a smoker will always find money for cigarettes. I always somehow find money to make sure there's petrol in my car. But it is something that I've been told, like I got told that when I was 18, I was someone like that, because I was someone who always had petrol in my car.
Yeah.
I was always one on that one. But it's possibly because, you know, like when I was 19, I was living in rural Levin. You know, the nearest petrol station was 10 kilometres away from home.
Well, I think a lot of these people as well, though, it's like they've got to drive for work. They have to run their own car and get very minimal costs covering it as well.
Yeah, and you can't sit down there and go, oh, why don't you just catch the bus? Yes, the
why
bus
don't you just get a better
run
job?
At 2 a.m. in the morning.
You know, and like these people, like they genuinely seem to believe that their privilege doesn't exist and that they've just magically found their way into this by their choices and their hard work. Like, my care and support worker members are not less deserving of having just a good, normal life because they don't have that privilege. It is just, they're hardworking, beautiful, amazing people.
Here's something to work out that you may have heard, and and this usually comes from people who have never, like, they'll say to a friend of the show, Blake Forbes, oh, why don't you just ring out for a wheelchair taxi? And it's like he's got to book like a week in advance. They could tell my friend Huhana, who, like, you know, like if she ever comes to Wellington, she's got to sit there and structure her flights in such a way, like to do a day event she can't do because no wheelchair taxis before 7 in the morning, no wheelchair taxis after 7 at night.
Even just the simple thing of having a pram and walking around Wellington just opened my eyes to the access issues, the mobility issues, the inconsiderate behavior of others, blocking things. It just, never mind getting a taxi on demand.
Yeah. Or like the one I love is the people who sit there and go, they want to stop cycle lanes for disability, But then their solution to help disabled people is to make bus stops inaccessible.
Yeah.
And like one's a great example is, and people get riled up about this in Wellington a lot, but all over the country, is inline bus stops. But sometimes the inline bus stop is the most accessible option, because if you have a bus, you have the bus stop here, you have the bus have its ass hanging out here. How's the wheelchair ramp meant to get out?
Oh, don't worry, they can just wait for the next one.
Or they can get off at the next bus stop.
Or maybe they should make different choices. Hire a driver. I don't know. It's just, it's like, it's one thing that I've learned about organizing a lot of rallies lately as well, is really to get to be better, have better access plans, publicize them when we have them. You know, we've got to be better at this stuff. And I am not afraid to admit that, because if I don't, then I won't get better.
Yeah. Okay, let's get on to Casey Costello. Let's see what New Zealand First speech is.
Oh, good. Thanks.
Honourable Casey Costello.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak in support of the Equal Pay Act Amendment Bill. This is an important piece of legislation because we are standing up for women's rights. When we take the emotion and the noise out of this conversation, the key point that we are talking about, and the Minister, when introducing the bill, mentioned, is this is remaining the ability to raise the sex-based undervaluation, but more importantly, resolve them through a framework that will be effective, efficient, and will have a really clear connection to the core purpose of this legislation, which is about sex-based undervaluation. We are seeking to support meritorious claims, and when members across the House can muddy the water with a whole lot of issues about pay gaps and underpaid workforces, this is blurring the lines about the point of this piece of legislation, which is to raise and resolve the claims. Members across the House talked about it 4 years of fighting an equity claim. 4 years shows you that the system needs to be resolved and improved. The system needs to be made more effective, because otherwise we will spend years working through a legislation because we're too afraid to say, perhaps this isn't achieving what we wanted it to achieve. It is about a workable and sustainable solution into the long term. It is about logical and effective ways of ensuring that we can raise the sex-based undervaluation and resolve it. And that is the key point that we are doing in this piece of legislation. This is why it is important to have the confidence, the ability, the common sense, the bravery to actually stand up and go, hang on, let's take a look at this. Is it achieving what we want to achieve? I have worked nearly my entire working life in male-dominated roles, and I think we can say proudly in New Zealand that we have progressed effectively to ensure that women's work is valued. Are we at the end destination? No. But there is work we can do. But the work has to be about the ability to resolve these claims, to recognise where they sit, differentiated from general concerns about pay rates, and actually deal with the specific conversation about sex-based undervaluation so we can achieve the equity goals that we want to. And not blurring it with a whole lot of emotive language about all of these things and how we're selling women down the road and all of this emotional language which will make it easy to get some points. But here we have this point where we have emotions being shouted across the House. This is about the point of exactly what we're trying to achieve, is a common sense piece of legislation that will address and adjust what we're trying to achieve, which is sex-based undervaluation claims being able to be raised and then resolved. And that is the direction we need to do. That is the direction this government is taking. We are not removing the ability to raise these claims. We are not removing the ability to deal with the issues. We are working through a process to ensure that this ability to raise exists and the ability to resolve is a priority. And that is why New Zealand First is commending this bill to the House.
I wonder, is Zulu Kilo, Papa India Golf, requesting permission from a female air traffic controller to land at Wellington Airport?
I just feel like she just repeated sex-based discrimination over and over again or something. Like, she didn't actually say anything in that. I mean, when she said take the emotion and noise out of this conversation, like, she's saying that she's a pick-me girl, basically, and that, you know, the hysterical women need to calm down and have some common sense. As soon as I hear the word common sense from a New Zealand First person, my body just shuts down. I go into a coma. I can't listen anymore. And the process that they're proposing will be anything but efficient. We won't even be able to get out the first gate for many of our claims. And, we're looking at till 2027 to be able to raise a claim again for care and support
which
workers.
is, that.
Yeah. They're at minimum wage or just above for really, really difficult work. It's not pin money. It's not money to get your hair set, once a fortnight. This is real life.
Yeah, and it's not like the days of where you can survive on one income. Yeah.
It's never been like that since I've been alive.
Okay, let's get to Te Pāti.
Yeah, you're being emotional. Yes, I know. Of course I'm being emotional. You're stealing money from my members. And just online as well. I think because I'm a Pākehā woman, I get away with less abusive comments, but just the emotional labour demands of men in the comments, stomping on and asking me if I've read the legislation. I have. Have you?
Yeah, there's a lot of people who sit down there and try to jump things in a certain way. Half time it's like, well, what's the point of commenting when you have to sit there and deal with a dickhead who doesn't bother? Yeah.
So the legislation was first introduced in 1972, so that was the original Equal Pay Act. But my understanding is that it was pretty unworkable. And so then the amendments were introduced. And that's the one that they were talking about with the Labour and the Greens. And that gave us an actual process. And, it's world leading. My friend Amy is in Iceland at the moment teaching them about our world leading pay equity system because they're copying us, this amazing progressive nation.
I wonder if Brooke Van Velden's going to be there. And we're copying them. And then they removed it. But we're not going to.
Cancelling it. And she has to front all this Icelandic group and say, yeah, by the way, you're copying our legislation. It's gone.
Don't copy the bit that Brooke did. Yeah. Okay. Let's get to Takutai Tash Kemp.
For the next, I don't think we need personal attacks, right? I'm going to get it clear from the beginning of this that this is a government bill and we don't want those sort of comments passed to ministers, personally. Point of order. Honourable Carmel Sepuloni.
I've been here a long time, and interjecting with the term shame to another member across the House.
It wasn't the word shame, it was the words you used. You should be ashamed of yourself to that member.
Actually, I said she should be ashamed.
Well, I think you used the word you, but I can check that up. But this is a government bill, so let's try and do it with the... we know that it's going to be a bill that's going to create a lot of angst and a lot of emotion, but let's try and keep the personal attacks out of it.
Gee, I feel sorry for Barbara Courager having to try and sit down there and maintain something that...
I don't feel sorry
you
for
could
her.
tell there was some angst in it. She was not comfortable having to try and do what she did.
But, shame or saying things like that. That's just bread and butter of all that stuff. It's one of my favourite things to yell. I'm the best at it, actually, at rallies. I don't know. My heart is hard.
Oh, now let's actually get to Takutai Tash Kemp.
Takutai Tash Kemp.
Tēnā koe te pika, tēnā tātou e te whare. Te Pāti Māori opposes this bill in the strongest terms. It is emotional because we stand by wahine, we stand by the rights of our wahine, and we deserve better. This bill will make it impossible for people in female-dominated professions to be paid fairly. This is an attack on working women and will lock in gender discrimination for years to come. Why is this government so determined to erase equity and entrench inequality? This bill will stop 33 current claims immediately under urgency because this government can afford to give $3 billion to landlords and $13 billion to the military, but we cannot afford to pay our wahine fairly. For every $1 a Pākehā man makes, a Māori wahine makes 81 cents. Get that. A Pacifica woman makes 79 cents, even more shameful. And an Asian wahine makes 88 cents. And Middle Eastern, Latin American and African women make 88 cents as well. Where is the equity in that? That means that over a lifetime, taking inflation into consideration, the average Māori wahine will earn over $400,000 less than Pākehā men. Asian women too have earned over $400,000 less, and Pacifica women have earned nearly $500,000 less than Pākehā men. This illustrates the intergenerational impact of pay discrimination on whānau. These aren't just numbers, these are tamariki, these are mokopuna. I want to share an example. I worked in an organisation where this occurred. This happened to our team of workmates, to the wahine in this team, high-performing wahine, I've got to say. And we did the same job as our male counterparts, but we were never paid the same equal fair pay rate as our male teammates. Every year we would go to the performance review. fight and prove that we could reach our KPIs just as much as our male counterparts. Did we ever get that pay rise? No. Did we ever get the same pay rise, actually, as our male counterparts? No, we didn't. And for years, we felt undervalued. For years, it felt demoralising. And yes, it is emotional because you put your heart, sweat, blood and tears into your mahi because you love your community and all you ask for is fair and equal pay, the same as your male colleagues. Te Pāti Māori oppose this bill and we won't be supporting this bill in the House. Kia ora.
Cal Bates.
I mean, it's been really interesting for me moving back home and learning a lot more about the cultural differences that lead to pay inequity, and just talking about how, like, I guess Pākehā culture is that individual culture. When you do a performance appraisal, you back yourself, you go in there, talk about how amazing you were. But a lot of Māori people, and particularly women, struggle with that because it's about the strength of the collective, the strength of the team. We did this together. And that was a massive light bulb for me because that's how it explained a lot of the disparities in the public sector.
Yeah.
And also that bias when you see someone's name on a piece of paper, they're studying at your workplace, what pay point are you going to put them on?
Yeah.
And just the point as well about this intergenerational wealth is really upsetting and just disturbing.
Well, we're near the end of the hour. That's all right. Thank you for being with me. I'm going to be lonely for the next hour because no one else is well.
Well, you know what? I believe that you will be absolutely fine.
Oh, yes.
But I appreciate you, and thanks for giving me the chance to let out a little bit of how I'm feeling. Can I do
Go
a plug
ahead,
for the
go
petition?
ahead. Oh, and actually, I'll see if I can find the link for it as well.
Yeah, so it's ontogether.org.nz, which is the CTU platform, and it's our pay equity petition. It's just gone out of control. We no longer really need to consciously advertise it. It's up to 60-something thousand signatures. So if people could sign that and share it, it would just be amazing. It's the easiest way to take action. And then there'll be a collective action in Wellington on the 22nd of May
what's
as well.
the name? It's the equal...
Let me bring up my link because I've been obsessively refreshing. Protect pay equity. Oh, you want the actual link?
It's
Sorry.
from
How
the
do I get
CTU.
Yeah.
And I will...
So it's together.org.nz.
Just a moment. It will just... this one here.
That's the one.
63,876.
Yeah. I mean, we had 50,000 within like 48 hours, I think. So it was pretty amazing.
Yeah, and I'm certainly one of those people who have signed as well.
Yeah, I appreciate you so much.
Even it was very weird having to sit there and say, no, I'm no longer part of a union because I...
Well, you know what? If you're a unionist,
yeah, that hasn't disappeared. I can tell you that right now. That has not disappeared. That value's still there. It's just I've not been part of one since I've been self-employed. Yeah.
Yep. No, all good.
You too.
Take care.
No problem.
I'll see you around.
Bye.
Talks a talk and walks real loud. Wears the theories like a shroud. Hands in pockets all pristine, clean. Never touch the dirt on the scene. Oh, Brooke Van Veldon, where'd you go? To the land of words that never show. You call it a win, but it feels like...
Sorry, that was a bit of a mistake there. It's what happens when you accidentally click the wrong keys. And welcome back to me flying solo at the moment. But I have just had a message from one of our later on panelists. We'll see how quick Soraya jumps on in. But let's kick off with Brooke Van Veldens for her second reading speech. And let's sit there and see whether people sit down there and basically want to sit there and throw their own tomatoes at her or not.
Speaker, I move that the Equal Pay Amendment Bill be now read a second time. The Equal Pay Amendment Bill improves the process for raising and resolving a pay equity claim and provides a better framework for assessing whether there is sex-based undervaluation and remuneration in female-dominated occupations. Pay equity is about women and men receiving the same pay for doing work that is different but of equal value. Pay inequity is caused by systemic sex-based discrimination, leading to the undervaluation in the remuneration of work that is predominantly performed by women. The Equal Pay Act provides a process for raising and resolving pay equity claims. The fundamental principles of the Act will remain the same once this bill is in force. If an employee or a union considers that their work is subject to systemic sex-based undervaluation, they can raise a claim directly with their employer. Their employer has to consider whether the claim meets the requirements for raising a claim, and if the employer decides it does, the parties proceed to bargaining. The parties then work through the pay equity bargaining process, including undertaking an assessment of the work of the claimant and the work of the appropriate comparator. If a pay equity issue is identified, parties will then bargain to determine a settlement that does not differentiate on the basis of sex. The agreement is recorded in a pay equity settlement. This process is supported by a dispute resolution process, including mediation or facilitation, and the ability to take disputes to the Employment Relations Authority and Employment Court. While the fundamental principles remain the same, the bill amends legislative settings that are too permissive and have resulted in the pay equity framework not working as intended. The bill will increase the threshold for raising a pay equity claim, including by requiring claims to have merit, provide employers with the tools they need to ensure an appropriate scope of claims, introduce a hierarchy of comparators and add more prescription to comparison methodology, remove the ability for a settlement to include a review clause and limit when claims can be re-raised, provide for phasing of pay equity settlements, changes to when and how the authority can fix remuneration, and remove the provision for the authority to award back pay. These amendments maintain the fundamental principles of the pay equity regime while ensuring there is a robust process for raising claims, clarity on the appropriateness of comparators to assess sex-based undervaluation, sustainability for employers to meet their obligations, and the right incentives to encourage parties to resolve their pay equity claims. These amendments will achieve a better regulatory framework for parties to a pay equity claim to assess whether there is sex-based undervaluation and ensure that the pay equity regime is workable and sustainable. I commend this bill to the House.
So as you can sit there and see from there, from what I gathered from it is that Brooke is planning to sit there and effectively it's removing the ability for the Employment Relations Authority to award back pay. Well, that's a bit like interfering with the legal process. Changing the thresholds from 60 to 70%, and there's a lot of claims that sit between the 60 and the 70% threshold. And one of the ones that are in there, a lot of it is secondary school teachers, primary school teachers, care workers, nurses. They sit in that between that 60 and 70% mark because there's been a lot more males that have gone into the industry over the last few years that previously weren't possibly, being there in the days of when the man brings home the money and the woman works out to sit there and have a few extra dollars so she can sit there and do things like get her hair done. We are long past those days. If we don't, and I mean, I come from, a family where, both grandparents worked, both parents worked. It just seems to be a bit of a slap on the face there, Brooke. And it feels like you're trying to sit down there and gaslight the people of what is a loss and trying to sell it as a win. It's a bit like getting one number on your lotto ticket and saying you won first division in the Powerball. Brooke, stop comparing it like that. Otherwise, you're going to end up with, as you had on Friday, a protest outside your electorate office. You're probably going to sit there and have another one. And, Soraya, you've come to my rescue!
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Did you catch Brooke Van Velden's second reading speech there?
Not quite, no. I had to, it wouldn't let me in because I was watching.
Oh, is that your computer? Oh, well.
Yeah.
That's right. Let's get up to the fiery Jan Tanetti because I'm pretty sure she's going to sit there and be on fire for her second speech.
Having to have some calm down time because I'm still incredibly angry about what we are doing in this House today. Madam Speaker, this is a bad lawmaking process. Nothing is worse than taking away people's democratic rights to have their say on a bill that is going to take away their ability to be able to get their pay equity claims through, as they were able to do under the Amendment Act that came through in 2020. Madam Speaker, at that time, we had a number of groups around the country that had their say around what they thought that law should look like, and that was followed through. And now we're taking that away and we're creating a much more difficult process, and we're going to see, we know, less pay equity claims coming through. And if people on the other side of the House don't think that is reality, go back and have a look at just how many pay equity claims were successful before the amendment bill was passed in 2020. Go back and have a look. Because the reality is that we had a process that wasn't working. It absolutely wasn't working. And what we're doing is we're going back to the future today. We are taking this country backwards. We are taking women's rights backwards. No, not we. You are taking women's rights backwards. Not you, Madam Speaker. I should point to them over there. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would hate to put that on you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I've said, this is bad lawmaking. It is unfair to thousands of women nationwide. Normally what we would be doing at this point in a second reading speech, Madam Speaker, is that we would be going through and prosecuting what happened at the Select Committee process. But where is that? There is no process to go through, because we are here in urgency passing through something that, as David Seymour has said today in the media, Minister Van Velden has saved the budget for the government. Taking credit. Even though the Prime Minister today said, well, it's not about the budget, the soon-to-be Deputy Prime Minister is saying that the Minister has saved the budget for the government. So who is right? Well, we on this side of the House know that this is all about making that budget work and that budget square up. And as I said, Madam Speaker, in my first reading speech, and so did many others, once again, women are having to pay the price. Women are having to pay the price in this country for bad fiscal management. And enough is enough. We saw that today out the front of this Parliament. We saw people say enough is enough. We have been waiting far too long for women to get what they are due, for women to be valued in their roles, for work that has been traditionally seen as women's work to be valued. And only when we do value that work, Madam Speaker, at that point will we see that it won't solely be women's work, that we will see more other people, other genders, men going into that work as well. When we have people that are standing up outside and saying that they feel like their legs were cut off today, feeling like that their breath was knocked out of them because they had no idea that all the work that they had put into working through their pay equity claims would be all for nothing. And not only that, Madam Speaker, standing outside today and saying we're not even having the opportunity to speak about it, to come and put our case forward. So, Madam Speaker, that is what we are here on this side of the House to do, is to put their cases for them today, so that they know that we are hearing them and valuing their work and valuing the work that they have done to ensure that their work is valued overall by society. And one of the most important ways that we can do that, Madam Speaker, is by paying them appropriately. Madam Speaker, one of the aspects that was always very frustrating with me in the pay equity space when this government came into power was that they got rid of the Pay Equity Task Force. Now, the reason that they got rid of the Pay Equity Task Force, in their own words, was that they said the pay equity claim process was working really well, and so that there was no reason to keep the Pay Equity Task Force. At the time, I was very sceptical of that fact. I thought that perhaps it was more about saving the cost of what the Pay Equity Task Force cost to run. But now we see what the real reality is. It is all about cost saving. Because if their words were true back when they first came into power and got rid of that Pay Equity Task Force, why now is the pay equity claim process apparently not working? You can't have it, or they can't have it, Madam Speaker, both ways. It's either was working really, really well, which I know to be true because we had a large number of successful claims with the help of the Pay Equity Task Force, or it's not. But then I go back to say, Madam Speaker, that the real reason is about saving money. And the real reason is about making a budget work that has been, again, is seeing women paying the price for bad fiscal management. Women are paying the price in this country for tax cuts and tax breaks for landlords. That is the absolute bottom line of what is happening here. And I go back to saying, Madam Speaker, that all those women who would have come in, all those, it's not just women, it would have been men too, all those people who would have come into a select committee process to submit on this particular bill would have said that leave that alone, because we are getting claims through. We are getting the work done and we are seeing the work being valued. Madam Speaker, it appalls me, and I listened to the first reading speeches from the other side of the House, it absolutely appalls me the weak reasons that they have given for passing this through. It is smoke and mirrors when you say that it is about putting a better framework in place. Improve the framework. If that's the case, don't get rid of it. Don't get rid of it so that there's nothing there at all. Start from that base and add to it. If that member over there is saying we're not getting rid of it, go and read the bill, because that's exactly what the bill says. And it also says in that bill that that side of the House is stopping all current claims. That's 33 claims that are being stopped with this introduction of this bill here today. Some of those claims have been in process for 4 to 5 years. How do those people and how do those sectors suddenly feel that their work is being valued? I can tell you right now that they are feeling really angry. So if that side of the House thinks that this is going to quietly go away, I really feel that they need to think again and hang your heads in shame or stand up and do something about it. You still have, that side of the House still has time to put this right. Just because that side cannot make their budget work, women should not have to pay the price for that. They have been paying the price in history for far too long. And this should end now. Again, I go back to my first reading speech, Madam Speaker, and I shall end with this. But, Madam Speaker, this should not be something that becomes political. Women should not be used as a pawn to actually then work their budgets out for them. We should be working this through together. And you know what, Madam Speaker? In 2020 we did. We came together for women in this House. What a shame, Mr Bates, that you can't now support women and that you would rather put politics first than supporting women get a fairer wage, a fairer pay for their work. Madam Speaker, I absolutely condemn this bill.
So what have you gathered from the brief bit of not knowing much about the details apart from it was passed under urgency?
I'm really worried about it. And I'm worried about it because who wrote it? Because there's been no process involved that's had any public scrutiny at all. It's a very Trumpian sort of thing to do. We're just going to come in, smash everything over. We're going to ignore the work that people have done on cases. We're going to say all of that Labor, that doesn't matter. We're going to say you don't have any rights to even engage with us about the bill. And when you rewrite a bill, it just doesn't come out of nowhere. Somebody's written it. Who wrote it? And who's given any feedback on it? Because it sounds like it's big business and industries that don't want to pay. And that it really worries me. And I just don't really understand how we've ended up in a situation. And Labor's partly to blame for it because they set up this fast track under urgency thing. And it's just been completely abused.
The urgency powers have been around since the birth of the New Zealand Parliament, if that's what you're talking about there. So it's something that's been around for a very, very long time. It's just this current government uses it a hell of a lot more than the rest of them. And the thing is, they do also have the other option. It's called extended sittings. And extended sittings is where you don't have the fact that you skip select committee process and all that. Extended sittings just means you work longer, but you can only go through one stage of each bill per order paper day. Urgency means you can basically chuck in a whole heap of work to do and sit there and do it. And then we get the weird thing is at 5:55 on Thursday, suddenly out of the blue, the urgency motion gets cancelled while only completing about a third of the agenda. But I think that was because national MPs want to catch their flights home.
Yeah, well, you can't interfere with their weekend plans. They've got to go and see their mum, bring some flowers or whatever, but don't worry about paying her for what she's worth, I guess. No, this sort of thing, it really upsets me because I think conservative women already have a problem where they are seen in the media as not really stepping, not looking after other women, and you've got to pick yourself up by your bootstraps and everything like that. And it's a bit disappointing to see them sort of bringing in legislation like this, not engaging in proper consultation, not engaging with watchdog groups and community groups and things like that, who might pick out things in the law that lobbyists are trying to sneak through that they won't see. This is how you make bad legislation. And it's also how you upset a huge part of the population. And what good is that going to do you in the long term?
Exactly. It's just going to sit down there and basically, it creates what was known as this flip-flopping of legislation, which this has started pretty much, I'd say, from Muldoon.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, because that's when I've looked back at history, when the big time flip-flopping of National gets in, National repeals Labour. National puts laws in. Labour gets in. Labour repeals national laws. Labour puts in laws. National gets in, and he just keeps the whole cycle going. And it is frustrating because, how do you cement foundations that survive there? And, the original bill here was one that was unanimously passed. That's the thing.
So what's happened? That they're so distressed about it that they can't say, hey, we need to make some tweaks here, or this is an unintended consequence of that we didn't see. These are things that should have been put out into the public to discuss. And it feels like a dictatorship under this government. And it's very troubling because it doesn't seem to be representing anybody. Farmers are upset about the gene technology bill that's being rushed through, and all of the funding going to the Agri-Zero instead of to actual real science. There's now all the women's groups and all of these people that have been working on court cases for half a decade. All of that labour is wasted. It's just very distressing, and it's not creating a society where we're getting back on track. It's just it's destabilizing everyone.
It's a derailed train going down the tracks and ripping up the sleepers behind it.
Yeah. And I remember this area because you're from Levin as well. Yeah. I grew up, my earliest memories were here. And so I remember hopefully it's quiet. So the first government was Roger Douglas's government, and that was a huge reaction to the Muldoon government. And I will.
Okay. We'll move on to the Julian Genter speech, and then we'll continue on about our lovely things. My local MP and the former Minister for Women who championed this legislation through the House.
This is really about what we value as a society. And it's very clear that the coalition government does not value the people doing some of the most important and difficult work in our entire society. And look, to be fair, it's been centuries of this, and so it's really just perpetuating the status quo. But there is a reason why we needed to put in place the process we did in 2020 as part of the Equal Pay Act in order to close the gender pay gap, which was not closing. Gender pay gap can be because of individual discrimination or unconscious bias in individual workplaces. But the wide sector-based discrimination that has meant that the work that was predominantly done by women was undervalued is based in evidence. And that's why the process that was put in place in 2020 was evidence-based and supported by Nicola Willis of the National Party and Erica Stanford. Nicola Willis said, she's proud to stand in the House tonight and say National will support the final reading of the Equal Pay Amendment Bill. Proud of the contribution. And that they do think that if there are reasonable grounds to believe that work has been historically undervalued based on their gender and they have been underpaid because of that, they should be able to make a pay equity claim. And that is the fundamental, fairness-based principle under which we had cross-party agreement on the bill. Now, if the government really believed that there were just some technical improvement processes and a slightly better framework that would result in something that was more fair and reasonable, why are they doing this under urgency? Why not send it to select committee? Why a rushed process where the bill is literally introduced today and going through all stages of the House? It's because this isn't about fairness. It's not about making the process better. It's about saving money in the short term, which will cost us more in the long term. And that, I guess that is a hallmark of this coalition government, is seeming to save money by doing things that will actually increase the costs to everyone in society over the long term. And that's the fundamental problem. But what do we value? Do we value the work of early childhood education teachers? Do we value the work of midwives and nurses? Do we value the work of teachers? Do we value the work of aged care and support workers, those looking after people with disabilities, those looking after our elderly in their final stages of life? Do we not value that? How can we as a society say that those people do not deserve to be paid properly for their work? And Isn't it shocking? Isn't it a surprise that we have a hard time recruiting teachers, that we have a shortage of early childhood teachers, that we have a shortage of nurses and midwives, and they can go to Australia and get paid so much more? That's because of decisions made by subsequent governments, but particularly this coalition government, which is looking at those people doing this important, caring work that supports everyone in our society to thrive, viewing them as a fiscal liability rather than an investment in our society. An investment in early childhood education and midwives and nurses is an investment in a future, more equitable society, one where people actually have what they need to survive and thrive, and then we're all better off as a society. But instead, they just look at it as a short-term cost. And the thing that really kills me about this is there is no limit to the amount of money these people will spend on a road. There's literally no limit to the amount of money they will spend on a road, as if some tarmac somehow magically creates economic growth, but investing in people doesn't. And if the member opposite understood anything at all about economics, he'd be able to look at the cost-benefit analysis and say, oh, actually, that road costs more than it benefits us. It does. It costs more than it benefits. That's what the official economic evidence says, and multiple economists have come out and basically slammed the case for that Northland Road in particular, because we already have our road to Northland. The issue is we're not maintaining it and improving it. We're not reducing the amount of fuel that we need to use. But it's disgusting to me. There's always jobs for the boys and jobs for the machines and billions of dollars for a bit of tarmac. But they do not fundamentally understand that the thing that actually supports our society to be able to do things is investing in our people, our children, investing in early childhood education and teachers. But it is a product of an economic system and a way of valuing things that does not understand that people are an asset that we can invest in. We invest in concrete and tarmac as if we could sell it on the open market, which is not true, by the way. We cannot sell those things for money. But we don't look at investing in people and their work and making sure their livelihoods enable them to pay for rent, pay the bills, pay the electricity. Actually, go out and talk to some aged care and support workers. I challenge every member of this government to go out with the aged care and support workers like Christine Bartlett, see what their day is like, and tell me that they are not worth more than what they are paid. Go to the retirement villages and talk to the people who are working and tell me they don't deserve to earn more money.
Mr. Bates, I see you're on the speaking list later on. That might be a good time.
This decision, which is being rushed through in urgency with no opportunity for a select committee process and for people to show up and actually debate the issue and understand the proposed changes, it is being pushed through because the government is trying to find short-term cost savings because they have promised more than they can actually deliver. But the fundamental trade-off they're making is going to hurt the lowest paid women and all those working in female-dominated industries. It's going to make it harder for them to make ends meet. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. It's going to make it harder for us. And when I say us, like through our public services, we need nurses, midwives, teachers, care and support workers, disabled care workers, admin and clerical support. We need all of those people. We need them to function as a society. And it's harder and harder to recruit them because they don't have a pathway to fair pay. And all of this is because of historic gender-based discrimination, which ministers in this government, like Erica Stanford and Nicola Willis, at the time when the bill was passed, professed a great passion for and support for the idea that we should actually rectify that historic gender-based discrimination. They did support it. But now in government, too hard, let's just make it easier to underpay people and ignore the fact that that's going to create more problems for us down the road. So the Green Party is not supporting this bill. We don't support it going through under urgency. And I would really like to say that people watching this outside, people looking at this should see who these people really are, see who this coalition government really is. They're people who went out and made extravagant promises about being able to deliver better public services while delivering tax cuts to the wealthiest people. And yeah, they gave up to $20 a week to some households, but actually the lowest paid people don't get the full benefit of the tax cut. The lowest paid people get the least out of the tax cuts. So once again, a series of decisions that make it easier for the wealthiest who already own a lot of property to get richer and richer and richer, while those who are doing the most important work, looking after our tamariki, looking after our disabled people, doing the clerical and admin work, going out there and doing the cleaning, those people, delivering the babies and looking after mamas in the middle of the night, those people are going to be forced to carry on not getting access to an evidence-based process that would result in them being paid what they are due. It's shameful. It's shameful. It's hypocritical. I am not at all surprised because it was clear before the election that those were their priorities and that the promises they were making about better public services or better pay for nurses and midwives were absolute rubbish. They would never be able to afford to pay for them. But we see when the rubber hits the road, when the really hard decisions have to be made, we see who this coalition government prioritizes and supports, and it is not the hardest working, most marginalized people who are out there are essential workers who deserve fair pay, and they deserve not to be forced to have to be underpaid just because of gender-based discrimination.
The Honourable Louise.
I love the reference of referring to a tarmac, but it's quite interesting. A piece of tarmac is classed as an asset on a council balance sheet.
Yep. A tree isn't, though.
No, that's a good point. Yes, that's actually a good point. No, a tree isn't.
So they cut them down, even though they are actually an asset. It's interesting, isn't it? Because we've had the O2&L thing here for over a decade, and that's been so distressing. I think 5 of the routes were supposed to go through our house. And so it was really unsettling, and just it was like you were displacing people who'd been from their homes. And so I don't think it's quite as straightforward as she put. But I do want to point out too that this whole austerity thing is actually a huge problem, because if you lower the wages of the people that have to spend 100% of their wages every week, and they go into debt, or they can't afford to do things, you're constricting the whole economic market. Whereas if everybody has enough to live, they actually, the poorer people actually put all of their wages back out into the economy, and the economy starts to grow. And austerity always creates a recession. And I don't know why, after it was nearly 40 years, we're still doing it. It doesn't work. All it does is create recessions, and it makes it harder to get the country back to flourish.
Well, here's the interesting part is how New Zealand got out of this little recession that we're in was because we had an increase in rates bills and increase in insurance premiums is what lifted the country out of recession in the last quarter. Would be the quarter at the end of December.
That's like the GDP, though, isn't it? It's not the real economy.
Yeah, it doesn't mean a person's necessarily having more money to spend in their pocket. It's just the fact that there's more money flowing. But if your rates bill has gone up, 10% or whatever it is. I know Wellington, we're looking at an average of 15% rates increases. Some of the places around the country are looking at 30. And I mean, actually, I can put this on there now. I've had this as the first year I actually had happen where my insurance premium for my vehicle decreased. But the reason why they decreased is because they dropped the value from being $7,800 down to $5,500, which, okay, it's been 5 years. Book values, it drops. So my insurance premiums went down $15 a week. But how the economy grew is, say, your insurance premium is going up $15 a week, which that means the money's not exactly, where's that? That's money you have to spend, like house insurance. You have to have house insurance if you've got a mortgage. Rates. You cannot avoid rates. Okay, you can probably get a rates postponement, but that's a lien on your property. And and if you don't pay your rates, your council is allowed to go to your bank to actually retrieve the unpaid rates. Which is not commonly used, but has been used before, and it's got recently brought up by the Taxpayers Union, who didn't even know the little thing existed, which I thought was quite funny, considering some of their supporters are on councils. Yeah. But, we can't create economic growth by trying to have us pay more for our bare essentials.
No, what you need to be doing is actually getting more money spent into the private market, because that's actually increasing the government's tax revenue. Yeah. So what you want to do is to have everybody that's outside of government employment having their wages go up, which means some of the government employees' wages needs to go up as well. Yeah. Like care workers and things like that, people actually doing practical work, so you can draw people to those jobs. But what happens is they sort of keep doing these restriction and pushing down people. And so then the money in the private market goes down, their tax revenue goes down, and then they have to make all of these cuts. It's partly spending it on irresponsible things, and it's partly not allowing the private market to flourish. So if somebody's rates bill goes up, then they're not buying their coffee every day, and so then your income goes down, so you're paying less tax, and it becomes a vicious cycle. And essentially what you want to do is being able to have people be able to afford those little things that will support local businesses.
Exactly, yeah. Considering every dollar spent at a local New Zealand-owned business trickles through the economy at least 3 times, whereas a dollar spent at a multinational corporation or a bank or the rates from the councils typically only get spent once.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
And one of the really
ahead.
interesting things is China. Apparently, it's got a hugely decentralized economy. So even though it's a lot less democratic than we would sort of understand it, even though this doesn't seem particularly democratic to me, a lot of their income is spent by local councils, not by central government.
Yeah.
And so put where it's needed.
Yeah, and probably also the way that some of the revenue is collected, and also the way the democracy does structure. It does structure at the local level, and the local level decides that it goes up the chain.
Yeah.
That's the way their democracy works, which is different to how our democracy works, because we vote for the central general election, which has a very high turnout. We vote for the regional councils, which are meant to be the watchdog over the district councils, and we vote for the district and the city councils. Whereas in China, it is a very staged up approach. Like, put it this way, the best way to describe it is you'd only be able to vote for your people on the community board if your area has a community board.
But you'd also be able to vote them out a lot easier than.
Yes, yeah, that's true. Yes, and it is a lot. Yeah, it is a lot easier to get rid of the idiots. Yes, yeah. I have to check with was it Richard, one of my friends who's from China originally. His parents will have a better idea because they've lived through that system.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, let's get to Louise Upston. And I love the reference from earlier. Upston girl. I would love to figure out to see if there could be an AI generated song for that.
I am going to have to repeat some of the things I said in the first reading because clearly the opposition weren't listening. So the first thing that I want to confirm is the fact that this piece of legislation is not about saving money. This is about a piece of legislation to ensure that sex-based discrimination cases that have merit, that have claim, are able to progress through the system in a robust, transparent way. And the reason it's being passed under urgency is so that we don't have claims in different processes under different regimes. So it's pretty simple, it's pretty clear. It's something that governments do to ensure that the courts aren't frustrated, but more importantly, Mr. Speaker, those who want to have a claim are not trying to operate in 2 different systems. The other thing that I want to say very clearly is there is no claim that will be blocked. And that is another myth that the other side have repeated in their speeches. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the government, because the previous speaker talked specifically about nurses, about carers, about midwives, and I would invite the other side just to reflect our government's record level of investment in health. Who do you think operates the health system if it's not nurses, midwives, carers? So I would just hold your horses on that side of the House. When we think about the level of investment, when we think about things like Family Boost that ensure more parents get access to support so their children can get access to early childhood education. And our focus in education is to ensure that actually teachers can focus on teaching the basics brilliantly. The amount of resources that have been rolled out to teachers to make it easier for them to do their work has been a significant part of the government's investment. The other thing that this bill is not about an alternative way for workers to negotiate pay rounds. It is a very different conversation from sex-based discrimination.
Point of order, the Honourable Carmel Sutherland.
I don't think it's standard practice in this House to stand up and do a speech and a second reading on what this bill is not about. And there's been a couple of points made on that line by that member, and I think she should stick to what the bill is about, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think this is where in a second reading both sides have drifted from the main purpose of a second reading, which of course is to speak about what happened at Select Committee. There hasn't been a Select Committee that has opened it. That's why I haven't redirected any of the comments from the left, but it does give the opportunity to reply to some of them. However, the member has been here. She does know the general rules of second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is also the job in a second reading in a debate in this House, this is a debating chamber, to put the myths and the incorrect statements that the opposition are stating to bed. That's my job as a government speaker, and I will not refrain from that. So I will reiterate, this bill is not about, because unfortunately what happened under the previous regime and all of the speeches that I've heard so far confuse the 2 points about when there is union bargaining for pay rounds That is a very different concept to sex-based discrimination. And it would be really helpful if the opposition could understand the difference between the two. That is actually part of why we are here debating this legislation today, because we want pay equity legislation to be about pay equity. And as I said in my previous speech, there are, of course, many workers across New Zealand, male and female, that don't earn the levels they would like to earn. That is a separate issue from sex-based discrimination. The other thing I want to come back to is the comparators, because this is a really important part of the bill to make it really clear about a framework for comparisons, for comparators, and actually getting us more in line with our international countries that we would normally compare ourselves to. And if you, some of the feedback, for example, Mr. Speaker, that we had received with the previous legislation was fisheries officers being compared to librarians. Now, I think most people, if you ask them on the street to say, would you expect that those are jobs of equal value and equal conditions, they would not accept that was a suitable comparator. So we need to have a pay equity process that is clearly understood, that is robust, that is sustainable into the future. And Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm proud to support this piece of legislation in the second reading.
Well, I mean, yes, custom officers and librarians aren't the same thing, but they do very critical jobs in our communities. Custom officers stop things like meth coming into the country, whereas librarians ensure that people have books and research material available that people can educate themselves, such as the dangers of being on meth. I thought that's a good comparison.
The other thing is that librarians are a public-facing group, so part of their job is they have to interact with the public. So they will be interacting with people that are potentially violent. They'll be interacting with people that are drunk or high or things like that come in. So in terms of a risk assessment, you could say that the risk assessment of a fisheries officer is different to that of a librarian, potentially, but there is still risk involved.
Yeah, a librarian actually often is the person who helps someone having trouble navigating a government department system as well.
Yes.
You know, and that's a lot of work our local councils with our local ratepayers' money are spent to help people navigate central government services, because in some towns they just don't have those facilities available, like Shannon, where there is no WINS office. You've got one GP clinic, you've got one petrol station, and the biggest government organisation that sits in the town is the local police station with 2 cops and the school.
Well, I think even Levin, they merged the library and the so where you get your licenses and all that sort of thing. So it's all
it was the information centre. So in Levin, the information centre was always... So the information centre had the contract for the AA, and they moved the information centre into the library.
Yep, and there's a cafe there as well. And so it's actually you're dealing with quite a diverse range of people, especially in rural communities. It's not a low-risk job. Like teaching and social work isn't either.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it is, often it's your libraries and your post offices become that place. And yes, are typically run by females. One of my great aunties, Auntie Stick, worked in the post office for years, including when my mum was born, and my mum was the fifth child. Auntie Stick took a 6-month transfer to help out my grandmother with the fact that she, had, having to bring up 5 children. They've just moved out from Wellington to Tawa into a bigger house, and it's, it was one of those things there. But Auntie Stick, worked at the post office in Wellington for 6 months to help out her sister, look after it with 5 kids around there. And I think there always were female jobs that helped it. My grandfather on that side of the family, I don't know what the hell he did.
Well, that was the other thing too, because you were able to bring children along to work as well, or you were working outside of, it was part of your home. So the shop would be at the bottom level, and the kids would be upstairs, and
Oh.
yeah,
That sounds like the corner dairy.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
so
which
in
we used to-
centralising services, they've sort of cut people off from being able to work and have their home, and lower the cost of actually running a business as well.
Yeah,
Because the childcare costs, I was hearing your previous guest, they're horrific.
yeah, it worked out like one of them would cost 70 grand a year to send 4 children to paid childcare.
Yeah.
That's some very serious money. I mean, put it this way: many of our elected councillors around the country, with probably the exception of Wellington City Council, don't earn that much to be on there in the public roles. How much does a teacher earn as a salary? I mean, put it this way: my grandma's retiring salary didn't quite hit 60k, and it was up in the high figures of 1990s money.
Yep.
Yeah.
And there's the presumption too that mums want to go out and work when they've got really young kids, and you sort of force people into it needing 2 incomes.
Yeah.
And you're sort of in this catch-22. And in some cases, it would be better if you just sort of allowed mums to have longer at home with their kids.
Yeah, and you can't keep relying on the grandparents either. I mean, not everyone has, not every family has the parents/grandparents living locally. I mean, I do know my grandparents moved to Paraparaumu to be closer to their 3 under 18 grandchildren at the time. And I mean, that played a very influential part for my brothers in their college years, because they lived in Otaki, but they went to Kapiti College. And it helped them, my grandma, part of the reason why I think she sat there and lived, went through her 80s very well was because the fact that she was, looking after my brothers, 2 days, it was 3 days a week, but each of them only were there for 2 days at a time.
Yeah.
But it made up a hell of a lot, yeah. Yeah. And
but they've structured society, so it's really hard for people to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, and not everyone has that opportunity available. Yeah. Oh, next up, Casey Costello.
Speaker, I rise again as part of the second reading debate to speak on behalf of New Zealand First in support of this piece of legislation. Yet again, I think it is right, as my colleague Ms Rupson referred to previously, is to bring back the discussion to some form of reality. This is not removing the ability to proceed with a pay equity claim. Yes, we will be withdrawing all the current claims under this legislation to allow them to be reapplied, again for clarity, so that all of these claims are processing under the same environment. It is the reason why this bill is under urgency, is to ensure that we minimise the disruption that this change will bring about. But again, we have to emphasise that this is unfair to create this impression that somehow we are taking away the right to deal with sex-based discrimination in pay rounds. This is a change that will not remove anything. It will allow us to be able to process the claims and bring about resolutions where they are meritorious, and this is an important part of the process. And when we talk about the idea of recognising valuable workforces, as has been spoken to previously, there are pay rounds, there are processes by which we can address pay conditions and the value of work through the pay round process. This is not impacting that process either. This is about bringing a sensible process to ensure that we have a resolution to the equity claims. This is the ability to ensure we can move forward in this process, but it is to bring it back to the conditions that make sense, that this is about comparators that make sense. This is about a system that makes sense and is workable. And it is really unfair to suggest that this is anti-woman in any way. This is absolutely incorrect. And this idea of soapbox speeches that says that this is robbing something of women when the system will continue to exist, the system will still be available, and the equity claim process will still exist, it is irresponsible to suggest that that is being stolen away when the system will continue to exist. This is about moving forward with a piece of legislation that will make the process clearer, fairer, more robust, and absolutely ensure that the system continues to exist. This is, again, about sex-based undervaluation of jobs, and this is a system that will continue to exist, and therefore I have no hesitation of commending this bill to the House.
Well, that was another short speech, and it felt like it was a repeat of her previous speech.
In some sense, I think people don't even know what's in the bill, and so they're talking to it, but they don't really know what it's going to happen. I was just thinking, someone in my family had a more corporate job, and they were there for a couple of years, and then they were training new people coming in. But the new people coming in that were new recruits were earning more than they were. And every year they put up the base salary for the new recruits, but they were not putting up the base salary of the people that had been there 3 or 4 years and who were actually doing the training. And it created a situation where they couldn't hold staff. All of the experienced staff would leave, obviously, because you're not getting paid enough. And they started being really petty about performance reviews and all this sort of stuff, and wouldn't take into account the fact that they were doing training and things like that. And so it becomes a situation where a hard-nosed man might be able to negotiate his way around it, but a woman who's trying to do a job and is actually really caring about their customers and caring about their clients and things like that will put up with that for 2 or 3 years longer. And you can't necessarily say it's pay-based or sex-based discrimination, but it is just on the nature of the different people involved.
Yeah.
Because it's a care role. And I think, I can't understand why it wouldn't need to go through a select committee process.
Pretty much, yeah. Oh, let's get to Tiana Tuiono. It looks like a short speech.
Shame. An absolute day of shame, Mr. Speaker, and what an absolute debacle this bill is. This is another example of the wrecking ball that this government is wreaking on workers' rights, and in this particular case, low-paid wahine workers, Mr. Speaker. It is absolutely shameful and disgraceful. Mr. Speaker, everybody deserves dignity and decent jobs, and that includes low-paid workers, which are predominantly held by women workers, Mr. Speaker. And I want to draw the point that actually amongst women workers as well, Pasifika and Māori women are paid even less compared to Pākehā men, Mr. Speaker. There was a rally outside which was called in 2 hours, where people showed up to show their anger to this government with them undermining workers' rights once again, Mr. Speaker. And I want to also want to acknowledge the work of Christine Bartlett, the aged care worker, who successfully brought a pay equity claim through the process as well. And as I read through the media, it said that she was crying, Mr. Speaker. She was gutted. She was gutted for those low-paid workers as well. But there's another issue here that we need to discuss as a parliament, and that is the confusion. The confusion of the government speakers who say that this will not hold back pay equity, that this will not hold back gender-based discrimination in the workplace. That is absolutely false, absolutely wrong. 33 of these claims are going to be scrapped. Some of these claims have been on the workbooks for 4 years. Outside, we had Tessa, who was an assistant librarian or a librarian, and as she spoke, she talked about how she had spent 4 years working on their claim, Mr. Speaker. 4 years worth of work in the garbage because these guys don't want to acknowledge the work that needs to be done. It is absolutely a disgrace and shameful. And even more shameful, Mr. Speaker, is the Prime Minister going on the media saying, oh, they've found the money. They've found their money for their budget, Mr. Speaker. Billions of dollars they've found. And guess where they found it, Mr. Speaker? By taking away that money from low-paid workers, taking that money from women workers, taking that pay from those that deserve it the most. The people that deserve the most support from this House, Mr. Speaker, are being denied, are being put down by this government, and it is an absolute disgrace and absolutely shameful. And the confusion is palpable on the other side of the House, Mr. Speaker, because they don't know what this is about. And here's the thing about the process. We could all actually deal with it if we weren't doing this under urgency. So people that are listening to these speeches today, we're in urgency. The details of this bill landed on that table just after question time. So we've only had an hour, I think, or 2 hours to get to grips with the details of this bill. And so the ability to actually scrutinise this bill has been absolutely curtailed by this government. We should have been able to get this piece of legislation early. It should have had a full process where we could take it to the select committee, where those people that are directly impacted could come and talk to this parliament, to talk to this House, and in many ways confront the government, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the trampling on their rights, the trampling on workers' rights, and the undoing of years and years and years and years of work. It is an absolute disgrace, Mr. Speaker, and you can count on the Greens to stand up for the workers. You can count on the Greens to back the unions, who have been working incredibly hard on these issues. Mr. Speaker, the Greens absolutely disagree with this piece of legislation, disagree with this process, and will work together with our friends in the unions, with our friends across the opposition benches, to make that known very, very publicly. But it is very important for those people out there across our communities, across our society, to question your local MPs, to question your government MPs, because this is an absolute shame, it is an absolute disgrace. It is another example of a government that cares more about profit than for people. They seem that you hear them talk about, well, there's not enough lollies, not going to have a lolly scramble, because certain ministers have gotten all the lollies, Mr. Speaker, and none of them are for the workers, none of them for the low-paid workers, Mr. Speaker. It is an absolute disgrace, and the Greens oppose this bill.
Well, it's great to see Tiano there. I like
Great
the comment
speech.
from Not Bernadette.
Yes, I agree. No, I think the Greens are being incredibly robust on this, and it's sad to see that Labor is less, seeing as Labor was supposed to be founded on this sort of workers' rights, and they sort of abandoned that under Roger Douglas, and they've never really picked it up again, I think.
Yeah, well, they tend to pick it up when they're in opposition, but it tends to disappear a little bit when they're in government.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's hear about this Carl Bates, MP for Wanganui.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to have that stand on the record without correcting factual inaccuracies in that last speech, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, National supported the Pay Equity Act in 2020. We supported it. But we supported it, and Mr. Speaker, may I quote the Honourable Maggie Barry, so I commend the bill to the House, but we oppose SOP 548 for very good reason. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Nicola Willis spoke in that debate, and she said we support this bill, but we have grave concerns about that SOP because it didn't go to Select Committee. Yet the opposition stand up today in this House, and argue that the problem is it's not going to Select Committee. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we have had the opposition say, let's not make this political. Let's not make this political. Yet that is exactly what they are doing, Mr. Speaker. It is about time, Mr. Speaker, that the opposition recognised, like so much of what they drove through the House in the last government and the one before that their approach, their policies, their legislation, Mr. Speaker, didn't work. And, Mr. Speaker, it was this side of the House, it was the national team that pointed that out to them, that said this isn't going to work. It's not going to be effective, it's not going to be robust, it's not going to be sustainable. And I back our Minister of Finance with what she said in that debate. And now we are fixing it, Mr. Speaker. We are making it sustainable, we are making it robust, and we're making it practical. So let me, Mr. Speaker, end by just giving one of the examples of how that's going to be the case. You settle a pay equity claim. You settle it. National has said in 2017 we need to settle these things, we need legislation to do that, we led the charge. You settle these things. And then we're saying you give the industry 10 years before, if the same conditions, the threshold of conditions are met, then you can raise another claim. But not after 3 years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House. Very good, very good.
Well, it does feel a bit like not quite understanding the whole ins and outs of things in there. Supplementary order papers tend to happen between second reading and third reading. I hope you understand that, because otherwise they don't go back to, you don't go, oh, we added supplementary papers, look, we'll have to go back to Select Committee. It doesn't work that way. Once you have supplementary order papers, Carl Bates, it goes to third reading. I know that, and I'm not a member of Parliament.
Well, you do a better job, I think.
Oh, God, I don't know. What role would I end up being in Parliament if I was in any sort of role? I will be suited for one thing. I would only want to be the MP for Rongotai or the MP for the going to be disestablished Otaki electorate. That would be the only two places I would be keen to be the MP for. But I don't know. Yeah, I do find it's quite interesting what Simon's put here. One of the most disliked backbencher MPs after Sam Uffindale. Yeah, and I can tell you right now, during the incident about Twitter, I really liked Carl Bates. I thought, like, when we rated the show, we have shows of who we rated the best performance, the worst performance. Often they weren't National or Labour. But we rated Wanganui, was quite interesting. I was like, I'm not sure if Steph or Carl, which one was better. They both were pretty good. But, I don't know. Might not be quite the case now.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because, like Lisa said in her gene technology thing, Sam Uffindale wrote this whole thing on sustainability and how farming needed to be more sustainable, and now he's sort of running this gene technology bill, which will just completely undermine it. And so, who are we getting when these people are electioneering versus who are we getting when they come into power? power.
Remember, Stan Muffindale is just the chair of the Health Select Committee. Was Judith Collins, now Shane Reety, who are the retrospective two ministers who have held that bill. But yeah, Sam Muffindale.
If you'd seen how he treated some of the submitters, like I think it was Laura and Elvira when you were on and you went on, but the way there was a guy, I think it was Be Pure New Zealand or something. You must have edited the video. It was horrific. He just started.
No. He does not know how to cheer. I can tell you that right now. No. The gold standard of cheers is a guy called James Meagher. Yeah.
I'll have to go back and watch.
Yeah. We'll take one because, I like her. Camilla Bellich. Let's kick Camilla Bellich off.
Christine Bartlett took a claim to the courts of New Zealand, and the interpretation was that the Equal Pay Act that has been in place since the 1970s applied to claims for work of equal value. At that time, the national government that was once proud to stand on behalf of low-paid women at that time settled her claim for the first care and support workers settlement. I was there across the road when the event for that happened, and I saw national MPs come in and I saw them be congratulated for standing up for working women. And what I want to ask is, where is that National Party today? On this day, where, and no matter what anyone on the other side of the House has said, this bill makes pay equity claims for low-paid workers much harder. It takes the threshold to 70%. It means that you can't bring a claim for 10 years. It gives employers the entire right to decide a comparator and whether a claim is meritorious. It's retrospective. It gets rid of existing pay equity settlements. It is a blow to every working low-paid woman in New Zealand that works in a female-dominated role. These people are, Mr. Speaker, midwives, allied health professionals, librarians, social workers, nurses, teacher aides. These are the people that this National Party is attacking by bringing through this regressive, retrospective bill brought in under urgency at the very time that they knew that we were all having our caucus meetings, snuck in, only provided on the table 1 hour ago, and we are meant to support this type of bill. This bill will make every aspect of claiming an equal pay claim harder. The hierarchy of comparators, which is put into this bill, which I bet no one else has had the opportunity to look at yet because it's complex, was initially suggested by the National Party when the National Party wanted to settle pay equity claims after the Christine Bartlett case. That was roundly rejected, and the reason for that, Mr. Speaker, is because when you look at a hierarchy of comparators, you're essentially saying that you need to find a comparator in your workplace, and if you can't find a comparator in your workplace, you need to look at similar jobs. If you can't find similar jobs, you need to look at similar industries. And it's like an onion, it goes out and out and out. The bureaucracy of trying to find a comparator, which is already very difficult, when you implement this hierarchy of comparators, will make, mark my words, this legislation completely unworkable for low-paid women. This legislation introduced today is the ACT Party getting away with taking away women's rights, and the New Zealand First Party and the National Party are sitting here letting it happen. And this will mean that there is no closing of the gender pay gap. It will mean that people like care and support workers continue to be on the minimum wage. Absolutely shocking. I don't know how you can sleep at night bringing this legislation through. It is absolutely shameful. And what about the process? I looked at the Cabinet paper, and under the heading of human rights, every single part of that was redacted. And I asked, Mr. Speaker, why was it redacted? And I think we know the answer to that, because this bill goes against human rights. Women's rights to be fairly paid and for equal pay are human rights. And I bet, even though I can't see it and this House has not been given the opportunity to see it, that Cabinet advice is exactly what that says. And that's why it's been redacted. Absolutely despicable process to sneak this through the House. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, I've had a look at the regulatory impact statement, which is basically, the departmental disclosure statement, which states that there was not sufficient time for a regulatory impact statement. What is going on with this government that you will bring in legislation under urgency, repeal it in one single day, not even have a regulatory impact statement, not allow us to see the advice on human rights? It is absolutely a shameful way of running a democracy. And I just want to emphasise, Mr. Speaker, because I don't have a lot of time left, that existing pay equity settlements that are already settled now, will be disestablished, and those people will not be able to make another pay equity claim for 10 years, no matter what happens. So the existing settlements, the nurses settlement, the social worker settlement, all of these jobs that we value so much that are female dominated, no matter what happens in the next 10 years, under this legislation, they will not be able to bring another equal pay claim. Mr. Speaker, this is absolutely despicable way of bringing human rights legislation to the House. It has taken away the rights of low-paid working women throughout New Zealand, and the National Party, the New Zealand First Party and the ACT Party should be ashamed.
Final words.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with her. Why was any of the legislation redacted?
Yeah, I've not seen that happen before. It's all right. Laura will be here later on and can delve through some of that. See if she can sit there and hold up to the light and see what's behind the redactions.
She'd do a better job than me. I have to get my eyes checked. No, I think that the women's work that they're talking about, especially you know, if you've got dementia or your parents got dementia, the person who cares for them, it's deeply personal, and it's very hard to find comparisons to that. And they go through a lot of stress with somebody with dementia. They can be quite violent. They can be, you know, and if you change anything in their routine, they get very upset and distressed and things like that. And those are things that it is very difficult to find a comparison in a male employment base.
Yeah, so true, so true.
So I think that it is, I just don't agree with the hierarchy thing that they're sort of suggesting, that it doesn't make sense to me at all. And there's no reason that it shouldn't have gone through a select committee process.
Yeah. So we'll see you back at 6 since you joined us here at 4.
Okay, awesome.
Yep. No problem. We'll see you then. And we'll see you join us for the next panel just coming up. Let's kick it off.
Hard-hitting questions where no candidate can butt in or dodge the question, because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. When no candidate can butt in or dodge the question, because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. When no candidate can butt in or dodge the question, because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. 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 Where no candidate can butt in or dodge the question, because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions.
And welcome back for another panel of the Order Paper podcast. How is everybody?
Tired. I've had a pretty tiring week.
Yeah.
Pretty tired.
Yeah. On the same table. Yeah. I do love your intro. It reminds me of the movie theater that I used to work in, and that we were told, we've only got like 9 minutes of movie trailers, but the pre-show goes for like 25 minutes because you've got ads, you've got other things that they put in place. They don't have your phone on kind of messaging and stuff like that. But we've only got 9 minutes worth of pre-shows. Your countdown's like, there's 2 minutes to go. Oh, and then there's an ad, and then there's another ad, and then there's...
Well, I need to find a way to shorten that. I tried today to find something that was catchy that you could put into 15 seconds, but it's just not. That's just not gone to plan.
Fair enough.
But that's all right. I mean, next week we'll have a 15-second one because we've got to remind everybody about local bodies.
Yeah, I've been doing some research on that one today, and oh my God, the astroturfing groups this year are insane. Have you guys come across concernedratepayers.nz?
Oh, no. I've probably heard some local version of it somewhere.
So at the moment, they're just focusing on sort of the lower North Island, sort of Palmerston North down to Wellington. It is run by a guy who runs a tiny home company out of Purirua. At least three of the organisers that he's got listed on his website are local coordinators for Voices for Freedom, but they don't mention that on the website. And they're sitting there going, these are the people that you really need to be worried about. They seem to be working with the taxpayer union, doing their whole big hikoi of debt. It's a whole bunch of crazy coming up. So I'm working on that at the moment for sort of leading stuff for the next campaign for the locals.
Oh, God.
Just to really make everybody feel really happy on this particular topic, on this particular day after a really shitty week with really shitty politicians.
Oh, yes. I know. It's been one of their... Brooke Van Velden's really shot herself in the foot.
It's so weird. I didn't see any injuries. When I was at her office the other day, I didn't see her at her office the other day, to be fair.
So I didn't see Chris Bishop at his office either. Yeah, so, it says a hell of a lot. Both of them
really
didn't have anyone at their
what they
office.
believe in.
Yeah. Okay, so should we commit off to the more interesting stage when the filibustering started Committee of the House?
Sure.
Oh, boy, here we go.
Yeah, let's kick it off.
All right, members, can we take our conversations outside, please? Members, before the lunch break, the committee was considering the Equal Pay Amendment Bill and was debating Part 2, the consequential amendments to other acts. The question again is that Part 2 stand part.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there's two issues I want to discuss with the Minister. The first one goes back to a discussion we were having before the lunch break about, obviously, in Part 2, and I was asking questions about why we're forming views rather than forming a view, and in relation to Section 13E. So 13E is different from 13F, and my first question is if the bill was referring to the right section, because 13E, under the legislation as it stands at the moment, is that unions and employees may raise pay equity claims. And then 13F is the meaning of arguable. And of course, one of the things this bill does is changes the vocab. So we go from arguable to has merits. And we had a lot of discussion not enough discussion, but some discussion in Part 1 about those changes to 13F about the merits. So when I was reading these sections, both 54, Clause 54, which is the amendment to Section 82 of the Public Services Act, and also Clause 52, which is amending Section 161 of the Employment Relations Act, I read it as if it was referring to 13F, which is this, what is the meaning of a merit-based or an arguable claim, as opposed to what is it to do with unions and employers may raise pay equity claims. So there might be quite a simple answer to that, but I do want to check that the reference to 13E of the Equal Pay Act 1972, and both Clause 54 and Clause 52 is the correct one, that it's the correct letter, that it's E and not F, because on my reading of it, it would make a lot more sense if it was F. So that's my first question, quite a simple question there. Is it E or F? My second question goes to comments that the Minister has made in some of her answers just before the lunch break. And they were about, she referenced that there was a robust parliamentary process happening now with this all stages urgency bill that we didn't see until the Minister started speaking on it. And in her contributions, she also mocked
my colleague Camilla Bellish and asked the world to see some of the contributions and amendments that she was making, and I was very derisive of those comments. And I asked the Minister if she understands that we are in an all stages urgency process, and this is the only opportunity we have to ask questions about this. Normally, a bill goes to a select committee, and she will know that there is normally a 6-month process whereby people have the opportunity to make submissions. Not only that, members of parliament have access to officials and can ask officials questions. We have not had that opportunity here, and whenever I have asked questions during this debate, and the Part 1 debate about advice, whether advice has been sought, we've had questions about evidence, we've asked for examples. We have not got any answers. We do not have a regulatory impact statement, yet the Minister takes the opportunity to make a call, mocking people, asking very reasonable questions, and of course suggesting changes to the legislation, the Minister's legislation, that we do not like. We say your legislation is going to result in fewer people, your legislation, Minister, not the Chair's legislation, that this legislation, in the Minister's name, is going to result in fewer pay equity claims. That is the point of this legislation. So, of course, we are going to take every opportunity to try and amend this terrible legislation that we think is a disgrace. And why is it, Mr Chair, why is it that the Minister would take an opportunity to mock members doing that? And does she understand that it is very unusual and goes against our constitutional conventions to pass such important legislation where there is no urgency, there is no emergency in all stages without an opportunity for the public to have any say?
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Well, thank you, Mr Chair. I think that does deserve a response. Look, my suggestion that we were having a robust parliamentary process potentially is too generous if the member does not believe that the contributions from her side have been robust. I believe that that's the place for this parliament to have robust contributions and debate. In response to the suggestion that my comments were mocking the Labour member prior to the lunch break, that was not my intention. I simply suggested we should look at the oddity that it is that the Labour Party believes in pay equity and wants people to have pay in their pockets, but at the same time was putting forward a contribution to extend the timeframe for when workers would receive that money. I think all members of our community external to these walls would be interested in that contribution.
Camilla Bellish.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And I think as this has come up a number of times by the Minister herself, it deserves to be addressed. The amendment I was proposing...
Okay, let's get to Rachel Brooklyn's one there. I don't think I've got this in the right order, but hey, that's all good. I don't mind where we've got this at. It's a weird thing trying to... The mess of the way how this whole thing was done. Yeah. See, I've gone on to the third section of Committee of the House. That's all right. We can delve into there, and then we can move ourselves around.
I have a question. What is the definition of having merit in the context of this bill? Because I've read through the bill multiple times. I don't know if it's just my ADHD or whatever, but I can't find anything that defines what the definition of merit is.
For a government that's put people like Stephen Rainbow in as the Human Rights Commissioner or Melissa Derby in as the Race Relations Commissioner, the idea of merit is probably not something they can define particularly well.
It's a very fluid thing, isn't it, for this coalition?
Yeah.
But did it turn out to be which amendment was it, E or F? Like which law were they actually referring to? Was that a technical fuck up, or do they not ever go back and deal with it?
Who knows? You didn't really answer the question.
I've read the bill a couple of times now, and I'm just like, I'm still just as confused as I was when I was first reading it.
Yeah. And how was the section of the redacted part?
Oh, God, there's just so much crap I've got to wade through. I didn't even look at the redacted part.
And try to hold it up to the light to see if you can see what the words were.
I think that only works in the old-fashioned way. The digital version's a little bit
Quick,
more
you got to squirt some lemon juice on it, and maybe you'll see the words. Maybe it's like magic ink or something.
Yeah.
It
does say a lot though that they're redacting stuff out of the bill. Like what is so important that they feel it needs to be redacted about changing how equality and equity works in pay? It can't be anything commercially sensitive.
Yeah, it's a really interesting
surely
one.
not.
So what don't they want us to see? And who would like to leak me the documents? info@paultheotherone.com. If you have access to the documents that aren't redacted, feel free to send them through at any time.
Oh, yes.
I don't know. Well, considering how many MPs are like using their personal email, I'm sure it would be easy to find.
You'd think so. I'll just ask ChatGPT.
Which MP will link it to you?
To be honest,
the word Peter doesn't though.
I don't get particularly a huge amount of emails come through from anybody in the coalition. And the last time I had to interact with any of them, the look I got was, oh God, what's this thing I've stepped in?
Yeah. Okay. Let's see what Camilla Bellich says.
Proposing, which we have traversed, was to allow the period of time where payments could be received to be longer. That could result in more payments to people and pay equity claims. I don't think that's inconsistent with any principle that the Labor Party may have. And personally, I take issue with that minister criticising the Labor Party for our commitment to pay equity. This is a minister who has implemented a higher threshold to raising claim. This is a minister who has put in an act that nullifies review clauses. This is a minister who is making equal pay claimants wait 10 years. This is a minister who is removing the authority's ability to order back pay. And she has the cheek to suggest that it is the Labor Party who is working against underpaid women. I take issue with that, Mr. Speaker. I do not think it's correct. I think if she is looking to someone to blame for women not getting equal pay, she should look in the mirror. So that is my response to that. I also have some questions for the Minister. We have previously discussed the parts of the first part of the Part 2, which refers to the Employment Relations Act. And I did ask, and I haven't heard the answer yet, as to whether the Education and Workforce Committee would be able to work on looking at this bill, which I think we've established has a number of outstanding questions on it, and I have not heard the answer to that yet. But I do want to move to ask some questions around the amendments to the Public Service Act, which has been changed. Now, I have asked the Minister in previous forums, including Select Committee, about her responsibilities as the Minister responsible for the implementation of the Equal Pay Act. And I have to say, I am not sure that the actions that she is taking is really within the spirit of the 1972 Act and making the Minister of Workplace Relations responsible for that. The question I have in relation to the Public Service Act is often when I've asked her in the past about equal pay claims, she has said that she is not responsible for them and that she would like ministers who have more direct engagement with specific pay equity claims to be the person responsible for answering that question. So I wanted to ask her, in relation to the changes to the Public Service Act, did she, because she appears to dislike taking responsibility for these claims and in fact is extinguishing all of them, consider making other ministers responsible for pay equity claims that may come within the ambit? For example, the Minister for Public Service could be responsible for the implementation of pay equity claims within the Public Service Act. And we are talking about proposed amendments to the Public Service Act. So would the Minister consider changing the responsibility in relation to that, and perhaps for some other minister who perhaps may not extinguish the claims which have been filed under the Act that she's responsible for? So I have asked that question, and I would appreciate an answer to that. In this particular section, which is 54 of Part 2, there is also an additional change which looks to, I believe, and I'd appreciate some clarity on this, look to whether the claim is arguable or whether it meets all the requirement set out in Equal Pay Act 1972 and has merit. This is worded slightly differently to the way that the arguable and merit distinction, which is in the Part 1 of the Act, is worded from memory. And I wanted to ask whether there is consistency throughout all the three Acts when it looks at the arguable principle, which of course has been replaced now by merit. So those are the questions I have in relation to that particular part of Part 2 in relation to the Public Services Act changes, and I'd appreciate if the Minister would answer.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
I'll just quickly respond to the technicality raised by Rachel Brooking in response to her question as to whether the reference should be 13E or 13F, and I can confirm the officials advise the reference to section 13E is correct.
Dr. Lawrence Zunan.
Okay. Gee, she answers that question quickly. It's just like she's given a parliamentary question time question.
Pretty much, because she wants it gone as quickly as possible.
She tried to go to the toilet.
I was talking to somebody high up in the Labour caucus the other day, and they were saying that, because it was a surprise, like nobody knew it was coming when it was tabled. As soon as they had it, it was copies out back. Everybody pulled from everything. Go through it with as quickly as you can. Tell us what's wrong. We need, it pulled the resource. It stopped the work of government to make sure that they could hold the government to account and do the job that we expect opposition to do, whether you agree with it or not. That the fact that pulling the people that make government work away from doing their jobs to go through something that's so rushed and so out of the blue, relatively out of the blue, it's irresponsible governance.
And it's deliberate too, right? They don't want. Yeah, it's so deliberate. Like I had to rush through myself, reading through this and looking at all the supporting stuff. This is a really complex piece of legislation. There's a reason why they pulled it this fast. They don't want people to talk about it. They don't want women to discuss it. They don't want any transparency. They've redacted. Look, we're talking about a party here that wants to get rid of the Human Rights Commission. Of course they're going to redact all. Of course they're going to hide.
They probably don't like that we're having a 7-hour show dedicated to the bill and a theme song known as was it the Minister with No Something or whatever it's called? I'll check the name of the title. The Minister with No Touch.
Yeah, I mean, we've got ACT Party's idea of merit right here. Thank you, Kai Matara.
Yeah. Shall we get on to Lawrence Zunan?
Oh, yes, bring on Lawrence. He was a very sassy boy this week.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the Minister on Clause 51 of Part 2, which is Section 33 amended. Now, understanding that when we are looking at Section 33 2D, which is currently being repealed in this bill, in the Employment Relations Act, it's specifically pertaining to the existence of a requirement to review a pay equity claim settlement. Now, the reason we have the allowance for review, and particularly done by authority, is another way of not being challenged, for example, by a judicial review. So in the context of this, without the ability to have a review as a part of mandate by the ERA, what evidence or what are the alternatives? Has the Minister anticipated then there will be an increase in the number of judicial reviews that potentially will have to be challenged as a result of a lack of review through this mean? And is that something that has been anticipated? Because again, when we are looking at judicial reviews, or even for some instances a quasi-judicial review, it does provide an additional level of complexity and also of legality that people will have to go through in order to challenge a particular decision that has been made. Usually when we're looking at the review by ERA, we're potentially looking at decision as well as the process itself. I'm sure the Minister knows in terms of the difference between judicial review and also a review by an authority. But yeah, I just want to check with the Minister, has that been a consideration that's been made that the removal of the ability to review by the ERA would increase the number of potential judicial reviews that we will see?
Mr. Chair. Look, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to go back to the query made by Camilla Balich about whether I'd considered making other ministers responsible for the pay equity claims. The only changes being made to the Public Service Act in this bill are consequential. I have not considered any substantive change to that system, and I still remain the minister responsible for the Equal Pay Act. In response to the query as to the statements I've made in Select Committee about my responsibilities, it's true that I'm not responsible for the individual claims that people can take, and so my comments through Select Committee are still true. I've always suggested, however, I'm responsible for the legislation, but not the claims that people can make.
Ingrid Leary.
So she answers the question from before the speaker.
So she's not even sitting down there and combinating the best answers to retrospectively.
But if she was so across this legislation, she should surely have all the answers. It's what we expect when we see a general debate. You know, they're supposed to have the answers there in front of them. And
I mean, this is something Aunt Holly mentioned that was quite a positive thing about Parliament, was the Committee of the House section, is the fact that it can sit down there and it basically opened up a lot more transparency within the House, because it basically shows when a minister's not competent and don't know their bill versus one that knows it off the back of their hand.
I mean, how many months has she been? Yeah, I mean, how many months has she been cooking this up? I don't know the bill inside and out.
Yeah,
I might have better answers in here. Shit, I don't know, but it's like,
so shall we sit there and do this? We'll see how Brooke answers the question, and then we'll get Laura to answer the question and see if it's a more conclusive answer.
Yeah. Let's give it a crack.
Okay, Ingrid, you're going to be doing this to two people here. Get Brooke to answer it, and then we'll see if Laura can give a better answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and this is my first opportunity to ask a question on Part 2 of the bill. It relates specifically to Section 6, where it talks about, after subsection 1611QDV, inserting particulars of phases that the authority is able to rule on. And I understand there have been questions on this, but my questions are different because they relate specifically to the scope. And so this is about the scope of the authority's powers, particularly in the word, in relation to the word particulars of those phases. So my questions are really, does that relate to how payments are made and the timing of the payments? What about confidentiality, and what about any impacts or legal status of non-disclosure agreements that are signed, what kind of relationships would those NDAs have if they were already in existence with the authority's scope as it relates to the particulars of the phases. And I'm thinking here about what kind of rights are available, because currently most of the rights are limited to de novo rights, but is this something different? I'm thinking about what happens if something goes wrong and what kind of appeal rights would be available. So would this relate to another form of tribunal or court? Will it rely on precedents of the casework that has already happened under the authority's scope in the existing legislation, or does this have a new level of scope and therefore no precedent to inform it? So quite technical questions, but really important given that we're in new territory here and we want to understand the scope of the authority in this subsection.
Mr Chair. Mr Chair, in response to the member Lawrence Sunan, who asked about clause 51 and if we can't have reviews, what are the alternatives and will it increase judicial review action? The question is not actually about the change in part 2, it's about the removal of the ability to include review clauses in settlements, which is part of part 1, which we did debate at length. And as I've covered many times, settlements will be able to be re-raised after 10 years.
Rachel.
Okay, Laura, how would you like to answer that?
So in response to section 6, subsection too many letters and numbers, we don't have enough judges to go over cases. So women are just screwed. Sorry, ladies, you got fucked over for some helicopters. Happy Mother's Day.
Oh.
Hashtag I'm not a lawyer.
Or a minister.
It's like one of those TV shows. Just so you know, these are not legal offerings. I'm just telling you what I know, but I'm not a lawyer.
Not a lawyer. I mean, this bill is so cool, it didn't even require a regulatory impact statement. or a select committee. Oh yeah, we only voted to get in one extra judge. So yeah, ladies, the backlog, I don't know, find a way to deal with it.
You are right.
I don't know, just battle each other. Have a battle royale or something. I don't know, fight for the judge.
Yeah.
But I saw the post that Sam Uffendale put up the other day. I think it was the first day of debate. And according to him, women would be too busy dealing with womanly problems like menopause. So they can't focus on things like, equitable pay outcomes and menopause at the same time.
I don't know. Menopause tends to make women pretty angry. So maybe he doesn't want to go down that route.
He might have already had an angry woman outside his electric office on Friday.
Yeah.
Well, he is from Todine. The chances are there were a lot of angry menopausal women there.
Okay, here's Block building the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A very short question going back to an earlier contribution I made about subclause 7 of clause 52, so on page 29, is the repeal of section 161 GD 7 and 8, Roman numeral 7 and 8. And number 8 is about Roman 8, is about the start date, but is that repealed, that section repealed because it relates to the reviews as well? And I'm asking this because, of course, that section links back to other pieces of the Act, and it all gets, I think the Acting Prime Minister made reference to the tentacles of an octopus today, and it does take some time to work out how all these bits and pieces are linked to each other. That's my first question. My second question is the Minister, in response to my earlier contribution, talked about the term robust and a robust legislative process and challenged me that did we not think we were making enough of a contribution to be robust? And we never can, in opposition, when we do not have the ability to access advisors, we can never be as robust as we can be in a select committee process, where we can hear submissions and ask questions of advisors. So my question there is, does she accept that a process whereby the opposition have no access to advisors can never be as robust as one where we can?
Helen White.
Thank you. My question is a genuine confusion, and I apologise if it turns out that I just simply don't understand. But again, I take the point that my friends made, that this is extremely difficult in this particular context. We just simply don't have time to make sure that we've got the detail right. If you have a look at, if the Minister has a look at page 29 and it's subparagraph 7 of part 2 of 50, so it's 52.7, it says repeal section 161.1 QD Roman numeral V, Roman numeral 7 and 8. And what I understand that is about the jurisdiction of the Employment Relations Authority. But it says it's going to repeal it. So it looks like the jurisdiction of the Employment Relations Authority will no longer be exclusive on these matters. Can I confirm that I am right in which case, is there another body that this will be able to go through? Or have I just simply got that wrong? I'd just like to understand why we're repealing that and what the impact of that repeal is. It really does relate to the what's going on here, and so it sort of marries in with where do things go from here? Is this an exclusive right? I can see your advisors looking into that. Thank you. I just might spend the remainder of my time just asking about a section at 54. And again, it comes back to this issue about the use of the word merit in that context. I did ask about merit in a previous answer, and I made sure that the Minister was aware it was also in this paragraph, but I was actually talking about a paragraph above, 52.2, where the use of the term merit, and I asked the Minister to consider using a more neutral term. So talking about the matter as having merit or not leads people into a situation where they think it has no merit. And to remind the Minister, I talked about situations where maybe there's 68% that are women, so they don't get to the threshold. And when we say in plain language that case has no merit, it's not actually correct, is it? Because it has lots of merit. So is there a way that we could reword this clause along with the other one? And what's wrong with doing that? If we reword it in a way which says has not met the thresholds in section whatever, we would actually move away from the idea of merit. Now, I understand that the term merit is used in the first part, but do you think we could, in this situation, use something that's more neutral so we were not telling women all over the country who had been disadvantaged and discriminated against that they had no merit in their case? So particularly with regard to this section, I'd like an answer on that, because we're talking here about the Public Service Act, but I haven't actually had an answer to the first question either that's related. Thank you.
Honourable Judy Anderson.
Thank you very much, Mr Chair. My question is in part 2 in relation to 51. Section 33 amended, which provides duty of good faith requires parties to conclude collective agreements unless genuine reason not to. And I just have a couple of questions in relation to that particular point. I think it's important to understand first of all, I'd like to know what consultation has taken place in that space, but specifically in terms of what analysis that the government got hold of, or what even the workplaces or the employers who were consulted in the development of some of the changes here in 51, but also in part of that part 2. And I think it would be really useful, because I've had emails on this. There are a lot of women in workplaces who are contacting us now to understand implications to them, and I think this represents the difficulty with not having a select committee, which is not having a select committee process, is that now we are trying to funnel in a whole range of people's views. And so what employer groups, if any, were consulted prior to taking this decision? And what are the sectors most likely to be impacted by this section, and what is the work that's gone on in that space? I think it's really important to understand that if you're talking about good faith in between employees and employers, then undertaking these changes significantly undermines that good faith between employee and employer. And it is really important to understand if the Minister did undertake any consultation. We've already been asked if the Ministry of Women's been involved. I understand they haven't, but what other consultation has taken place in that space? I do know that this question has been asked in relation, but it is incredibly important, and I don't think we have had an answer. So I'm going to ask that again, but I would like to understand what advice did the Minister receive specifically in relation to those existing free trade agreements, particularly with the EU and the UK, because we know there's specific implications in there in terms of our stance on pay equity, and I did want to understand whether that had been covered off or not. And the final question that I have had, I would like to hear from the Minister, is that while we have discussed in terms of good faith and the impact upon women's wages, there is analysis, and often we don't have a RIS, so I'm asking what happens in terms of the existing child poverty reduction targets, and has there been any analysis done by either the Treasury or the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet that would give further insights into the impact on the existing child poverty reduction targets? Now, these sorts of frameworks, this sort of analysis is always done as a part of the regulatory impact statement. It is absolutely shocking that we have a bill from the ACT Party who set up a Ministry of Regulation, who's put forward such a fundamental bill that changes the whole framework of pay equity for women, and there is zero analysis in terms of regulatory impact for New Zealanders. So I think it's completely justified that we ask these questions about what consultation was undertaken with other employers, what advice was received in terms of the impacts on their trade agreements, particularly with the EU and UK, and also what is the impact on those child poverty reduction targets that are monitored, even though they have been changed under this government, they still exist, and those sort of fundamental parts of analysis should
have been provided as part of the regulatory impact statement. So I would ask the Minister to be able to fill in some of the gaps that she has left wide open as a result of not having that important analysis in terms of what the impacts will be on New Zealand women as a result of this legislation.
Mr. Chair. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take a shorter contribution to get through a few of these questions. Firstly, to the question from Ingrid Leary about clause 161(1)QD5. What are the authority's powers in relation to the confidentiality and legal status of non-disclosure agreements and appeal rights? This clause is a consequential amendment. Part 1 sets out the requirement in relation to the pay equity system, and the Employment Relations Act sets out the authority's powers generally, and those are unchanged. Rachel Brooking and Helen White both had a similar question around the repeal of section 161(1)QD7 and 8 related to rights and to review rights, my apologies, and this reflects the change made in Part 1 that related to the ability of the authority to include back pay in determinations. As the authority's ability to make back pay has been removed in Part 1, the reference to that has been removed in the Employment Relations Act also. The authority's exclusive jurisdiction in relation to Equal Pay Act disputes remain. Helen White also then had a question, would I consider the use of a more neutral term than merit? No, I can say I won't be doing that. Merit is defined already in Part 1, which we've already voted on, and this change reflects that in Part 2 for consistency. Ginny Anderson has made queries about clause 51, what consultation and place of relation to good faith. Clause 51 is once again a consequential amendment from Part 1, and I consider I've covered questions about the consultation in that part, and I've answered questions about the international obligations in relation to the bill in that part as well.
I'll just note.
So, Brooke, where in Part 1 did you refer to it? Can you point to it? Because I must be a dumbass. I didn't see it. Maybe Labour and Greens and Te Pāti Māori are all dumbasses too, because I didn't see it either. But I quickly had a Google. So merit, referring to judgment, decision or ruling of a court or institution based on the facts presented in evidence and the law applied to that evidence. But here's a question I have for Act. Why the double standards? You know, you haven't even presented a regulatory impact statement. You don't even do that for half of your damn bills that you're proposing. You know, it's funny when you've got Brooke Van Velden standing up saying that, hey, women need to present more evidence than me. It's a bit weird, isn't it? They didn't even consult anybody. I mean, I looked through the bill. Who did you consult? Who did you consult? I can't find anyone. I mean, what industries? What departments? Ministry for Women.
Rejected.
Yeah, Ministry for Women. Where? I checked. MBIE. Where? I'm looking everywhere. I'm looking under my hat. I'm looking around my room. I don't see anything. You know, what advice was given to the current administration? Well, you know, I mean, I again, in my notes, I'm reading it off now. It appears that no advice was provided by the Ministry for Women on this bill. The last report was provided for public viewing on the 28th of February. So they haven't even been keeping that shit up.
Yeah. Anything to add, Paul?
I don't think there's anything I could add. I love the righteous anger, and it's incredibly well placed. And as far as I'm concerned, this whole thing is a fucking clown show. And it really shows when you see the question, like that sheer number of really basic, what the fuck is going on questions shows you that this was not well thought out at all. And then Ginny had a point as well when she raised up the fact that, you know, you haven't spoken to any of the ministries, and yet, you know, this is the whole government of regulation and government of making sure everything's done the best way possible, getting rid of red tape, and then rushing things through like this. It's just, yeah, there's so many warning bells that should be going off for people, that are going off for people over this.
The standard of evidence is so low for them, and yet they demand the world from women
Well, I
who
mean,
go,
yeah, their standard of evidence when it comes to the Prime Minister is, I believe in these things.
Vibes.
Yeah,
the Ministry of Vibes.
Yeah, the Ministry of Vibes. That's what it's turning into.
Yeah. Okay, let's see Francisco Hernandez.
At the moment that this is a relatively short section, and I've been crossing out questions and as they're being asked, and I've got lots of marks on my page, so I'll be looking for new material from here on. From Francisco Hernandez.
Mr. Chair, I'm looking for a short contribution. Thank you for allowing me to take a short contribution here. I want to ask in particular in Part 2 in the schedule relating to provisions relating to Equal Pay Amendment 2025, and my question is around in page 32 under the subclause 9 claims relating to employees.
No, we've already
we
debated the schedule as part of Part 1.
Is this not part of Part 2, the schedule?
No, the schedule is Part 1. Ingrid Leary.
Chair, I'm so grateful to be able to take a call on this question, which is quite a small and technical and detailed question. It has not been asked, but in my view is quite critical actually, because this is around certainty for those who are going into this kind of process, and it's looking at the change of words in section 82.3a, where it's replacing the words, and I quote, forming a view on whether the claim is arguable, with forming views on whether the claim meets all the requirements, etc. Now, I know it's a small distinction, but forming a view in legal terms is quite different than forming views followed by an and then having a subsequent hurdle to get through, which is whether the claim has merit. So my question to the Minister is, why was the change in language from forming a view to forming views, and what views would need to be formed or would be tolerated? Could there be different views in meeting that part of the sentence, and then going on to whether the claim has merit? Or does it have to equate to forming a single view with a single mind? And if that is the case, why were the words not why didn't they stay the same? And I'm wondering actually if the answer from the Minister is going to be that they have the same effect. Is this an example of maybe sloppy drafting because it's being done in a hurry? If it is being done deliberately, which I would hope is the case because they are quite different, I think, in effect, then I would like to ask some further questions so we can really tease out the difference between what this provision will do now compared to what it will do when this bill is passed compared to what it is now. Mr. Chair, I'll take that last contribution first. I've already answered that query, but it was made by one of your colleagues just before. It's based on multiple views of the employer, but you can find that reference because your colleague already asked that one. Ginny Anderson, what happens in terms of existing poverty reduction targets and the analysis done? The changes made by this bill are intended to improve the pay equity system, but I note that the question relates to the policy that was debated in part 1.
Okay, so commentary.
Right, commentary. Yes, the word arguable makes much more sense in a bill like this than merit, because merit refers to evidence and facts that have been presented. Arguable refers to, hey, here's something that can be argued or asserted for. So it's like, okay, you're making the claim first, but can the claim be argued? Yes, let's argue the claim. The merit comes afterwards. It's like, okay, let's test how strong your evidence is. So why would you switch those two words? It's probably because she wants to make it as hard as possible or impossible for women to lodge a claim.
Yeah.
And
it's not $17 billion to save.
Yeah. I mean, hey, yeah, just change a cheeky little word. But this isn't only going to impact women too. This is also going to impact other demographics too that in the workforce. Like you got Pacifica men and women, Māori men and women who are on average paid less than Pākehā men. So, you know, this is basically just a big FU to anyone that's not a white, straight, pale male.
Yeah. Okay, let's get to the next section, and I'm going to see how quick I can get to the front door and back.
Ryan Hamilton. Rachel Brooking.
Two quick questions for the Minister, and I acknowledge the answer just then about that the Minister's answered and given the same answer about the views, the yes, and the employers, but it would be good if she could expand on that answer and how it, yes, and as my colleague is saying, how it relates to the rest of the sentence and why the employers is different in 54 with the views to back up the page in 52. 1IA when it's all about all requirements. That would be useful for the Hansard. Then I also want to ask a different question, and that is, I take the Minister's point that everything that we've discussed so far has been consequential, and I've been trying not to raise policy issues because of that. But I do need to ask, in terms of the review clauses that have been discussed, and the retrospective nature of this, if she agrees with the statement around the rule of law, that law should be clear and accessible, the law should not adversely affect rights and liabilities or impose obligations retrospectively. Does she agree with that statement?
Mr. Chair. Rima Knuckley.
I move that debate resolution now close.
Ginny Anderson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have a question in relation to the part 2 of the bill that relates to those consequential amendments. Clause 8 provides that on the commencement, am I allowed to speak on, onto that? No, we're not onto that, sorry. Sorry, in terms of the consequential amendment, particularly those that amends section 33 of the Employment Relations Act, and that requires parties for collective bargaining to conclude a collective agreement unless there was a genuine reason not to. So as I understand it, Mr. Chair, at present, section 33(2)(d) provides that the existence of a requirement to review a pay equity claim is not a genuine reason to complete a collective agreement. that provision, in fact, is repealed. It is redundant in this Act because it removes those review processes from pay equity claim settlements. And this is the particular issue that we are getting repeated people emailing in. And I would like the Minister to ask, has she considered having another opportunity, seeing its impacts on so many women and the outcry that we are seeing right across email, social media and other channels we receive, that people are asking to have a say, particularly on areas that take away that ability to review a pay equity claim settlement. And so I would like the Minister to take into consideration if there is any possibility at all for her to have an open window for women in New Zealand to be able to have their voices heard on an issue that directly impacts women that are underpaid already in New Zealand. If she could respond to that, I would be very grateful.
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, I've reflected on Rachel Dickens' query and wish to expand on view versus views, which I've done twice in the chamber today. Clause 54 talks about views. It is views because it is both a view on if the claim meets all of the requirements in section 13E, so that's the first, and if the claim has merit, which is the second. And when the bill says a view, it is because only one thing is being considered.
Okay, did I manage to pull that off very well?
Pretty close.
It's all right. The person who was doing the delivery ended up going down 64's driveway by mistake.
Well, there's not much in terms of commentary I can really add on to that, but you know, this bill is stopping claims, and yet she doesn't want to do a select committee. Like, come on, like what the fuck?
Okay, Ginny Anderson. Let's get back to Ginny.
Mr Chair, I have a question in relation to part 2 of the bill that relates to those consequential amendments. Clause 8 provides that on the commencement... Am I allowed to speak on, onto that? No, we're not to that, sorry. In terms of the consequential amendment, particularly those that amend section 33 of the Employment Relations Act, and that requires parties for collective bargaining to conclude a collective agreement unless there was a genuine reason not to.
As I
understand it,
Mr
Chair, at present, section 33(2)(d) provides that the existence of a requirement to review...
We're watching it again.
...is not a genuine reason to complete a collective agreement. That provision, in fact, is repealed. It is redundant in this Act because it removes those...
And we can't hear you now, Sam.
You put yourself on mute, man.
Do we go to the voting parts now, then?
Yeah, let's go to voting.
Yeah.
55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Marama Davidson's tabled amendment to the schedule to accept the pay equity claim for residential schools workers be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it.
Ayes have it.
Party vote, please.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National. 49 opposed. New Zealand Labour. 34 votes in favour. Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā pōti tautoko.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Party Māori.
Ono ngā pōti tautoko.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Marama Davidson's tabled amendment to the schedule to accept the pay equity claim for local government library workers be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National. 49 opposed. New Zealand Labour. 34 votes in favour. Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā pōti tautoko.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Party Māori.
E ono ngā pōti tautoko.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Marama Davidson's tabled amendment to the schedule to accept the pay equity claim for public service admin clerical be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no.
They do this
Noes have it.
33 times.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National. 49 opposed. New Zealand Labour. 34 votes in favour. Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā pōti tautoko.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Party Māori.
Ono ngā pōti tautoko.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Kamala Bellich's tabled amendment to the schedule to accept the pay equity claim for workers in residential schools is out of order as being the same in substance as a previous amendment. The question is that Honourable Jan Tinetti's tabled amendment to the schedule to accept to accept the pay equity claim for early learning teachers be agreed to? All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
No.
The noes have it. Party vote. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National. 49 opposed. New Zealand Labour.
Brooke is looking really
34
like
votes in favour.
got the cream when she sees the
Green Party
votes.
of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti tautoko.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Party Māori.
Ono ngā poti tautoko.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Shannon Halbert's tabled amendment to the schedule to accept the pay equity claim for tertiary education administration and clerical worker be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
No.
The noes have it. Party vote. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National. 49 opposed. New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti tautoko.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Party Māori.
Ono ngā poti tautoko.
There's going to be hell on their knees as well.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Rachel Boyack's tabled amendment to the schedule to accept the pay equity claim for service managers in the Ministry of Education be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party. Did I hear party vote? Party vote. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National. 49 opposed. New Zealand Labour. 34 votes in favour. Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti tautoko.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Party Māori.
Ono ngā poti tautoko.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Kamala Bellich's tabled amendment to the schedule to accept the pay equity claim for teacher, PS and ECEA is funded sector be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote. It's called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National. 49 opposed. New Zealand Labour. 34 votes in favour. Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti tautoko.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Party Māori.
Do they
Ono ngā
actually
poti
go through
tautoko.
all 33 active claims in this part?
I'm not sure.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Tracy McClellan's tabled amendment to the schedule to accept the pay equity claim for education advisors learning support be agreed
Possibly,
to. All those in
yeah.
favour say aye.
It's
To
a
the contrary,
long
no.
time to sit down
Noes have
and
it.
after
Please conduct a party
screwing
vote.
the country over.
New Zealand National. 49 opposed. New Zealand Labour. 34 votes in favour. Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti tautoko.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Party Māori.
Ono ngā poti tautoko.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Tracy McClellan's tabled amendment to the schedule to accept the pay equity claim for psychologists employed by the Ministry of Education be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National. 49 opposed. New Zealand Labour. 34 votes in favour. Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti tautoko.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Party Māori.
Ono ngā poti i tautoko.
I think we could probably skip the rest of this, otherwise we're all going to fall asleep during
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68.
during it.
Commentary.
Man,
We're
they
fucked.
suck.
We're fucked. That's
But
the
look at-
commentary.
Look at how long that took to go through all those votes, like over half an hour.
Yeah, well, there's 33. Well, there were 33 active things coming through, like active claims coming through. I got a call from a mate of mine. It must have been like 7 o'clock in the morning on Friday, just going, "What the fuck? Who works in a library in Kirikiriroa?" He's sitting there going, "This is the most ridiculous fucking thing we've ever come across," and like people on campus are fuming.
Yeah.
And then at the protest at Brooke's office, it was pointed out that some of the Auckland Library staff up here they were this week coming up supposed to go into their final negotiations and part of the process, and it's just been pulled out from underneath them. You know, it's understandable that they absolutely got it, and to see them sit there, see Brooke sit there just going, "Yep, we're just going to say no to all of it." Yeah,
I mean, she could have just replaced herself with a cardboard cutout at that point.
Probably more emotive.
Yeah.
Oh, there was one point where Nicole McKee's in the chair, but I think that during voting, but I think she was nipped off to the toilet.
Oh, okay. I thought she went outside to go shoot an angry mob of women or something.
There was a lot of people there on that second day, actually, because the gallery was full. I'm pretty sure it was the second morning, the second day that they were doing it, rushing it through the third reading. And I know a few people who were in the audience, and they were sitting there going, the hardest thing was to stay quiet, because you're not allowed to talk when you're in the gallery, and they wanted to yell and scream. It was tough.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh,
but
so yeah.
I also know, having spoken to half a dozen politicians over the last sort of 48 hours, that it's kind of been a wake-up call for the opposition at the moment, which it frustrates me in that it's taken them 18 months to wake up to the fact that, you can actually rush through some things in Parliament, and National and the coalition showing they can do that. They had, Labour had the outright majority last time, and they did not play well with it, and that they didn't get stuff done that they should have. Ingrid Leary was telling me that that they realize now that they could have enshrined those claims, for example, in a different law so that they continued to go through and weren't impacted by any changes. But also they weren't expecting the changes, so they had no idea how to protect it.
I mean, yeah, it's like Labour, come on, you've got to expect the unexpected at this point. Like, as soon as the Treaty Principles Bill came up, that should have been an oh shit moment for all of you.
Yeah, and it was for the Greens. When I was talking to Chloe and Ricardo, very much they don't realise just how much that this is going to mirror the Treaty Principles Bill and the reaction that it gets, and how it enables people to get out there and go, you know what, this is fucked, and we need to change things.
Yeah,
so it's been really fascinating in that one. Carmel was telling me that they were looking at rushing through, like it's on the list of things that they want to get done when they get re-elected as quickly as possible. Reverse
so you
this.
can probably say they would literally be a repeal urgency.
Yes. Yeah. And there's a few things that they're looking at on that one. Like there's some stuff like the phone ban in schools, for example. They're sitting there going, well, maybe it's not so bad, but this is one of those top line priority bills where they just want to make sure that all of the damage is completely undone as fast as possible. You got to feel sorry for those people who are in the process and suddenly they've had that yanked away from them.
Yeah, I mean, all I got to say is that here's some advice for Labour. If you win, just revoke everything that didn't come with a regulatory impact statements bill.
Yeah.
Immediately. Get rid of that shit.
Yeah, that should be justification. Well, there wasn't one in the first place. We need to reverse it to previous status quo of the law.
Immediately.
Or this is something where Labour should actually sit and look at is not just repeal, but a replacement plan.
Yeah. That is something that they're working through as well with this kind of stuff, but they've got a replacement plan. It's taking it back to the way it was that went through that robust process.
Yeah.
Because that was a really robust process to get to where they were before.
And strengthen those checks and balances too while they're at it. Holy shit.
Exactly.
Spend 3 years doing that.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if this is the next government that does constitutional reform like the David Lowy government did. Because the David Lowy government did a lot of constitutional reform thanks to Muldoon.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. It will probably be along those lines if they've got the numbers for it. Because to do a lot of constitutional changes, you've got to have a supermajority. It's one of the reasons why we don't have Māori seats enshrined by
just in the right
majority.
When you had the chance.
Yeah, but she didn't have the chance in the last government because she would have needed 80 MPs and she had 78.
Yeah. Yeah, so like it's a tough thing to do. But these kind of really quick laws are obviously bad. But in a year, when the election campaign is in full swing, we will know by then what the impact is of those laws that were passed this week. We can then look back, and it sucks that we have to do it this way, but we can then look back and go, look, this is how they fucked things up. This is why everything is shit because of this thing that they did a year ago. And we can sort of see the downfall from there.
Yeah. Okay, well, thanks for joining us on the panel, Paul.
My pleasure. Absolute pleasure. I'm going to leave you with one final thought. Heard a fantastic line on Friday that came from the head of one of the local unions. The election campaign for 2026 started on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Good luck for the rest of your marathon stream.
Cheers.
Fingers crossed.
We're
Yeah.
going to need it.
Yeah.
Fine.
Bye.
Parliament's buzzing, it's time to get loud. Under the dome where decisions are proud. Voices clash, echo through the halls. Policies rise as the gavel falls. Bills on the table, debates in the air. Legislation crafted with care. Voices of the people, voices of the streets. Echo in chambers where the leaders meet. Tick-tock, the order paper's hot. Debate and discuss changes what we've got. Every word counts, every vote too. New Zealand Parliament, this one's for you. For you. Dynamic urban rhythm in the flow. Every law.
And welcome back to the Order Paper Podcast Equal Pay Amendment Bill Marathon. We got Soraya back and with Laura.
Hey.
Did you have fun watching the last hour?
Yep. I noticed that we've got a majority female cast today. What does that mean in terms of payment? No, just kidding.
Oh, that was the aim. It doesn't always go to plan, but yeah. I mean, the aim was me to be the only male panelist on the day, but that didn't go to plan. So, should we continue off with the Honourable Kara McAnulty?
Yeah, let's bring him on.
On this, because I'm of the view that this bill is named incorrectly. It's called the Equal Pay Amendment Bill, but actually, if you consider the arguments that have been put forward by the government ministers, this isn't an amendment bill, this is a repeal bill. Because in order to justify what is proposed in this bill, they have tried to minimise the impacts and say, no, all we're doing is going back to what was in the bill when introduced in 2017. And that is very interesting indeed. They've spent a lot of effort, Mr. Chair, in trying to say that what this bill does is simply go back to provisions then, despite the fact that it was those ministers that voted for the very changes that they are now saying needs to be removed. Now, that isn't an amendment, Mr. Chair. That is a repeal. A repeal in effect from the 2020 bill. And if this House wants to send an accurate and honest reflection to the New Zealand people as to what is in this bill, then the title should be accurate and upfront. This is more than an amendment. This removes a whole swathe of changes that were brought in 2020 and supported pretty much across the House. Now, I'm not one to read from my phone when I'm in the House, Mr. Chair, but I did see the Finance Minister doing it the other day, and so I thought, therefore, it must be okay. During the debate in 2020... Sorry, sir?
That's not illegal yet.
Oh, really? Well, pending members' bill, perhaps, sir. But in the debate in 2020, for the bill that this government is now essentially repealing, National MPs at the time were scrambling over themselves to support it. Nicola Willis, for example, said this, quote, "I'm proud to stand in this House tonight and say that National will be supporting this final reading of the Equal Pay Amendment Bill, the bill that they are now repealing. And so I would propose, sir, that having a title that says Equal Pay Amendment Bill doesn't tell the full story. If government ministers are going to, in only a matter of 5 years, stand up, fight for a spot to declare how supportive they are of the provisions, and now sneakily try to get rid of them in urgency, only 2 weeks before a budget, because their budget doesn't add up and they need the money, then they should be upfront in the title of the bill and say that this is a repeal. Not only were they so keen to support the bill, Mr Chair, they actually tried to take credit for the crafting of it. Nicola Willis said that her party had contributed to crafting this legislation and bringing it to the House, and now they're sneakily trying to get rid of it. That is a fact. It is on the Parliament Hansard, and so it should be reflected in the title of the bill that we are debating. There's another quote here which I thought was quite interesting in that very same debate. This one was from Erica Stanford, and I quote, this one's a bit longer, but it does make the point. Quote, "The dreams I have for my daughter and my grandchildren, one day, when I have them, hopefully, is that they will grow up in a country where the work that they do is equally valued and compensated equally to that of their male counterparts. This bill sets out the framework that we will achieve that outcome," end quote. These are the words from the National Party members who are now government ministers and are trying to tell the country that this change is minor. It's wrong. It is clear to be wrong. They themselves said it was a good thing, and they're only getting rid of it now because their budget doesn't add up. So my simple proposition to the House, Mr Chair, is that if the government is going to be upfront with the people of New Zealand, at least have a title that reflects not only what is in the bill, but the effect that this bill will have, and actually is transparent around the journey of this bill. It was brought in 2017. It was improved in 2020. Ministers in this government, like Nicola Willis and Erica Stanford, not only crowed to support it, but also claimed credit for it, and now these are the very same ministers who want Parliament to vote against it today. That is why I'm proposing to change the title from the Equal Pay Amendment Bill to the Equal Pay Repeal Bill, because that's what this bill does. It repeals what those ministers voted for.
The Honourable Megan Woods.
Mr Chairman, and it is it is my honour to take a call on this bill, because any moment that we can stop this bill becoming law is a win for the women of New Zealand. Because make no mistake, Mr Speaker, this is a bill that does nothing more than cut women's pay. And Mr Speaker, I want to speak in this title and commencements debate to an amendment that my colleague, the Honourable Jenny Anderson, has put up to Clause 2 of the legislation. So that's the commencement clause, and it says the Act comes into force on the day after royal assent. Now my colleague, Jenny Anderson, has proposed that in Clause 2 we replace on the day with 10 years. And there is a very clear rationale for why this should be the case, Mr Speaker. This delays the commencement of the Act so that the existing claims that were lodged under the previous legislation can be examined under the law that was there at the time they were lodged. So this is the 33 claims that are already lodged, Mr Speaker. What we have is a government that is effectively putting in place retrospective legislation. There are groups of workers and their organisations, dare I say the word unions, that have done a lot of work to get these pay equity claims lodged and in. And it is our contention, and through this amendment of Jenny Anderson, that these claims should be examined under the law as it was when they were lodged.
You wanted me to pause it?
Yeah, I don't have the powers to pause anything on my end.
No, because it's on my computer.
Yes. Were we going to provide commentary on Kieran?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Kieran, when you encounter a shitty bill like this, you really need to bring a rubbish bin into Parliament, right? Because you keep going on about how bills are rubbish. You're missing out on a great opportunity to bring in a prop to do that. You can do what Hannah did. You just put the bill in the bin.
Anything you want to add, Sarah?
Just don't set it on fire, or else you'll be accused of arson.
Do that too. Yes. I will pay extra in tax dollars for him to do that. I want.
Maybe that should be done outside Brooke Van Velden's office.
Now, Sam, are you winning the war against your spicy dinner?
No.
Sorry,
I am not.
Jesus.
I am not.
Okay. All right.
So that's all right. It's a war I'm willing to lose.
It's a war you win. Yep, you got to do it for flavour.
Okay, let's get back to Megan Woods.
Yep.
Lodged. Now, Mr Speaker, I think one of the things that is getting lost, certainly from the non-answers we've been getting from the Minister and the Chair, and certainly from government ministers, certainly the Prime Minister, Christopher Luxon, the Finance Minister, Nicola Willis, when they've answered this, is a lack of any focus on the real people that this bill is going to affect. And if we look at those lists of the 33 claims that are going to be turfed out, and then because of Clause 2 of this bill, will be examined under this new piece of legislation, rather than if my colleague's amendment went through, be examined under the legislation as it was when they went through. So we're talking about hospice nurse and healthcare assistants. We're talking about home care and support workers. We're talking about some of the workers in this country that do some of the hardest work that we call on people to do. All we are asking through this amendment, Mr. Speaker, is that these groups of workers are able to go through and have those claims examined under the legislation as it stood. Now, Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons why I think this is vitally important, because we've heard a lot of words, let's call them those, from members of the government. It's generous, you're right, Karen McAnulty, it is generous, but we've heard a lot of words about what the problem is, that there were a whole lot of claims that have been lodged and basically that they weren't fit, that wasn't what the legislation was intended to. But in the course of this debate and in question time today, we have not heard one example of what one of those claims are. We're just hearing assertions from ministers who know they are doing the wrong thing. They are doing nothing more than cutting women's pay and selling the women of New Zealand absolutely down the river, but they will not front us and tell us what the problem is. What are the egregious claims that are sitting there that mean that we have to change this legislation, not only for future claims, and speaking to the amendment to Clause 2 that my colleague Danny Anderson has here, but for those existing claims so they could be heard under the legislation as it was lodged. So I ask the Minister to tell this House, we haven't had a select committee process, we don't have the option to tease that out through the committee process, we don't have a regulatory impact statement. In fact, there is no analysis that we can see. What is the problem definition here? What are the claims that are so problematic that for 33 groups of workers that currently have claims in at the moment, the law is going to change, and because of Clause 2 of this legislation, they lodged claims believing they were going to be examined under legislation as it was at the time, but this government is going to pass what is effectively retrospective legislation, so that all changes. The Minister needs to front up. She's not fronting up on much, but Madam Chair, she needs to front up and tell us.
Camilla Bellich.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it's a law already, but can we make it that every repeal proposed, along with every new bill proposed, needs to come with a regulatory impact statement in a select committee process?
Oh, that would be so great. I mean, it's only budget stuff that skips. Like in a normal running course of a parliament, it's usually budget stuff that skips select committee.
Right, well, this is definitely not budget stuff.
No. You know, yeah. It's usually budgetary stuff that skips select committee and go under urgency. You know, this is not the normal place you normally put it.
No,
Okay.
I still am, I think unlike most of New Zealand, still at a loss of what the urgency is and what the problem with the law is. And if it was brought in just 2 days, who wrote it? Because it just seems like a lobby law.
Yeah,
exactly. It probably is. You know, what's the urgency? Well, you know, Judith Collins needs helicopters. She needs second-hand helicopters from the States. Better throw women under the bus.
Is this because she appointed somebody and they crashed into a coral reef and they've got to pay like all of that?
Oh, God knows.
Yeah.
But all I know is that, you know, Judith needs $2 billion or something for helicopters. I don't know. I'll have to look in depth into that, but it's something stupid. She's like, well, if the money needs to be found, well, she found the money. Yay.
Well, I think that New Zealand should get to crowdsource and decide where the budget should be cut.
Citizens' Assembly.
That sounds like a participatory budget system. I like participatory politics.
Yeah. Okay, let's get to our friend Camilla Bellich.
Madam Chair, it's to take a call, but the amendment that I want to make is for the title. This bill is titled the Equal Pay Amendment Act. I want to suggest a different title for this bill because I don't think it accurately reflects what this is doing. And additionally, if a bit of a history lesson on equal pay, that means I think the Minister should consider perhaps a different title. So many different things have happened in relation to the history of equal pay in this country, and many of the different acts have specific names relating to the particular type of law that they were bringing in. So we had the Government Service Equal Pay Act that was in one of the first pieces of legislation that was in 1960, and that was appropriately named because that applied to only people in government service. Then the Equal Pay Act 1972 came in. That's the primary act, and that was the act which made it illegal, if you can believe it, for men and women to not be officially paid different wages, because those with long memories and have looked into this will remember that there was actually a time where it was legislated and it was in employment agreements that there were men's and women's rates for the same job. So that bill came in. Now, through
throughout that period of time after the passage of that bill, it was obviously good that it got rid of the men and women being paid different wages. But there was also something that actually had been the work of the suffragists in New Zealand after they obtained the vote. And they had wanted to focus on equal pay, had been one of their objectives. And that continued on after the 1972 Act. And in 1990, there was a new act, and the title of this act was the Employment Equity Amendment Act, and that was brought in 1990. And that bill was sought, as I understand it, to look at pay equity, but also look at other discrimination that was faced in the workplace. And so I think that was probably appropriately titled. Unfortunately, that act, brought in 1990, the pictures of Helen Clark receiving flowers in this very house after that was passed, that was repealed by the National Government that same year. So that bill, as we had it, is no longer on our statute books. Then we had a situation where there was a pay equity unit that was established. There wasn't legislative intervention. The pay equity unit was also disestablished by a national government. And then we had a case brought by Christine Bartlett, which was really important, very significant. That was in 2014, Madam Chair. And that case in 2014 was really a landmark case. I think everyone in this House respects greatly the work that Christine Bartlett did to bring that claim. She was Kiwi Bank New Zealander of the Year, and it resulted in a law change. And it was actually, at that time, championed by a national government. And I had hoped, Madam Speaker, that that was the change that we were to see, that we were all on one page when the national government agreed to Christine Bartlett's claim. Unfortunately, after that settlement was put in place, that settlement has now expired, and Christine Bartlett and her colleagues are now, due to this act, unable to take a pay equity claim. They're on the minimum wage, most care and support workers, until 2027. So there's a long history of equal pay, really, is my point, Madam Chair. It is appropriate that things are named appropriately, and so I think that this is another step backwards for equal pay in New Zealand. It's not unusual for this to happen, as you would have seen from the history. There's 2 steps forwards, one step back. We had been making progress. New Zealand had been going forward. We had been looking to settle claims. It's a hard process. I don't think that any of our comments about the process said that it's easy. It is difficult. It's a process that takes time. But people in good faith were going through that. This bill is reducing the ability to do that. Yes, it's not getting rid of pay equity entirely. I mean, that would be a retrograde step that I put past even this government. But this Act reduces the ability for women in New Zealand, underpaid women, to claim pay equity. And so therefore, I think the title is inappropriate. It's the same title as the last act that was passed that it says to repeal, the Equal Pay Amendment Act. It should have a different title, Madam Chair. I think it should be called the Equal Pay Reduction Act, because that is what it does. It reduces the ability for women to take equal pay claims. It makes it harder. It reduces the amount of money that they're likely to receive. It makes the group of people that can take those claims smaller. It reduces women's rights.
Honourable.
Great history lesson from Camilla.
Yeah, so how many of you guys know the difference between pay equity, equal pay, and pay parity?
Well, people think they're the same thing, but they're not.
They're not. They're actually quite different. So when Camilla Ballard says equal pay, what she's talking about is same pay for doing the same work. When we're talking about pay equity, we're talking about people being paid for the same work, or for work, that requires similar levels of skills, experience, duties, and responsibility. And that brings up what a comparator is. A comparator is a person who is doing work that may be of similar value, but in a role that is mostly performed by men. So skills, demands, responsibilities are compared, along with working conditions and pay. So examples of this would be comparing a caregiver with a corrections officer, because very few women tend to work as a corrections officer. But when you can compare the two skills, right? Like Soraya was saying before, like with a caregiver, if you, and I've been in a care home before and helped out with that stuff, you are dealing with people who are confused and can get quite aggressive due to dementia, and with a corrections officer, you are dealing with mental health cases, quite often people in prison. Here's another comparison: a cleaner and a laborer, right? Like you got a guy who works on a farm, like a farmhand, right? And then you've got like a full-time cleaner. Well, it's both skill that doesn't necessarily require qualifications to do, but it requires a very similar amount of input in terms of labor. So you're moving stuff, you're picking up heavy stuff, you're dealing with chemicals, you're dealing with, the cleaner is often dealing with members of the public, the farmhand isn't, but you're both dealing with, animals, humans being a type of animal, or you're dealing with cows. So yeah, you can compare those two. Or you can compare a nurse practitioner and a GP. Those two often do similar lines of work. So yeah, that's what we're talking about.
That's actually a good comparison to actually put it on there, because nurse practitioners have been a response to doctor shortages, which is a response to it, and it's a changing time. And actually, a nurse can probably as accurately do much roles of a GP, but doesn't have to quite go to the same training level as as a GP. I'm not sure. I'll check this with Shine Muslim's wife, whether a nurse practitioner has to do like additional things like I do know in the basic rounds of doctors, you have to learn as minor surgeries and all that sort of stuff. Which obviously is something that if you have stitches and you need to be re-stitched up, I'm not sure if a nurse practitioner can actually do that job.
They can actually.
Oh, they can do stitches.
Yep, yes, they can. And that's why I'm in favour of those two being paid exactly the same, because the day-to-day skill set that they have is pretty much the same.
Yeah, and considering, and most of the times the nurse practitioners are in GP practices, is a way, one, it could be seen as saved as money, but also the other one is the fact that, there are people with qualifications who do get, have things there, that sort of stuff, and they pretty much, the basic stuff that comes into normal primary care.
But you can see how repealing this, repealing or pulling back pay equity would be very beneficial for the government, because it's like, oh, we can replace doctors with nurse practitioners. We can just get them to do all the work and we can pay them less for it.
Yeah, which I think is a very slack way of doing it, because once you hit a certain point in there, sometimes the GP has to sit there and jump in. I can say one of the injuries I had in the past that led to needing plastic surgery, I don't think a nurse practitioner would have been able to sit there and do the job, because the nurse practitioner go, oh, heck, I'm in an unknown section here. I've got to go and talk to a doctor. Because the other rule around nurse practitioners is they've got to have a supervising doctor that can step in when there are situations where the nurse practitioner needs a second opinion or basically can't do the job, but whereas a doctor could step in. And I mean, in my particular case, it was, you can get stitches to stitch it back up. Yeah, sure. And starts going through the process and he goes, we've got worse news. I can't stitch it back up. You need surgery.
Yep.
The tendon.
But another thing too that doctors tend to do a lot of is admin work.
Yeah.
So that which maybe a nurse practitioner is not quite doing the same amount as. But again, you've still got the comparison in skills.
Yeah. They can still find out, tell you if someone needs antibiotics.
And then you've got to wonder whether the admin work is actually necessary, because a lot of it is a whole pile of nonsense created by admins so that they have an employment job. Like ACC, I think when my GP left, he retired, I think he was doing like 2 hours a day on ACC and another hour and a half for mental health referrals. And that's all stuff that it shouldn't be so hard to somebody, and to have to keep writing justifications for treatments that people need.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, but that's probably, I'd say, the system has gone that way. Yeah. Okay, let's get back on topic. Otherwise, Greg O'Connor. Oh no! Barbara Courageous will tell us off for not sticking to the bill. Jan Tinetti.
Yeah, I too want to talk to the commencement part of this particular part that we are debating at the moment. I have an amendment in front of me in the name of my colleague Camilla Ballett. She's been very busy, Madam Chair, and as you can hear from her history that she has given of the pay equity journey, has an absolute knowledge that's probably second to maybe those people that fought in 1972. But apart from that, we're very honoured to have Camilla as part of our team here with the knowledge that she brings, because I think it is really important that we bring that history here. Now, Madam Chair, the reason I wanted to talk about the commencement is, like my colleague Megan Wood, it's around the fact that it's concerning that the Act comes into force on the day after Royal Assent. Yesterday, when we were out the front with this rally that was called within an hour and a half and had quite a large number of people turn up to it on very, very short notice, we were gifted the opportunity to hear from people who have been part of the pay equity claims process. And listening to them was quite enlightening about how robust the process has been, but how successful the process has been as well, because of the ownership
that members have had with that process. So it's not a once over lightly. It is a process that takes many, many years and many iterations to go through. And that gave me confidence yesterday, Madam Chair, when I listened to those people about how incredibly robust that process was, that we had something that was incredibly successful. And as a result, we have seen many claims that have been successful since the last amendments were put through in legislation. Now, what I would like to argue here, Madam Chair, is that if we're talking about here in this House today, the Act coming into force on the day after royal assent, that all of that work means absolutely nothing. So all of the work that those people talked about, and I said in my first reading speech yesterday, I mentioned a woman who stood on those steps called Tessa, who has been working as part of a librarian team with their pay equity claim for 4 years. 4 years of work that, if this goes through the House today, will mean absolutely nothing. And what that means is that once again, women are having to go back to ground zero. All the gains that they have made, they're actually going backwards because we are getting rid of something, well, not we, but the government is getting rid of something that has been working incredibly well. And I sort of heard a little bit of a heckle coming through there, Madam Chair, saying, well, maybe it shouldn't have been put in place in the first place. I suggest that those members who are calling that out go and read the history and understand what has happened since 2020 and also understand the process. Because if they're going to be short-sighted enough to call out heckles like that, it is obvious that they have no understanding of what they are talking about. Now, Madam Chair, my colleague Camilla Bellich has proposed here that in Clause 2 we would replace on the day with 5 years. Now, the reason that I want to talk to this is that I believe 5 years will see those claims get through. You know, when you hear that Tessa and her group of librarians have been working for 4 years, they're probably at the tail end of their claim process. But there are some in that 33 who are right at the beginning. So if they are right near the beginning, then that means we'd give them 5 years to get their claim all the way through. And I think that that is actually a very, very fair metric. It also means that we would not lose all of that work that has been done to this date. It means that they would still have ownership of the process. And it is incredibly important for this to be successful going forward that people have ownership in that process.
Dr. Lawrence Junan.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I have a question. See if anyone can answer it. But so if a claim takes on average 3 to 5 years to complete, and there is a 3-year stand down, does that mean that a woman who's already put forward the claim, right, they already have to wait between 6 to 10 years before putting forward a new claim? Because it's like they're going through the process, right? And then then you add on the 3-year stand down. So isn't that already fair enough?
Well, also, what happens in the situation of, say, where you've got a situation where you're about to sign off, like librarians?
Yeah. I mean, it's like if you increase that to 10 years, like, you know, for the stand down period, like what this piece of legislation is proposing, right?
Yeah.
Then you add on 5 years, or, you know, you're looking at 13 to 15 years before that same person can put forward a new claim.
Yeah, that's like trying to become a doctor. You know, we get qualified trained doctors quicker than that.
And why should they have to actually bring a claim? Surely once a claim has been won, the business or the government or whoever department it is should have to go into a monitoring period until they get their equity up to an even level. I don't understand why people would have to bring repeated claims against people that are constantly doing the same thing.
Well, hey, look,
the big penalty.
Hey, I mean, reading through the bill, Brooke said, hey, one of the purposes of this amendment is to make it more sustainable. You've just presented a more sustainable option than whatever the fuck Brooke is proposing.
Yeah, it's like, why drag it out? Like, the saying goes, justice delayed is justice denied.
Well, all the time you're putting the onus onto workers to have to prove a case, bring a case, do all this stuff, and not the onus onto the government to ensure that the laws that they have in place are actually being followed. There is no justification for the work being paid differently.
The bar for working women is higher than whatever the fuck bar Brooke Van Velden has to jump over, because she's presented next to no evidence about how this amendment is going to impact workers. There's no regulatory impact statement. She didn't receive advice from any of the other departments, like the Ministry for Women or anything like that.
Yeah,
none of that.
But we don't hear about who the lobbyists are that you heard from.
Hey, look, if Brooke wants to take a pay cut, you know, I'm more than happy to support her in taking a pay cut. But I know other women that don't want to take a pay cut.
Well, I think that we should, as part of my participatory budget, I think we should have the wages of all politicians.
Yeah, I'm behind that. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. It won't say much, but it will send a good message.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get to Dr. Lawrence Zunan.
I have a number of amendment papers on the title of this bill, and I want to
yes,
address
he
some of them
does.
because I think one of the things, Madam Chair, we've heard throughout this discussion is still a lack of clarity from the Minister regarding the kind of the rationale behind why this bill needs to be introduced into the House under urgency, other than the fact that it is a budgetary concern. But what I'm particularly flabbergasted by is the fact that we have a system in place where literally the government is going to want to do anything, including punching down on low-paid New Zealanders, other than to improve the tax system. So I want to ask the Minister if the Minister would consider my amendment paper that says that this bill is better called Equal Pay, do anything other than improve the tax system amendment bill, or Equal Pay, punch down on low-paid New Zealander amendment bill. Because what we are seeing as a result of this bill is that there is going to be more blue, yellow, and black tapes being placed for women to claim, to have that equal claim or equal pay claim. So would then the Minister consider my amendment, which is Equal Pay, more blue, yellow, and black tapes amendment bill? That's just to start. Sorry. That is just some.
Occasionally.
That is just some of the considerations.
Point of order. Sorry, Tim van der Molen, point of order.
Madam Chair, just with regards to the titles being proposed by the member, there is a long-standing convention that there must be genuine attempts to reframe the title of the bill in a reasonable manner. And the ones that have been proposed are clearly disorderly, which is actually outside standing
They've come
orders.
through the process and they've been approved. Dr. Lawrence,
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for raising that concern. And I think this, whether they are in order or not, will be determined as part of the voting process. So continuing on, but let us be clear in terms of this bill. This bill is nothing short than a war on women. And so I want to check with the Minister if the Minister would actually consider Equal Pay War on Women Amendment Bill. Because all we are hearing from the Minister, when we are giving the Minister examples of people who have been spending decades of their life trying to fight for equal pay and equal rights for themselves, all the Minister is able to tell us is that, oh, we really appreciate the work that they're doing and we really see them and we really care about them. So, you know, from my perspective, that is the equivalent of thoughts and prayers. So would the Minister consider my amendment Equal Pay, thoughts and prayers, but your salary won't get higher amendment bill? Because this is what this bill is going to be doing. But honestly, it's just simply a loss of, I'm at a loss for words in terms of what this is doing. Because over and over again, we have heard through this last day and through the debate around the fact that this particular bill will have detrimental effect on people, actually not just on women, that this bill will also have consideration and concerns for all workers. So this is on behalf of my colleague Francisco Hernandez as well. Finally, the Minister would consider Equal Pay War on Workers, period. Equal Pay War on Workers Amendment Bill.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Brooke van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I'll take the time to respond to a couple of the contributions that have just been made. Firstly, starting with Camilla Bellich. No, I won't be accepting the title change to the bill that the member has suggested. Although I do thank the member for at least getting to the heart of the matter here, that we are not actually getting rid of the Act. And so I thank the member for acknowledging this, because the other member in her party, Kieran McNulty, stood to make a contribution suggesting that we change the name of the bill to a repeal bill. But that's not true, because we are not repealing pay equity, and we are not repealing the Equal Pay Bill. And the title of this bill is quite correctly named because we are amending the Equal Pay Act, so it has been named accordingly as an amendment to that. And so that is the same answer that I have to Lawrence Zunan and his contribution on behalf of Francisco Hernandez as well. I have to admit, I enjoyed Jan Tinetti's contribution, because while she started out talking about changes to the commencement date, which we won't be making, I heard her try to rewrite history. And I think that's quite amusing, because she made a contribution suggesting that when amendments first came through this House, in order to put in place a pay equity system, that they were comprehensively tested, which is not true, because Labour's amendments came through under an SOP that was rushed under urgency without consultation. So it is quite rich of the Labour Party to stand here talking about process, when the pay equity system with substantive policy changes to pay equity came through an SOP rushed by the Labour Party through urgency.
Helen White.
I first of all want to talk about the commencement period.
It's amazing how, this was rushed under urgency, this was rushed under urgency, this was rushed under urgency. He's me who's rushing it under urgency. And no, I won't accept any of the changes made to them. And no, this is not a repeal bill, even though it looks like a repeal bill, because you can still do pay equity claims under my super high standards that no one can reach.
Yeah, something like that. Okay, so what's the difference between an amendment and a repeal? So an amendment is a minor change or addition designed to improve a text or a piece of legislation. A repeal is a revoking or an annulment. So what the fuck is this amendment?
The current negotiations is an annulment.
Yeah, I mean, look, all those claims were suspended. I would call this a repeal. So let's go with Dr. Lawrence. So Dr. Lawrence, I think we've all established that he has a PhD of honours in SAS. He's a very sassy lad.
As well as Egyptology.
As well as Egyptology. But yes, he's got that PhD in SAS. But yeah, so, okay, so why doesn't the government want to eliminate gender pay gaps in both, why do they not want to eliminate, why do they not want to eliminate gender and ethnic pay gaps? Well, because it would cost them about 17 billion. Let's have a look at my notes. Yeah, 17.6 billion per year of wages, salary payments. Why do this when you can buy helicopters, give tax cuts to landlords and corporations? Why? You need that $17.6 billion, right?
Yeah.
Or you can invest 29 million in Agri-Zero and other things like that for pump and dump patent methane things that are going to destroy our export market and introduce GMOs and all that sort of things. And then those can all be privatized, so the taxpayer gets no advantage of it either. So the whole thing is a bit of a disaster, to be honest. It sounds like, because I trained as a teacher, it sounds like I'm dealing with two kindergartners where one is saying, you did it first, no, you did it first, no, you did it first. And it's sort of like, can we just stop with that and actually have some evidence-based reason for a change? And it doesn't really matter who did it first, it matters where we go from here, because we can't rewrite history, but we've got to go forward. And there seems to be no sensible or logical reason for why this has happened.
Yeah, and Kai Matara brought up a good point. And disabled pay gaps. Yes, I don't know how much extra that's going to add on to the billions of dollars that it was going to cost to resolve this issue. But yeah, in the study that I looked at, it doesn't even include disabled people. So, there's a lot of inequity there.
But there should have been a whole heap of people that were consulted, that they could have brought reports to Parliament and said, no, these are the 5 key things that we need to change because the legislation is not working because of this, this, and this. And then it would be a reasonable debate. But at the moment, all we're getting is just, we should change the name. And, it must be frustrating for the opposition to be sitting there and trying to oppose it based on no evidence, because they don't know why it was even brought in the first place, and they've just got a single-minded thing that we're going to pass it, and we're going to pass it in 2 days and screw everybody's work for the last 5 years.
Yeah, it's like it's an unwanted surprise, an unwanted jump scare. It's like bleh, and then people are like, "Well, shit, we've got to get all our shit together so we can debate this."
But it destabilizes everybody, and so all that's going to happen is when Labor does get back in, or the left gets back in, they're going to bring in revenge policies. So they will bring in capital gains tax, and all of the people that have pushed for this will actually suffer from it, instead of saying, we're just not going to behave like this to each other and to the New Zealanders that we represent. We're not going to represent our lobbyists over the workers.
Well, you might end up having a revenge bill going through, we passed the law to rip up the contract for school lunches with Compass, and no, you're not entitled to any compensation. They could pass a bill to do that, and that would be legal, to state that it was done in improper processes or whatever they want to do. They could do that.
you could pass a bill that Compass can no longer work in New Zealand. That their license to supply food is gone.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of not against that, considering that the kids got melted plastic, but I support workers, so I don't like screwing over workers.
Yeah.
Those lunches where we are, they were supplied by local businesses. Why would you take that away from a local business, put it in a global corporation that employs people at lower wages? Why would you just keep it simple? A lot of the farmers around here were donating for the kids' lunches to make sure that they had good quality food and fresh food. And all of that's just been taken away so it can be centralised. And there was no rhyme or reason for it, apart from they donated to ACT, probably.
You know what's funny? ACT calls themselves the Libertarian Party, and yet here they are doing authoritarian things, trying to centralise and consolidate as much power as possible. Whereas the actual libertarian position, and I'm a libertarian, I put my hand up, I'm a woke libertarian, by the way, but left-wing libertarian. But the goal is about small governments, is about decentralization. So it's about, like you said, supporting small local businesses so they can feed the schools.
Yeah.
So, that's an example of libertarianism. That's ethical.
Yeah, it's closer to distributism, where you basically don't let monopolies take over and control the market, because the only intervention in the market is supposed to be not letting people take over and then be able to buy policy.
Yes. And not so Bernadette. Yes, and I apologise to the audience that I haven't been bringing up disabled people enough. I'm going to make a conscious effort to do that, because quite often you are correct. Disabled people are often left out of this conversation because we go, woman. And what's the first thing that comes to mind? An able-bodied woman. We don't think about disabled women that are out there in their wheelchairs going, yeah, I can work, but I'm getting paid like shit. So, yes, I'm going to do a more conscious effort to bring up disabled people.
And we don't do a lot on, and I don't even know if this bill can address it, but there's also the class issue where, you've got people born into privilege, and so they are able to get into jobs, versus people that have come from really poor backgrounds and they've put themselves into a position, and you're disadvantaging them because they just don't have the backup or the family support, being the first. So many people you hear on, even on your show, they're the first generation that went to college or university and things like that. And they haven't come from wealth, and they've pulled themselves up by their bootstraps, and they're still getting kicked.
That's my mother in a nutshell that you just described. She got a degree, still getting kicked.
Yeah. Okay, let's get to Helen White.
Period. And there is a proposed amendment to the paper which talks about a 10-year period. And I want to argue in favour of that period, because what the Minister has done is all the benefit of a 10-year period goes straight to the boss in the law as it is. At the present time, the proposal on the table is that the people will suffer who are the people who have been injured. So the amount of time that will elapse before someone can take a case, again, if there is discrimination, is going to be 10 years. And during that period, no back pay claim can be made. So they also pay the price for that full 10 years. So is it fair that the law comes into place now and it isn't a 10-year period, if we're going to be fair about things? Shouldn't we have a 10-year hiatus where we get through these claims and they apply and we do things for 10 years? And wouldn't it be better to commence this law after 10 years, given that the Minister's willing to give that full freedom of 10 years to the boss and actually allow them all the benefit of discriminating for that period and just deprive women in New Zealand of what they should be being paid? Because effectively, what the Minister's proposals do and what the change in law is one that says it's okay to discriminate for a full 10 years and we will take the profit. We, as the employers, will take the profit off the workers. We will discriminate, too bad, that's what we're going to do. And I wondered whether the Minister might consider actually renaming this bill something that is perhaps reflective of what it means to women in New Zealand today. Something like the Mother's Day gift might be an appropriate thing. Mother's Day is this Sunday. My mother was, and I talked about this earlier in the situation, she was one of the women who started to work in the 1960s under the law that she got paid a quarter of a male wage. And it's her kinds of professions. She was a school teacher, but it happened in other professions as well. It's those professions that suffered because so many women were employed on much lower wages than their male comrades. Their male comrades paid 4 times more because they were assumed to have whole families. And so what happened when that happened to them was that though they dragged behind for years and years and years. So they did not save the kind of money that their male colleagues saved. They did not leave violent relationships because they could not afford to. Their children also suffered. That is what happened, and that is the history that meant we have deeply unequal amounts of pay in this country. It had nothing to do with the value of their work. And it definitely had nothing to do with the term merit, which has been used here in a way that I hope you understand by my contributions today is deeply offensive to me. To suggest that somebody who's in a profession that's 68% female and has been discriminated against, and historically all those factors mean they're being paid less, is not a meritorious claimant. That's deeply offensive to me. And it's deeply offensive to people like my mother, who actually fought to work for equal pay in this country and deserve better. Absolutely deserve better. I also wanted to suggest that maybe another change that we could look to is a title that reflected the complete walkaway that the ACT Party has done from the capacity of people to make a contractual bargain. Because all these settlements were actually contracts. All these settlements were contracts. And people made them, blood, sweat and tears made those contracts, those agreements, and they came up with a deal. They negotiated and they came up with a deal. And what the ACT Party does today, and this coalition government, so National cannot walk away from responsibility for this, what they do today is they squash that contractual freedom, all the work that went in, all the bargains struck, tough. What we are actually going to do, Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
Honourable Brooke van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I couldn't listen to a second longer of that contribution, I'm sorry. Without especially hearing the member note offence so often in that contribution. And I wanted to make it known that I personally find it offensive that we have a member who is conflating the issue of being a woman with being a mother. There are women who cannot become mothers. And there are women who have struggled to be mothers. And when we have this bill talking about discrimination between men and women, we should not be trying to rename it to a Mother's Day bill, because there are so many working women in this country who are struggling to become mothers. And I personally find that hurtful.
I wonder, has Brooke just between the lines open up something she's personally gone through? She might not be able to become a mother.
I mean, I don't care if a woman can become a mother or not. I don't have children of my own. But here's the thing, nor can I really have them either, nor do I want them. But here's the thing, that is not an excuse to go after women's paychecks. It's really that simple. It's like, hey, look, childless cat lady over here, literally, listen, okay? I'm not going after other women's paychecks. I'm not going after working mothers' paychecks either. I'm not going to make it harder for them to put forward a claim like what Brooke is doing. What a pitiful excuse. What a shitty thing to do.
No, those sorts of comments really bother me, because it's like you're trying to hide behind women who have issues with infertility and conflate it with the general principles of what somebody's saying. It's become, the right wing often accuses the left of being woke and playing victim, but they're only too happy to do it themselves.
I am very woke, by the way. But I'm not a victim. But I am woke.
But you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I'm a contrarian, so it depends which room I'm sitting in to what I am. But I find that, that's just sort of, it's a very low thing to do. She's talking about personal experience, and she's talking about women's experience in this country. And we sort of often extol the virtues of New Zealand. We're the first to give women the vote, and how wonderful we are, and how we're a fair and equitable society and all that sort of thing. But that long went out the window in the with Muldoon, and we haven't recovered it.
It's like, oh, you can't hide behind motherhood. That's not, no, using that as a shield so you can stab other women in the back. No. What the fuck?
Well, no, they don't, like, as the comment said, they hide behind it. Like, we couldn't have another kid, and we struggled with it. I don't want that used against as an excuse that women shouldn't get fair pay, or that, bringing fertility issues into a discussion about whether you should be paid for equal work. That's really, really low.
Yeah.
It is. It's scraping the bottom of the barrel. I found it. I honestly just literally cringed when I heard that live, and I was like, for fuck's sake. It's because she doesn't have a response. She doesn't want to give a response. She knows she screwed over a bunch of mothers, but she's like, I don't want to be bullied for it, so I'm going to hide behind the fact that I can't be a mum. Like, come on.
Well, she didn't even own that. She just made a vague statement to put out in the ear, and if anybody says anything, then they're personally attacking her, and she can play the victim. And it's really unpleasant. And yeah. Hey, can I ask you, has anything come in with this bill about AI? Because I've heard a lot of AI.
Good question.
And AI being used to strategically fire people, but then you can hide behind the hidden algorithm. So you get diagnosed with cancer, all of a sudden you lose your job, but it wasn't the employer's choice. It was the AI program that was able to find the algorithm. And I just because so much of this stuff is redacted, I was trying to think what could be part of the redaction.
Yeah.
That's why regulatory impact statement was going to be very helpful and very, informative. And she basically denied everyone the right to look at the evidence.
Yeah. And I bet it's probably the reason why there isn't one is because the one that they could have got probably wouldn't have given them the answer they wanted to portray. Yeah.
It's an obvious thing that it's just the budget, and it's like, is it just the budget or is it just something else?
There'll be a whole fucking nest of things that need to be untangled. But yeah, I think the budget's just the front.
So I guess it's months of OIA requests and things.
Or potentially chief ombudsman. Yeah.
How's your mukbang going, Sam?
It's getting there.
It's getting there. I hope everyone's enjoying the mukbang.
Okay, let's get to this random voting section.
Sue's read me.
Madam Chair.
The question is that
Madam Chair.
The question is that debate on this question now closed. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk, conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55, the question is agreed. Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to Clause 1 to change the title to Unequal Pay Entrenchment Bill is out of order as being merely an attempt to criticise the bill. Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to Clause 1 to change the title to Equal Pay War on Workers Amendment Bill is out of order as being merely an attempt to criticise the bill. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to Clause 1 to change the title to Equal Pay Regulatory Framework Amendment Bill be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes against.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes in favour.
Long day.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to Clause 1 to change the title to Equal Pay, More Blue, Yellow and Black Tapes Amendment Bill is out of order as merely an attempt to criticise the bill. Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to Clause 1 to change the title to Equal Pay, Do Anything Other Than Improve the Tax System Amendment Bill is out of order as being merely an attempt to criticise the bill. Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to Clause 1 to change the title to Equal Pay, Punch Down on Low Paid New Zealanders Amendment Bill is out of order as being merely an attempt to criticise the bill. Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to Clause 1 to change the title to Equal Pay, War on Women Amendment Bill is out of order as merely an attempt to criticise the bill. Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to Clause 1 to change the title to Equal Pay, Thoughts and Prayers But Your Salary Won't Get Higher Amendment Bill is out of order as merely an attempt to criticise the bill. The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes against.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed. The question is that Rachel Boyack's tabled amendment to Clause 2 to replace on the day with 1 year be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
E te kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The motion is not agreed. The question is that Camilla Bellich's tabled amendment to Clause 2 to replace on the day with 5 years be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Ginny Anderson's tabled amendment to Clause 2 to replace on the day with 10 years be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
E te kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Jan Tinetti's tabled amendment to Clause 2 to replace on the day with 2 years be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
E te kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishnan's tabled amendment to Clause 2 to replace on the day with 20 years be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
E te kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Deborah Russell's tabled amendment to Clause 2 to replace on the day with 6 months be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
E te kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Rachel Brooking's tabled amendment to Clause 2 to replace on the day with 3 months be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
E te kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Clause 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. Question is agreed. The question is that Clause 3 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. I will report this bill without amendment.
So they didn't allow any amendments through at all?
No,
No.
none. And
And
if
it's
you're a-
just one round of them.
yeah, just a little PSA before I head off for this upcoming hour. If you're a woman, don't vote ACT, please. Don't vote for anyone in the current coalition. They don't care about you. They don't care about your disabled mates. They don't care about your Māori mates. They don't care about your Pacifica mates or your Asian mates or anyone else that's getting underpaid. They don't care. They only care about a very small demographic of people, which is themselves. Okay? They don't care about you. They care about themselves.
I'm 50-50 on New Zealand First because they're always a wild card.
And I think it's also who they actually have in there. Mark Patterson is a wild card inside New Zealand First in the current government.
Well, they care about what gets them the vote. Do they care about you? I haven't seen any evidence.
I used to like Rodney Hyde in ACT because he was always a lot of stuff I didn't agree with him on, but he was always about civil liberties and always, but I don't like Seymour at all. I'm quite uncomfortable.
The act of Rodney Hyde is no longer there.
No, I'm an ex-ACT supporter.
Yeah.
Walked away over shit like this. You can't do this. This is not libertarian. This is authoritarian.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll make a move. Thank you for joining us, Sarai, for another hour. Laura, have fun eating.
I will.
And I'll still have fun trying to keep everything all going. Thank you, Brooke Van Velden, for keeping me in the chair for 7 hours.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was that bad, Brooke. Try again.
Yeah.
Nice Mother's Day present. Thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Wonderful.
I just need to make sure we state Mother's Day present.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unwanted.
Yeah.
No one wants this.
Oh, we'll get up and Nick will join us after the break.
On Wednesday, 12th March, after 2 hours of debate, the New Zealand Parliament votes 63 to 60 to make it a criminal offense to steal wages from your staff, just like a staff member stealing from the till. But without it road, those that didn't want it claimed the sky would fall in. Katie said it would clog the courts. Carl said it would become a bureaucratic nightmare. Laura said we already have the appropriate measures in place. Vanessa claimed it would be hard to determine men's re. Vanessa also bring up it's gonna be harder shifting from probable cause to beyond a reasonable doubt. Dan doesn't think it's needed because it will not make our community safer. Grant doesn't want it because he doesn't want to have a police officer knocking on his door because Mrs. McCullum forgot to hit pay now when doing the wages. Katie doesn't want thieving employees to suffer reputation damage, stopping them from exploiting employees in the future, but stealing from your staff members' pay
And welcome, Nick. How are you this evening on Mother's Day?
Yeah, I'm pretty good, thanks, Sam.
Thank you for jumping in. And I was expecting there would have been a lot of people who would love to have the opportunity to rage at the bill, but it's not been as many as could have been.
Well, it just falls down to those that are just particularly passionate about it. But I mean, looking at what we just saw there, this was just the most astonishing week, and I mean, I can't get over what's happened this week around the pay equity changes, and it's honestly, it just makes you bloody angry, to be honest, Sam. I mean, plain language and polite language just escapes us around this one. To be honest, it's just unbelievable.
I've never seen so much. I've never seen a bill really, rushed literally through at the speed of whatever you can call it at. It really amazes me.
Yeah, I mean, we tend to use urgency for a whole bunch of different things, but to use urgency to rip away the rights and the pay for, some of our most vulnerable members of the community, low paid, predominantly, all female workers working, hard, and it's just appalling and shocking, and it's bloody outrageous, to be fair. And I think we will see what happens at the ballot box. Whenever that happens, I think we will see a significant portion of our population saying that they're not happy with us, and they will come forward and they will say, no, not happy, and they will vote the way that they feel when it comes time for us to have an election. And I think the government have made the wrong choice around this one, and they will feel the full whirlwind of that when we have an election.
Yeah. Well, we've got another panelist joining us. Same location, different person. I gather it's on the same computer, though.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, fine.
Cool.
Yeah, just for those who are wondering, yes, was it Soraya's other half, Michael?
Yeah,
It's going to be very weird, this panel, which is fully full of men talking about pay equity regarding women.
Well, I think it has got to come around though. Like, if we're not going to stick up for it, it's if we get a majority government that's all women, next thing they'll bring us down to their level, won't they?
Well, you never know. I mean, this is something that scares a lot of Republicans, considering they do vote this down, but mandatory vasectomies?
Yeah, well, it could be coming. I mean, I don't know. This government, this coalition, it's sort of like, so you've got more than half the voters are women, right? So what's a really good idea? Go piss them off. I mean, and then we've got every part of the country sort of like, we were sort of over so many things, and they've just dragged them all back up. I mean, it was fair enough they were dragging them up to try and get a minority to vote for them, on the right when they wanted to get in. But this is sort of like, we'll just piss everybody off so that we can not get voted back in. Do they really hate being in government that badly?
Or they might be trying the Peter Dutton approach, and they probably haven't quite got to the point of realising, oh shit. And I'd say this week will be a very interesting week in Parliament, because they started this shit last week.
Yeah.
But they, like Peter Dutton losing the seat of Dixon, his own electorate, while also Pierre Poilievre losing his seat of Callington in Canada, and both trying to be like Trump lights.
Yeah, well, I'll put a prediction out there now. $100 says that Luxon flies out sort of like Monday, Tuesday morning somewhere to some sort of trade trip or something. Because as soon as you get hot in the kitchen, mate, that guy's like, he's like so bay, he's just out.
Yeah, I think, how many times has he been he's out of the country more often than I think any prime minister I remember.
Yeah, and I mean, we actually have no, it doesn't matter whether left or right or centre. We've all our politicians, especially our leaders previously, when the Christchurch earthquake happened, Key couldn't be on a helicopter fast enough to get down there, be right in the centre of it. You know, Helen Clark was the same. Jacinda Ardern was the same. This guy, he's just nowhere to be seen. When the pressure's on, he is just like, you know.
He's probably would do similar to what Scott Morrison did, which is went to Hawaii in the middle of a bushfire.
Yeah. Well, he was. I think that was his very first action. He was away. You know, it's just it's really sad. There's so many things that we could be working on as a government, but to erode the very fabric of democracy. And we've got a really sort of nice, tiny, you know, like it's not complicated like America, but it's got so lobbied, you know, it's terrible. And now we don't even bother about all the aspects that are really neat, like our select committees and everything. Everything's going to be under urgency.
Or truncated select committees, which this government has probably used the most out of any government. The only government legislation I know that didn't go through a truncated legislation process, I think, would have been what's it called? Treaty Principles Bill. Actually, Nick, would you know, is plain language the repeal of the Plain Language Act truncated?
No, it's not. It's going through select committee, and I think that's probably one of the things. Certainly, I want to talk about, but I think we'll probably talk about that a bit later. But I mean, I think one of the things that's been interesting about what's happened, certainly with our Prime Minister over the weekend, he's been trying to distract people with a bunch of different things, and one of the things he tried to distract people with today was around the social media and trying to investigate a ban for social media. Which they tried to do in Australia, and he dragged out some of his female ministers, which the government seemed to be wanting to surround themselves with female ministers at the moment as a security blanket, and so he had Erica Stanford and Catherine Wedd with him when they were announcing that. So it seems to be like they're trying to distract the public and the media with issues that are seen to be positive, and so that's what he was up to this weekend. Anything to distract the public from the big the big turd sandwich that they had to drop this week around pay equity. So we'll see if it works, but you know, it's just never going to work.
Oh, I just feel that's another hot potato, though. You know, like at the end of the day, we were a few years ago we were talking about letting 16-year-olds vote. Now they're not allowed to go on social media. You know, like it's like,
16-year-olds can only vote if they can be charged as an adult.
I mean,
you know, it's
they'll be confined to the army before they're allowed on social media.
Yeah. And there was that kid who said, "So what do you think about the ban of social media?" And like he said, "I think there's more important things such as paying women fairly."
Yes, I saw that. That was a brilliant. That was an unbelievable line from a very well educated and well grounded Pacifica teen who just really nailed that issue down. It was
I wonder if they follow was it TikTok channels such as us or Jordan Rivers TikTok channels and all of that.
Well, I think the thing is they've probably got to. I think it'd be quite a good thing to ban boomers off social media.
Oh yeah. Well, actually, I'd love to know if there is a way you could go through on IP addresses and just literally block certain IP addresses from accessing things.
Yeah.
Like, you know how in the United States, when they do that so-called porn bans, and so Pornhub, like, there was something that went wayward in North Carolina. So Pornhub blocked North Carolina, but then before blocking it, released the stats of, well, for the states that want to ban it because of gay things, we get more gay content from the Bible Belt area than from the areas that don't give a damn.
Yeah, I don't know. If we're analysing social media content that people have put out, I think probably the worst I've seen is Luxon's. And it's just so exciting now that so many people are making memes out of the stuff he puts out, because it's just so awkward, you know, like, you know, and they wanted to ban, you know, banning TikTok over in the States. It's sort of, you know, like they love it at 1 minute when it's pro them, but the moment that they get a little bit of shit come their way, it's like, oh, well, we're banning that because we don't like that anymore, you know?
I mean, this is what's showing up on Joe Kern's Facebook page.
Yes.
Happy Mother's Day, which I think is 10% less valuable than Father's Day. Or this is another one that's up on her page on there. Come on. Kate Shepherd. No, it was it. Yeah, Kate Shepherd scaring the living shit out of Brooke Van Velden. I first thought that was Nicola Willis, but hey, still, that's I think that's still quite interesting having Kate Shepherd turn up.
The ghost of
I
Kate
think
Shepherd
he might
comes to
be.
visit.
I think Mr. Luxon might be the most memeable prime minister that we've had. You know, it's the one where he's going to get the country moving, and he's on a aircraft trolley, and he's stuck in a tunnel, and he's doing.
Oh, the Austin Powers scene.
Yeah, that is just so cool.
Now we've got to get to some serious shit. Let's get off to this. Is the start of the committee house. We got things a bit ballsed up earlier, but hey, to be honest, I actually did like the last section of this name is out of order. This name's out of order. So let's kick off with Camilla Bellich's first question to the minister.
A pleasure to take a call in this debate, but it's absolutely shocking to be in the position of being in a committee stage where the government is looking at making significant changes, repealing rights for women, and the bill has only been available to us for less than a few hours. So absolutely shocking to be here. And I wanted to ask the Minister why she decided to take away, through this legislation, the rights of women to be able to take equal pay claims. And this is in relation to Part 1, because in Part 1 we have one of the most significant changes to the Equal Pay Act as we know it, and that particular change is to change the workforce requirement to 70%. Now, we've heard many comments in this House, Mr Chair, around the fact that allegedly this bill, according to the government members, is not taking away the rights of women and is not making it harder for them to take pay equity claims. And I asked the Minister, how does she reconcile that with this specific clause which requires 70% of the workforce, which is a higher number than previously required, in order to take a pay equity claim? Does she not think, and if so, what evidence was provided to her, that a workforce of 60% or a workforce indeed of 50% or 50 to 60% would not be predominantly female? The other thing that I want to know is that there is a requirement here that this has been in clause 4 to B2, that has been performed by workforce described in the immediately preceding paragraph for at least 10 consecutive years immediately before the date on which this claim is raised. Now, Mr Chair, I cannot see a reason for the inclusion of these restrictions apart from to solicit fewer pay equity claims in New Zealand, and thus fewer low-paid women are able to take pay equity claims, and thus fewer low-paid women receive recognition from being in female-dominated work that has been historically undervalued. I can see no other reason for that, and I would like the Minister to elucidate, if allegedly it is the case, which I do not believe for 1 second, that this bill is allowing pay equity claims to go ahead. Why has she put in those two criteria that objectively make this much harder? And I, in fact, intend to table an amendment on this, which would remove the requirement for 10 consecutive years. So I want to know from the Minister, what advice did she receive on that, and what is the purpose of these two clauses which, on any objective basis, from any ideological perspective, make it harder for low-paid women in female-dominated work to take pay equity claims? I think I know the answer to that, Mr Chair, but I'm interested in the Minister's response to that. And I think the answer is, the reason they want to make it harder is because they don't want to pay out pay equity claims, and they want to have that money that was set aside for low-paid women who deserve to be paid what they're worth available to use for other matters which are not low-paid work of female employees. And I want to ask the Minister, because we haven't had, Mr Speaker, a select committee stage to be able to hear from members of the public on this bill. I want to ask her, what does she say to a young mother that I met last week at the Maranga Ake protests, who is a care and support worker, who was 7 months pregnant and is on the minimum wage? I would want to ask the Minister, what does she say to that woman who is on the minimum wage, who was speaking at that protest about how important it is for her to have her pay recognised as part of the equal pay claim that she's a part of? What does she say to her when today she is extinguishing that settlement, and she is not allowing that to go ahead on the same basis, only making that much harder and much less likely that that young mother about to have a baby on the minimum wage is going to receive any pay equity settlement anywhere in the near future for her work? So what does the Minister say to that woman and many other people who have not had the opportunity to provide submissions to a select committee in this process?
Honourable Brooke Van
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member Camilla Bellich for her contribution. One thing I do want to make clear right from the start is that we are not taking away an a pay equity regime. We still maintain as a government that we wish to not see discrimination based on sex. That is why the pay equity system will still remain in place. However, there are some changes to be made, and the member touches on two, where we are putting in place a threshold of 70% female-dominated occupation, and also that in order to take a claim, you'd need to have 10 years of being at 70% female domination in the workplace. This change provides greater confidence that the pay equity process is identifying situations where there may be sex-based differences in the pay of work predominantly performed by women. What we've seen under the previous regime's pay equity system is that there has been a muddying of the waters between labour market forces, other things like inflation and CPI, and some sort of conflation of collective agreements and pay equity and systematic discrimination based on sex. And what we are aiming to do here is make a robust, workable bill that goes back to the original intention of pay equity, that it is genuinely about sex-based discrimination. Tightening that threshold will make sure that it is better to prove genuine sex-based discrimination. What I would say to the young mother, and I thank you for bringing this example, is I very much thank her for the work that she is doing. Caring and supporting people who need it is a wonderful thing to do with your life. What we want to ensure is that for everybody who wishes not to see discrimination for the work that they do based on their sex, is that they can genuinely say that the claim that they have received is to extinguish sex-based discrimination, and that is what this does. This government is committed to extinguishing that sex-based discrimination in pay equity.
Honourable Jansen.
I wonder if the prostitute collective could sit down there and look at bringing a claim of pay equity, saying that male prostitutes who are a minority in the sex industry get paid significantly more than their female counterparts.
Yeah, well, I think the thing is if there was, so they're sort of trying to make the argument that it's not a big thing, you know, like it doesn't exist, that there's no inequality and all that sort of thing. So what's the reason for the bill? What would you be worried about? Because obviously it could never be tried in court and found that a woman was paid less than a man, because what their argument is they say it doesn't exist. That's what she was just saying. She was saying it's all fictitious. Well, what do you need the law for? Because surely you'd line up one man against a woman in the same job and they paid exactly the same thing. There's nothing to be worried about. So it's, you know, the thing is they're arguing against themselves with their own bill, aren't they? You know, like it's just we're again treated like we're stupid.
It's the most Orwellian display I've ever seen from Brooke. Like, you can't. I mean, the language that she's using to try and describe, you know, how. I mean, it's just unbelievable. I mean, she's effectively saying that low-paid workers and female workers should have to endure 10 years of discrimination in order to qualify to make a claim. I mean, that's just outrageous to say that that's a requirement in order to qualify for this new regime. I mean, that's just an appalling place to be in. Just in order to meet the threshold on one of the criteria to make a claim around in pay equity. Another one is that the threshold is now moving up from 50% to 70% from within your industry. I mean, they're raising the bar so high that I mean, they're effectively closing the gate on anybody being able to make a claim. So I mean, it's just unbelievable what they're doing here. They're effectively saying, you know, we're going to make it so hard that no one is going to be able to make a claim, because we're going to change the rules, and we're going to do it with no public participation, no ability for anybody to make any submissions or any participation in the process, and we're going to slam it through the parliament in world record time. And you know, so it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, the thing is what gets me is the right wing, especially the ACT Party. Their attitude is the free market, right? And the free market is the great hand and all this sort of stuff. All good. Now you're a 17-year-old girl. You've just left school. And isn't the best thing to be the most incentivized thing that you're getting paid the best that you can possibly be paid, and that for the first 10 years of your working life, it's just absolutely awesome. You're not going to go on the DPB. You're not going to go on the dole, because why would you? You're getting paid properly and all the rest of it. Why the hell would you want to put half the population in the situation where they can't do anything for 10 years about their low pay? That's just terrible. 10 years, like you're 27, and you're not even going to last at that job. So does that mean that it's 10 years at that job? Like, who stays at a job for 10 years anyway? Like when you're like, so we're really talking about people in their 40s, aren't we? Because like, I think of most people I know, your first few jobs are only 2 or 3 years. So it would be the one job. So you might be in your 40s, you've had your kids, and you just squeeze down to, you can never ever contest it. And it just shows you that the people that lobbied for this were all the big businesses that donated to the ACT Party and the National Party and all that sort of thing, because they obviously have worked it out with their Deloitte's and KPMG and everything, and they've worked out what this would cost them. And they've said, well, we really need this bill because, forecast for whatever company it is, Fonterra or whatever, it could cost us however many $1 million. This is a big save for us. It's like, well, we can't really be like this, can we? Like, we're either a great country that's going to attract, half the human race is female. If we want to attract investment and social investment and people that are going to work in this country, at the highest level, for argument's sake, we've got to have the best employment conditions, don't we? So you can't be 10 years waiting to 10 years to wait.
Step on the complaint ladder.
Yeah, it's like I think that in this free market, like, aren't we meant to have the best access to the legal system? Aren't we meant to be able to, if we've got a strong case, the law shouldn't stop us from taking our case?
Yeah, exactly.
Would David Seymour like that? If it said that men can't take a case just because of their gender?
No, he'll be screaming from the rooftops.
Yeah, well.
And that's just me keeping some of the sarcastic comments I want to add to it to myself. Okay, let's get to Jan Tinetti.
My afternoon since I have found out about this particular bill going through the different clauses of this bill. And so before I ask my first question of the Minister, I just want to outline how I intend my prosecution at this stage, the Committee of the Whole, to proceed, and then I will ask the Minister my first question. So what I've done, Mr Chair, is I've gone through the bill itself and gone through the different clauses and highlighted what I see are the most important parts to the different clauses, and then got some questions for the Minister in the different clauses. Now, along the way, I know that I have some amendment papers that I want to talk to, but I know a lot of my colleagues here have amendment papers that they will want to talk to as well. So that's what we have done. The reason that I've done it that particular way is because we haven't had the select committee process. And I have to say, Mr Chair, that since this was announced, I haven't seen my email blow up like I've seen it in the last few hours. And that's from people who are incredibly disgruntled around the process that has happened here. So some of the questions that I am going to ask are on behalf of people who would have normally come in to submit to that select committee process. So first off, Mr Speaker, I want to look at clause 4, and my colleague Camilla Bellich did talk a bit about clause 4, because that is the clause that does talk about the relevant work that is performed by the workforce that is at least 70% female, so it's increased that threshold. But it also talks about the work that has been performed by a workforce of that kind for at least 10 consecutive years before a claim is raised. I have some real concerns around this, and so I feel like, Mr Chair, that this is fundamental to the attack that was talked about in the first and second readings of this speech around that of women's rights and workers' rights. And as my colleague said, do not do women that are in workforces that have 60%, does that not count as a female-dominated workforce anymore, when obviously it is? So my first question puts both of those areas together, the percentage of women in the workforce and also the consecutive years. And that question is around what happens to a workforce that is performed by 65% of women for 9 years that has pay equity concerns in it. Now, this is the ridiculous situation we have here. Obviously, all of us in this House would say there are concerns around that need to be addressed. 65% female-dominated workforce has been an issue for 9 years with pay equity concerns. Do they not deserve a path to pay equity? Surely the answer isn't to say, well, no, because they're 5% short of that 70% threshold, or no, they have to wait a year. To me, that seems ridiculous, Minister. And is that what you were aiming for, to make it so hard and so difficult to raise a claim that those workforces, and they will exist, that those workforces would not have a pathway to a pay equity process? And it's a very serious question that came through from a number of people today to me, very, very concerned about the changes that have been made. They see themselves in a female-dominated workforce, but suddenly they're looking at this legislation and not seeing a place for themselves and seeing themselves marginalised even further. If that's what you meant, Minister, then that is a massive concern for this country and an absolute change to labour law of the likes we haven't seen for many, many years.
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the member for her contribution. There's been a number of points made within her contribution about time periods and the threshold moving from 60 to 70% for female-dominated occupation. One thing I want to make clear is part of the reason why we have made these changes is we are moving away from having arguable claims to claims that have merit, which means that there must be an evidential basis for sex-based discrimination. And I think it's really important because to make a claim, which is a very serious claim, that you're being discriminated on the grounds of your sex, is quite serious. And so there needs to be a justification for this claim. What we're saying is there needs to be evidence that you work in a predominantly female workforce for 70%, that there needs to be a time period in which to justify or find a basis of evidence that you have been discriminated based on your sex. Part of what we've done here is we've also moved from having it as just a historic sex-based undervaluation to suggesting that in order to bring a claim you need to have historic sex-based undervaluation and current sex-based undervaluation. That's where this threshold for having 10 years makes sense, because if there is a justification and an evidential basis for sex-based discrimination, that needs to be able to be proved over a period of time, which means there is a time frame. In terms of the 60% moving to 70%, there is always going to be arguments of where that threshold should be met. The National Party's original intention when they introduced the law had a threshold of, I believe, 66%, which was lowered by the Labour government down to 60. But it is also the case that having a 70% threshold is not out of alignment with what we've seen internationally. If you look at Manitoba, Canada, they also have a 70% threshold for sex-based discrimination. So this will make it a more fair, more robust and more workable regime, but more importantly, it will actually become easier to justify, to find evidence and to make a basis for sex-based discrimination.
Honourable Jantinetti.
I'd like to ask a very quick follow-up question.
Well, that's quite interesting, just hearing the bits they're trying to mention, like one random place in Canada.
Yeah, one state. And the thing is these are their critical areas, really, when you're listening to her when she's speaking about it, and that's nursing, it's teaching, it's everything that we rely on. It's the people that are paid properly in the things like when you're sick, like it's all right for a lot of these people, like they can afford private health insurance and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But this is just a further attack, isn't it? Like, like all the austerity, it's just the next level of grinding these people down, pushing them out of that. And I bet you in the private sector, they'll probably get pay equity. It's just to shrink the public for good systems, like our public teachers. Obviously Seymour needs some more teachers in his charter. All those teachers that were probably going to have a claim in the public system, now they don't. But hey, if they're silly enough, well, I suppose it's not whether you're silly enough, you've got to survive, don't you? So you don't get to make your claim, or you can go and get the same as what a man gets paid at Seymour's charter school. It's just to shake people loose.
Yeah, well, Seymour's charter school, if you can actually find one of them.
Yeah, well,
considering
what sort of lunches do they get there?
Oh, they might have a Michelin star chef.
Yeah.
I think the point though that Jam was making was a really good one, because what she was talking about was when you have industries or sectors that already have high female participation, say over 60%, some cases up to 65 and higher, and they've already started to do the work around because Jan talked about there was a history of sex-based discrimination within specific sectors. So they've already started to do the work around preparing a pay equity claim.
Yeah.
And I think that's where a lot of the concern and the anger and the frustration has come out in the last few days, because we already have sectors at the moment that are preparing or have been preparing pay equity claims and have been doing so for quite a few years. And now we've had, in one day, we've had a minister come out and give a press conference on Tuesday and basically say, that's it, all gone. You can forget about it. Effectively, you can forget about it. I mean, she did introduce this criteria that they're now going to reapply to all claims that haven't been put in. But I mean, I think it's pretty clear that the bar is going to be set so high that it's going to be very difficult. And I think that's what a lot of the anger and the frustration is about for the existing claims that are yet to be put through the process, because the rules have been changed on all existing all existing sectors and parts of society, whereas there's been no consultation and no discussion and no involvement with wider society about those changes, and I think that goes to explain part of that real immediate response that we saw on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, and we will see for the next months. So yeah, I think Jan really nailed down that issue pretty well.
And that'd be tough, eh? Like, you've spent all this money potentially paying lawyers. It's not just that; it's the time that you put everything together. It's a hell of a lot of work, And
it's a hell of a lot of work, yeah.
Yeah. So if you had the select committee, at least if you went through the normal process of the law going through the stages, you could at least double down and try and get those claims going through. It should take 3 months, 6 months to pass a law like this, and some of them would be able to get their claims through. But like you say, some of them are probably that close to filing. But filing claims in a court or doing anything in a court, you've got a waiting list, haven't you? So
exactly.
Yeah.
And part of the process that would have occurred during the select committee would have been a discussion about all current claims and ones that are currently being worked on, about how you can get them accepted and put through the process before they change the rules. That would have been an active discussion during select committee, whereas now there's just no opportunity for that, because Brooke Van Belden came out and she just said no. Nothing happening. She just kind of really slammed the gate closed on everything. And I think if you would have had that select committee process, that's where you would have had the opportunity to really have a good, solid discussion about how we could really have a much more inclusive process around those existing claims before moving into a new, this is how you make the best out of a really bad situation. But no, this is where we are.
Yeah. Let's get on to more from Jen Tinetti and Lawrence Zunan.
Into that. I didn't really get an understanding there from the Minister's answer about the time frame and the 10-year time frame. It was a lot of talk about the percentage, so I'd like that to be addressed. But I want to know, as a Minister, you get lots of advice, and what other options were presented to you, Minister, and what were your reasonings for going with the 70% that you did? Because I'm not convinced from what you've said, because I don't know what else. We haven't seen what else was presented to you. And so I think it's only fair that we have an understanding of, and the people out there have an understanding of, the options that you were presented with and why you chose not to go with those options.
Lawrence Zunan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to first pick up some of the questions that has already been asked, and this is with regards to Section 4, Subsection 2, in terms of the definition. But just want to check, in terms of the predominantly performed by female employees, what the Minister has done is added a second part of the requirement where both must be met, which means 70% and 10 years. And I'd also like to, push back on the Minister's I guess, minister's response that there is no clear guidelines, where the current section in the legislation, which is 13F of the Equal Payment Act, actually does have definitions or a framework of how that works. Because again, what we are seeing is that we shouldn't be using a blunt tool of 10 years to determine. That's very restrictive, whereas there are actually various mechanisms in the existing legislation that already allow for that. But I want to ask the minister, what other evidence has she been presented with when it's determining increasing it to 70%? The minister made reference to Manitoba, Canada. That's one example, one area. The world is kind of big. What other regions has she explored in terms of that, rather than just one particular area? I also wanted to check what is the evidence for having 10 years? Because again, we have no regular impact statement. There's no risk. We have no idea what has been presented. So I wanted to check then also again with the minister on this point, two things. Number one is, considering other bills, again, no legislation operates in silo. Some of the bills that are also introduced make it easier for employers to fire employees. What are the chances of employers making changes in year 10 to reset the timer, so that way it takes another 9 years, 10 years before this claim can be made again? Is my first question. What are the risks around if employers are able to fire employees easily, and you have an incredibly high threshold, one has an incredibly high threshold of 70%, for you to fire or to make voluntary redundancy or whatever mechanism that is used to bring it down below 70%, to say, oh look, it is no longer 70% anymore, it is 68 and 69. Therefore, you no longer meet the requirement for this claim. But then after 2 years, we'll bring it back up. So what are some of the risks for this, and has those scenarios been considered? So those are the first questions I would like to ask the Minister for Section 4. Actually, I'm going to stop there because there are quite a few questions there, but there are going to be further questions I would like to address in the under the purpose section. But I think if the Minister could respond, what other evidence has she been presented with, other than Manitoba, Canada? Why has she decided to use and in B1 and 2, that both criteria must be met and not just one of them? What are the risks of employers using various manipulation tactics to reset the timer on that? Because again, this is a blunt tool that the minister has just introduced. And finally, when determining that new definition of predominantly performed by female employees, what employee organizations, workers' organizations and unions has the minister consulted with when determining that?
The honourable
Yeah. Mr. Chair, there's a lot in those contributions, so I'll just stick to one that I have heard from both sides of those parties, which is about the 10-year timeframe and looking for more information. Look, the 10-year timeframe provides greater confidence that any differences in remuneration are due to sex-based discrimination, rather than any differences that may present due to labour market conditions or the workforces.
Well, it looks like they're off for that particular day off the dinner break, so Brooke can have some easiest time to go to the toilet along with every other MP. And that's only because I feel that Brooke would have had to sit in that chair for numbers of hours, probably would have had to spend at least, I'd say, 20 hours, would you say, sitting in that chair?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is there's not enough people sitting in the whole place, is there? Like, if you're going to put things through under urgency, the whole lot should have to be there.
I think you have to have 75% of your caucus there to maintain your full 100% vote, which that is the case. Because if you sit there and take a look at the numbers of the people in there, they match them, but not all. They have to be on Parliament grounds. They don't necessarily have to be actually in the House.
Yeah.
So if they can't nip across the road to the backbencher for a beer. You know, it's not quite like the UK Parliament where they've got the barrels and many different pubs near the House of Commons.
Yeah, that's right, Sam. They have to actually be on the precinct of the Parliament, but they don't necessarily have to be in the chamber. But the time from when they go from the, it literally takes about 2 minutes to get from most offices to the chamber, so most of them can be called up pretty quickly.
Yeah. Okay.
Both raised really great questions, though, didn't they? Exactly what we were talking about, and it's like that was just such a patsy answer.
Exactly.
One of the really interesting points was around the RIS. That's the regulatory impact statement, and that hasn't been released at all. I think it's going to come out later. I think it may be coming out in a month or so. But that one, that's where all the good stuff is. That's where all of the officials' advice and the arguments for and against the bill that you really get to see how the officials responded to the bill and what they actually think about it. And usually when legislation goes through the parliament, you will get to read that but as it's going through select committee. But because this one's being slammed through, either they don't want to release it or there's no time because it's just being slammed through so quickly. Or I don't really buy the argument that it's being slammed through so quickly or that there's no time for it, because I just passed over to Sam and he's just published up the original CAB paper, which is from April last year. So they've been working on this a long time, and they've been setting this one up for, like I said, since April last year. So they've had plenty of time to get this one done. So I'm picking that the RIS is already there. They just don't want to release it around the time that they're putting this through. And so yeah, when that comes out, there will be some pretty some questions to be answered certainly from government side, and the opposition will just be aiming for the minister and also for the prime minister over this one, because it'll just confirm everything that they've already been doing in this process as well.
Now, I don't want to start on the next section because it's literally Brooke goes and bank blocks the questions and he answers them in one big spiel. So now you want to mention, since it's less than, I think it's the 14th, the Plain Language Act and why people need to submit to try and stop it from being repealed.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Sam. Plain Language Act submissions close on the bill on this Wednesday, 14th, and I'd strongly encourage everyone to submit on the bill when it comes up, or get your submissions in before the 14th. There's lots of outrageous things going on at the Parliament at the moment, but the Plain Language bill repeal is, from my perspective, ranks incredibly highly up there. The government is planning to repeal a bill which, at its heart, wants to make information more readily accessible and understandable for the public. I cannot, for the life of me, understand why they want to do this, other than to make the information that goes through the Parliament less understandable and less available for the general public. This is bad news for everyone. This is specifically bad news for disabled communities and communities who struggle with their literacy. So yeah, from my perspective, I'd encourage everyone to submit on the bill and go to the select committee and give them a damn good talking to around this one. This is bad lawmaking at its heart.
There's nothing worse than everything that we're coming up against in any form of bad governance is like the core to it is your information, and like speech is nothing at the end of the day. If once a society or an ecosystem cuts off and controls information and in a way creates propaganda, that the antidote isn't whether you can speak, because you can't speak, because they control whether you can speak. But the thing is if they have to present the information, and if the information has to be plain and simple to understand, that's awesome. Who wouldn't want to live in that country? And
well, Penny, was it Simmons in her speech, sat down there and said about, it's so confusing. It's like the Plain Language Act adds confusion, and it's just like, it was an absolute insult. I know Laura sat there and said, we've got to do this particular bill. It just basically, we've got to do it because it's an absolute laugh, and Penny Simmons just makes an absolute fool of herself. And she literally did. It was like she was presenting on behalf of Judith Collins, but it was absolutely like, what was she trying to do? Sit down there and be at the comedy festival?
The thing was when all this first came in was, of course, in the Rogernomics years. And when the Rogernomics years come in, which was sort of almost the start of the ACT Party, the true neoliberals, we had McFarlane Gadsby. So we sort of had the antidote to it. So there was always someone taking the piss out of them. But, you know, we don't have that anymore. And
we don't have Guy Williams on anymore. Oh, no, he is still there, but, you know, because he's the one who's at the moment has been the best one to sit it out. Now, Blake, you've said you want to put in your 2 cents worth, so we'll give you 50 cents worth of time. How does that sound?
Yeah. Hi, great to be with you, Sam. I just want to, next here, I just want to talk about how this whole situation could affect our disability community to work. And, you know, all the equal pay and all that kind of thing. What do we think about that? Because I think it could be really detrimental, especially with Louise pushing her narrative around getting people into work, including disability. This could really hamper that.
Well, remember, Luxon sat there and said, you know, well, if they can do 10 hours a week, they should do 10 hours a week. And if it sits there and interferes with their cancer treatment, the work comes first and all sorts of things.
Yeah. So how do you think this equal pay thing will affect us, guys?
Oh, I think you've heard many of my opinions over the last couple of hours.
Yes.
I think they were very close to giving workers that work for disabled people equal pay. So close. So close.
But now this will be gone. Yeah, so it'll be really hard for us. What about you, Nick? How do you feel about this one?
Oh, I mean, this is ultimately bad news for the disability community because there's already a worker shortage within the disability sector. It's hard. It's very, very hard to get workers that are prepared to work for the paying conditions that are offered within the disability sector, and not achieving. I mean, pay equity is probably one of the number one issues within the disability sector right now, from the organisation's perspective. So, not being able to offer really competitive pay rates that reflect the work that the workers do is bitterly disappointing. And actually what the government is going to end up doing is they're going to end up pushing the responsibilities to meet pay equity obligations back onto the organizations. And that's really frightening, because that could end up making those obligations, pushing those obligations back onto those organizations, and that could actually end up sinking some of our larger and smaller medium disability organizations, just because of the legal obligations that will then be forced onto those organizations to meet pay equity obligations. So yeah, very, very concerning. We haven't seen how it will flow out yet into disability sector, but yeah, there's some big clouds coming over the horizon for the disability sector.
So we could potentially be seeing organisations such as IHC, such as Laura Ferguson, potentially at one end of the scale. I don't know about many small organisations, but potentially we could see some of them in liquidation over it.
Oh, I'm not gonna make that call immediately, but I think there will be some very hard conversations around the boardrooms of disability providers over the next few months around what their legal obligations are to meet pay equity, because the government has clearly walked away from the table, and they're saying we're not going to meet those obligations, and now it's going to be up to the providers themselves to have to decide whether they want to meet those obligations. So yeah, there's going to be some very, very crunchy conversations happening.
The thing for me is this is very reminiscent of the whole disability cut last year. No warning. They just, well, at least this time they did a press conference, I guess. But it's very reminiscent of that whole situation all over again, but this time.
They're spending their money on manicures and pedicures and oh my god, a whole heap of things that all these disabled people are telling me. You're talking out of your ass there, Penny.
Yeah. Anyway, this reminds me of a whole lot of that. The whole sort of thing all over.
And what about these 24/7 wheelchair taxis that you could sit and ring about that apparently exist in the perfect utopia?
If you find them, Sam, you should let us know where they exist because we aren't able to.
Oh
find them
no!
at the
I
moment.
asked this to people who sit down there and go. The reason why we don't need accessible buses is because we've got accessible wheelchair taxis.
But back to my point, do you think this is very reminiscent of last year, Nick, where they obviously it's a different group, but this is so reminiscent for me, and this could affect us as well. It reminds me so much of the whole March 18th thing all over again. Yes, it's May this time, but it's still the same thing.
In terms of the way the message is delivered, yes, yeah, it's very, very similar. I would agree to that.
Yeah. Okay, well, we're going to make a move and get ready for the next panel. Thanks for joining us. And we'll continue on with more stuff from Camilla Ballard. No, not Camilla Ballard. Helen White's the next person to speak up. So we'll sit down there, have a bit of a break, and we'll see you back in a couple of minutes' time.
Talks the talk and walks real loud. Wears the theories like a shroud. Hands in pockets all pristine, clean. Never touch the dirt on the scene. Oh, Brooke Van Veldon, where'd you go? To the land of words that never show. You call it a win, but it feels like a loss. Equity's price ain't worth the gloss. Pages and books, they don't make rules. Dreams of progress ain't built with tools. Her mantra echoes through the hall. Never seen a ladder, much less the wall. Oh, Brooke Van Veldon, where'd you go? To the land of words that never show. You claim the skies, but you miss the rain. A victory chant masked as disdain. No calluses, no heavy load. Just a painted map with no real road. The claims of strength, they fall apart.
And welcome back. How was dinner?
Hey, pretty good, pretty yum, pretty woke because I'm vegan. Yeah, I had Feijoa ice cream that I made by hand, so that's extra woke. Very hipster.
Okay, and how's Blake in a proper introduction, not a gate crashing at the end of the show?
Thanks for letting me jump in. And hello to you, Laura. Hope you're doing well. And
Hey, I'm not Laura. I'm your mama is woke. No. I'm doing well. How are you doing, Blake?
good. Yeah, good. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Been a hectic week, Sam.
Yes. So tell us what happened with driving Miss Daisy nearly.
Well, as I mentioned in the chat earlier, I had a very important submission in front of the entire Greater Wellington Regional Council that I almost missed because the booking fell out of their system.
And how much did it cost for the booking to get you to and from GW's headquarters?
Wait, there'll be more to come on this one.
Oh.
It's about 86 each way at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, no, that does sound somewhat. So effectively, $170 to put in a submission because you can't catch the bloody train.
They did, to be fair, they did offer virtually, but it's not the same.
No. I think you turning up there sends a bit of a better message. I watched it.
Yeah. The funny thing about the whole thing was me having to correct Thomas Lash when he tried to cut my time. That was the most hilarious part. When he tried to give me 5 minutes and we'd agreed on 5 each and 5 of questions.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, apparently it's even worse for disabled people. The city council, apparently Rebecca Matthews is so strict that she even cuts disabled people off.
Oh, for goodness sakes. You think they would give disabled people a bit more extra time?
Oh, yes, but that's Rebecca Matthews for you.
I'm sorry. That's just ableism right there. No, you got to give disabled people more time.
Yeah. Except on one occasion where I sat there and was texted by 2 councillors going, what was with your submission, Rebecca Matthews? She was bending over backwards for her. I go, I don't know. I really don't know. It feels like she's got a guilty conscience.
So yeah.
But yes, I've heard Rebecca Matthews is very, very strict. It has been nicknamed Tory's bulldog.
So yeah, Nick said it was lucky I wasn't at the other council, because if it was Rebecca, I would have been cut off.
Yeah, well, thank goodness, she's on the finance. It was a long-term planning committee or something. The one that she's the chair of, which for what your particular issue had been, it wouldn't have ended up in front of that committee anyway, because your one would have ended up in front of either the regulatory one if it was at that council, or it would have been social wellbeing, which is Terry O'Neill.
But I would just finally, I wouldn't let her get away with it though. I'd give her the what for, live on camera.
Yeah. It would look awkward. It could be a very interesting attack campaign video.
Yeah, but anyway, you said the next one was Helen White or something.
Yes, Helen White and then Jan Tinetti. This is Brooke banking the questions.
Ah, yes.
The time has come for me to leave the chair. The House will resume at 7:30.
Part 1. Once again, the question is that Part 1 stand part. I call Helen White.
Madam Chair, I've got some questions about some of the parts of the proposal which seem to go utterly against the intentions of something like the ACT Party. My understanding is that in that party there is a value given to a freedom to contract, and yet here we seem to have a whole lot of agreements that have been settled by people, and they have gone through a process that would have been really expensive and would have taken a lot of effort, and it would have been something that workers would have relied upon, and we're talking about people who can't necessarily afford a great deal because the nature of the problem is that they've been underpaid, and they've done all that work. They've come to an agreement, and my understanding is that the proposal put forward by the Minister is to jettison all that work, to basically break those contracts and agreements by overriding them in this piece of legislation. And my understanding is also that the Minister proposes to go on and say, in these agreements that you make in the future, you will not be able to put a clause in the agreement which says, we'll settle this now, but we'll review it as time goes on, so you never fall behind again. Now that to me seems like the most sensible thing you could possibly do as an employer. A good faith employer says, we're not going to let this happen to half or more of our workforce again. Never again. Because actually people not being paid a decent amount is hurting them and it's unjust. And we are not that kind of employer. And so by making those agreements for regular review, that's what they're doing. And yet here, I understand the proposal is that we're not going to do that anymore. We're not going to allow people even the freedom to make those kinds of decisions themselves about how they will manage a problem that's ingrained in our society, that we've recognised as ingrained. And I also wanted to ask the Minister about the history of this, because again the same issue is in play, I think, of understanding in the context why this is so devastating for people. Because my understanding is, and I had a mother who worked as a teacher in the 1960s, she was paid a quarter what the male standing next to her was being paid for the same job, because she was paid as a single person and the male was assumed to have a family of 4, and the rate was set to actually be for the family of 4. So along come the 70s, where my mother has worked her socks off and not been paid. There is a piece of legislation put in place which says you must be paid equally. Nobody really does anything, doesn't notice, don't actually act on that for quite some time. Then someone comes along with the bright idea of actually enforcing something in the law. They hard won it. They absolutely hard won it. We come along as a legislature, and we say, right, we are going to look at this again. We're going to make sure this works in a different way. Trust us. Trust us. This is what we're doing today. We're going to compromise your rights. We're not going to let you all just go through the courts and make your decisions or get the court to look at this objectively and decide if you've been paid the right amount. But trust us, we're going to put in place a formula that works for you and works for us, because it was already a compromise. And my understanding today, Minister, is what you are doing is compromising on a compromise on a compromise, and you are again eroding the justice. Sorry, Madam Chair. The Minister and the government are again looking at eroding a fraction of the rights of the people involved here. So I would like to know, was there any kind of historical analysis of the loss that actually accrued to the people whose claims are now being compromised again? Was there any advice given to the Minister of the actual amount of money that those people are out of pocket because they've been treated badly over years and years? And was there any analysis of what that did to the rest of us who have to pick up the pieces when women cannot save enough money for their retirement? Because we know the stats...
time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I call the Honourable Giantinetti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just before the dinner break, and I'm sure that you know this, but I just want to remind people that I'd asked the Minister a question around Clause 4 and around the advice that was given, and that led to the 70%. And what I really wanted to know was what other advice, because as a Minister you do get alternate advice, what was the alternate advice that was given and why didn't the Minister go with that? And the reason that I bring this back up is because we didn't get an answer to that, but because we have no idea what advice was given to the Minister, I have actually written an amendment paper to Clause 4 in my name that goes back to the 60%, because when we had that 60% threshold, we were getting successful and getting it through successful pay equity claims, which tells me, in the absence of knowing the advice that the Minister saw, that things were working in this space and are working, and it just ranks of ill winds, really, that the Minister has changed this purely to, and I want to be convinced here otherwise, has been changed purely as a cost-saving measure, particularly when I see the comments that have been made today in the media, and I would think quite unfortunate comments on behalf of the Minister, saying that this was all about saving billions of dollars. So I would really like to know what alternate advice was given to the Minister other than that 70% threshold, and why did she not choose to go with that? So as I said, in the absence of that, I think that we should be staying with the 60% because we know that it has been successful to date. We know that we have seen successful claims go through. And I think, Madam Chair, that when you look at successful claims of support staff in schools, of science technicians in schools, all of those successful claims that came through, that we saw a change in those workforces. We saw that predominant female workforce change for the better because of those successful pay equity claims. My concern is that raising to the 70% makes it much, much more difficult. And I can't remember the place. Where was the place that the Minister had said? In Canada. Manitoba, that's right. All we've been told is that they have it in Manitoba, in Canada. And I just don't think that's a strong enough case for the 70%. So please, I really do want an answer as to why we haven't stuck with the 60% or other alternate percentages that the Minister would have got from her officials.
I call Lawrence.
We'll do it mid-show. We'll do it a mid-interruption because Brooke's banking the questions. How do you think the questions have gone so far? And would you like to give any preemptive answers of what you'd like Brooke to say?
I would like to know why Brooke is so obsessed with Canada, more specifically Manitoba.
I don't know, but Manitoba, I didn't even know that was a province until this bill. Thank you, Brooke. I learned something.
Yeah, okay.
Probably if I looked it on the map, I probably would sit there and find out about it, but you know.
Oh, God, do you want to really know what I would say to Brooke if I was in that room?
Or if you're going to answer the questions if you're Brooke, how would you answer them?
Oh, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. That's how I'd answer it if I was Brooke. I don't care. How else would I answer it? I have a low standard of evidence. If it fits my bias, I like it, and I will go forward with it. I don't care about regulatory impact statements or anything like that. I'm going to leave that to other women to bring evidence to the table to support their own claims. I don't have to do that because I'm in power.
And I'll be honest with you. I did know there was a city in Canada called Winnipeg.
The other thing I'd like to know one of these days is, I would like to know how all those people got off work to go run down to the Parliament to protest.
Oh, I think Brooke will be trying to slip under an unmarked corporate cab's car from the underground car park that no one can see her leaving behind the tinted windows.
I don't know. Wouldn't those ladies taking time off count as a partial strike? Thanks to Brooke.
Oh, God, yes. Yeah.
Did they just say to their bosses, I need to go now? Or something?
Oh, no, it's just like, hey, pay equity's just being shot in the ass. It doesn't matter. We're going anyways. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
We're already screwed as it is. We might as well go and protest.
Yeah. Oh, well, let's get back to Dr. Lawrence Zunahan.
Dr. Lawrence Zunahan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to echo with the previous speaker, the Honourable Gentleman at the end, sentiment that we did ask a number of questions to the Minister before the dinner break and did not receive an answer other than it will give confidence. And I guess from that, I want to ask the Minister, confidence for whom? Because it certainly is not the workers who were caught by surprise of this particular piece of legislation. So if the Minister wouldn't mind elucidating to the House, what does she mean by confidence? But just to remind the Minister again of the questions that we're asking, and the fact that we are having to ask these questions because there's no information and no context for this bill, no analysis that we know of that's been done. So we really need to know from the Minister what analysis have been done for this. So again, going back to my questions for section 4.2, and ask the Minister questions around risk and around cost-benefit analysis, around both in terms of the 70% threshold, but also in terms of the 10 consecutive years, on what confidence does she have that employers and corporates aren't going to manipulate the legislation in a way that will always not quite meet the threshold on year 9, for example. Year 10, they change the system a bit. Is the system going to be reset? Oh, we're looking at, because it says 10 consecutive years, which means that a company could reasonably change the system in year 10 to reset the 10 consecutive years for them to start again from year 1 the next year, and there's nothing that employees can do about it. I can see the Minister smiling, but at the same time, I don't know. I genuinely don't know if that is something that has been considered, because that could, in all likelihood, like anything else, be a scenario that could eventuate. So could the minister respond if that has been considered or any of the analysis has been done from a risk perspective? I also asked the minister on who she consulted in terms of this particular legislation. Has she consulted with any workers' organizations or unions on this legislation before introducing it to the House? And like the previous speaker, Honourable Gentility, has also mentioned, what other areas has she modelled this legislation on, other than Manitoba, Canada? But that's one part of my question. I would like to ask a few questions, and this is more broadly around Section 6 under purpose. Now, the purpose section has also fundamentally changed from what is the current purpose of the existing legislation. But I want to pick up on a few key words in this new purpose section, and particularly I want to pick up on what the minister means by process. Because the current definition is actually very clear in terms of the fact that it needs to be a simple process. Whereas there's nothing in here, there's no adjective that gives me confidence that this process isn't going to be increasing the blue tape and yellow tape of this government and going to make it a really complex and arduous process for people to claim equity, pay equity or gender-based pay equity. And I also wanted to check with the minister, in light of the definition of Section 2B, has she received any legal advice on whether the purpose section can potentially override the definition of Section 4.2 when it comes to the definition of systemic and predominantly? Because again, one of the things that we have been talking about is the fact that the systemic has been presumed to mean 10 consecutive years and predominantly has been presumed to mean 70%, but has that been checked by legal to mean that, to also suggest that people cannot challenge it? Because as the minister would understand from statutory interpretation, the purpose may override other definitions.
I call Tracy McClellan. There's a few things that I was going to say I find confusing about this piece of legislation, but I'm not personally confused. I worked for an organisation that championed pay equity and spent an awful lot of time working with comparators and working our way through a process that was very clearly laid out and was achievable at the end. But there's something about what the minister has responded to questions so far that doesn't quite sit well with me. And if, for those paying attention at home or for those who have been listening to the 2 or 3 contributions that the minister has made to date, she's talked about sex-based discrimination. She said things like, if you feel you've been discriminated in your workplace. So it kind of reeks of this classic libertarian kind of concept of the unit of analysis being the individual. And that is completely at odds with what the pay equity legislation was designed to do, because it was about rectifying historical undervaluation of what tends to be women's work, but certainly not exclusively women's work. And if we look back at the history of that, suffice to say a history lesson, but you know, there were 2 types of work in our economy historically: the productive work that tended to be done by men and therefore valued as such and paid accordingly, and reproductive work that tended almost exclusively to be done by women. And then over the years, it moved into the types of occupations like nursing and caring and all of those things, where women may have worked outside the home, but were still involved in what was considered reproductive work, caring work. And throughout history, throughout the world, those forms of activity, those forms of genuine work, have always been undervalued. Hence the fact, in the same organisation in the 60s or the 70s, as Helen White has previously pointed out, 2 people could do the same work, and if one was a man, they would receive what was called a family wage, whilst the woman would receive tokenism, essentially, because she didn't need to be paid. It's the same sort of argument we hear when we talk about youth rates from this government. But as a modern society, as a contemporary society, we're supposed to redress that. Those are antiquated, old-fashioned ideas. So it's taken years to try and address that. That's why some perfectly, incredibly valuable work that's skilled and that has autonomy, that may have budget responsibilities, that may have life and death responsibilities, are still underpaid compared to what has been traditionally male-dominated work that doesn't have near as much responsibility, or arguably doesn't necessarily add as much value, you know, even if we want to be cut and dry about it in a productive economic sense. So when the minister talks about this as if it's some sort of contemporary problem going forward, she wants to see this rectified going forward to make it easier, she's completely denying and completely overshadowing the fact that we've still got a lot of work to do to even the playing field and to fix up that which has not been appropriately sorted. And so to change the rules and to make the criteria so much more strict, so much more just not even very well thought out or practical solutions to a problem just defies belief, really. So thinking about that and taking that into a contextual sort of background, I have several questions for the minister. The first one, though, is that we have 33 pay equity current claims. So by virtue of the fact that we haven't been through a select committee process, we don't have a regulatory impact statement, can the minister take us through all of those 33
existing cases and talk us through the analysis and the advice that she's been given on each of those individually about what the costs to the government are, what the savings the government will make, what workers and people, not just women, but men who are now currently working in traditionally woman-dominated fields who are also getting paid an undervalued wage. I want to know more details about that, because without a proper process, we're flying blind, and it's up to the Minister to provide that information tonight.
I'd like to give an answer on behalf of Brooke Van Velden before she sits down there and answers the question. Well, I don't believe that we need to sit there and give the answers. I've got no intention to answers. I reject the premises of the questions that have been asked there, and I believe it will save money. It will save us a lot of money, but it won't be at the expense of women's wages, and this is a win.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, I quickly skimmed over that super juicy cabinet paper while I was busy eating dinner. Thanks to Nick for posting that. But yeah, the cost of settlements to date, 1.55 billion per year. So now you know where the money came from for the damn helicopters. Unfortunately, the risks in the cabinet paper are obscured, so we can't read them. But yes, Karen McAnulty was correct. This amendment is a repeal, and this is affirmed in the cabinet paper. And I quote, "The proposals for a reset contained in this paper involve changes for all of these elements in the current financial oversight and governance settings for pay equity." So yeah, he's correct. This is a repeal.
I because this is sort of relatable, I'd like to go back to something that Robert Pittman was sort of saying on our show on Friday, because this is another very Trumpy type policy. They're mimicking off Trump again, which is quite interesting. And I loved, because this is very relatable, I loved how Robert was sort of saying how we seem to be copying Trump policy quite a lot, which I thought about a lot over the weekend.
It does seem to feel that way. Like David Seymour campaigning about taking us out of the Paris Accord if we win the election in 2026.
But what do you think that is? What do you think they're copying his line of policies, Trump's lines? Because it saves money. So it doesn't save money for me and you. It saves money for the upper crust of society in the form of tax cuts, right?
Yeah.
What they're going to go for whatever can make them more money, or whatever can whatever can save their mates more money, or whatever they can make a profit off of. That's neoliberalism in a nutshell.
Yeah, but the thing that gets me is they do this new policy right, but then it was revealed late this week that they spent $20,000 to bring out one of Trump's former advisors back to this country that already had citizenship here. So that was quite interesting.
Is it that guy from Matamata?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know about that case.
There is someone that I'm trying to think.
Chris Liddell, or whatever his name is.
Yeah, the one who was born in Matamata.
Yeah.
Yes. Actually, that would get interesting, because if he's over here as a diplomat in the United States, but also a citizen of the country he's been a diplomat in, what happens to his diplomatic immunity?
But regardless, they spent $20,000 to bring him home for one conference.
Okay, well, how much money does it cost to bring in an advisor? Yeah, $20,000. Like, for fuck's sake, yeah.
Okay, let's hear Brooke's answer instead of guessing.
Let's see if you win bingo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go and go through a few of the questions that we've had so far. Firstly, in response to the member Helen White about why the government is overriding settlements that have been made, I want to make it very clear to anybody listening that that is not what the government is doing. Settlements that have been made are still valid. It is only the review clause that is no longer enforceable. And so the following question is, well, why are we not allowing those review clauses? In many of these settlements, the short review period made it difficult to determine whether any remuneration differences were actually due to pay equity issues having re-emerged in such short timeframes, or simply to short-term labour market dynamics. There's also the case that aligning the timing of reviews with collective bargaining rounds risked conflating pay equity and collective bargaining issues. They are distinct issues and they address different issues, which is why we believe in having a 10-year review date. We've been asked also by Helen White about the historical analysis of what women will be losing and why we're compromising the system. It's not the case. There is always going to be those settled claims will continue to be settled. There is still a process for raising and resolving pay equity issues. So the current settlements stand, they don't lose any gains, but we are making changes to ensure that the pay equity process is workable and sustainable going forward, and that will be a better process for all parties to assess whether there is sex-based undervaluation when they're working through that claim. To the member, Jan Tanetti, speaking to her tabled amendment, the changes that we proposed in the bill, they provide greater confidence that the process is identifying situations where sex-based differences in remuneration exist and remain. And of course, there's always going to be people who would want to change, the threshold of 70% or 60%, 50%, 40%. You have to draw a line in the sand somewhere. And I believe that having the higher threshold of 70% makes us have greater confidence that the analysis that we're seeing is based on genuine sex-based undervaluation. It makes sense that the higher the threshold is, the more likely it is that it is based on genuine sex-based discrimination. We've been asked by the member Lawrence Zunan, what evidence do we have for changing the 70% threshold and requiring the 10 years? Look, I have wanted to make it clear with the claims that they can only be raised when there is sex-based discrimination rather than differences in market labour conditions. I think those two changes to the thresholds go hand in hand to achieve better outcomes and more confidence in the pay equity system overall, focusing on genuine sex-based discrimination rather than labour market conditions. And it's going to be my same answer to that same question if we get it throughout the night. There is a question also on risks of the employers attempting to game the system for the new requirements. There is still an obligation under the law for good faith to apply, and dispute resolution processes are available to all parties. If a union or an employee disagrees with the decision on whether or not the requirements are met, that's not changing. There's also a question on who was ultimately consulted. I think that's also quite clear today that we have needed to move quickly to make the changes to the Act to ensure it is workable and sustainable. There is another question as to who is this giving confidence to? And I think the answer to that is very clear. It gives confidence to people bringing a claim. It's for employers, unions and employees. We've also got a question about which other countries have I looked into in comparison to other jurisdictions rather than just focusing on Manitoba. New Zealand's pay equity system is actually quite unique in terms of international comparisons. The UK and Ireland don't allow multi-employer claims. They also don't allow any claims to be made outside of a person's or the claimant's workforce. So we are very unique in that regard, Madam Chair.
Honourable Brooke Van
Australia does allow multi-employer claims, but they are usually progressed through a different system, again, that we don't have in New Zealand, which is the awards system. And so it is actually quite difficult to compare ourselves internationally to what other jurisdictions do. And I'll...
Okay, let's get back to it.
What the fuck did I just listen to? I'm sorry,
well,
but
I'm just glad my brother's mother was messaging me. It took me completely off the topic of what it was. Hi, Kim, if you're watching, yes, you might have just seen me reply. Yeah.
But I'm sorry, I'm just so fucking confused now. Because it's like, oh, the claim is still valid, but how is it valid if the bill has already reset everything, right? It's discontinued current pay equity claims. How are they still valid? Am I stupid? Like, what am I missing here?
Like, it's not valid law because I've just been talking to my support company that does all my personal care over the weekend, and they said their pay equity is now gone out the window, and they're in that group that's not eligible until 2027 at the earliest.
And have they even had a successful negotiation around it?
They did until it was thrown out, yes.
So basically, Brooke Van Velden has shafted Upper Hutt workers from being paid equally?
Not just Upper Hutt, the whole region, but probably the whole country.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, put it this way, she's also probably affected, was it home care workers in the election of Tamaki?
She's
Is it Tamaki? She's the MP for Tamaki, yes.
So, yeah, not good. Not good at all.
Oh, but don't worry, that's still valid. You just have to try again in 10 years' time or whatever.
By then, most of the carers would have left because they're underpaid.
Well, yeah, they would have left or they would have retired. They might have died. Who knows? I mean, all sorts could happen between now and 10 years. I mean, Brooke Van Velden might be, what do you call it, having a second round attempt of trying to be in Parliament. Or she might be the new ACT leader because David Seymour sat down there and resigned and forced a by-election at Epsom and ran away to Canada.
Yeah. With his property mogul fiance.
Oh, yes, yeah. Okay, let's get to a block of booking of questions from the was it Duncan Webb and Deborah Russell.
And just aware that this bill has just been foisted on us recently, so I'm wanting to make some relatively general comments, but largely around process. And the first thing I want to know from the Minister is where is the Attorney General's report? Because the Departmental Disclosure Statement, under the heading Consistency with the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act, indicates that there has been an assessment of the bill and whether it's consistent with the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act. So that advice has been provided to the Attorney General. Now, if you're going to introduce a bill with an hour's notice, then we should be seeing on the table the advice on the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act. And it is shameful that the advice exists and yet it has not been tabled, because I want to know what the expert advice of the Attorney General and the Minister of Justice is on this, particularly because there are changes to offences in this piece of legislation and there are retrospective provisions. Now, you are a member of a party which prides itself, or purports to pride itself, on its adherence to the rule of law. And frankly, to come to this House in this kind of haphazard way is absolutely contrary to the rule of law, particularly when you're introducing retrospective provisions. I am appalled to see when your leader is pushing a regulatory standards framework which talks about consultation, that there has been no treaty analysis done whatsoever. It says here in the disclosure statement, due to ministerial time constraints, Honourable Brooke Van Velden was busy, no analysis on whether the bill is consistent with the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi have been done. Why not? Because we know our lowest paid workers, many of our lowest paid workers are Māori. And in terms of doing right by Māori and ensuring that they are paid appropriately, wahine Māori are directly affected by this bill, and a treaty analysis was absolutely necessary. And I also note, towards the end of the disclosure statement, that this bill is retrospective. That is to say that under urgency, and to be perfectly honest, on this side of the House, we don't understand why it's so desperately urgent, you are introducing a retrospective aspect, in particular.
The Chair is not introducing it.
Pardon?
The Chair is not introducing it.
Sorry, Madam Chair. The Minister is introducing a bill with a retrospective aspect, in particular, that there are clauses in contractual agreements which are being struck down, namely review clauses. These are clauses which parties in many cases have reached by agreement. They have negotiated these review agreements. Sanctity of contract is something that the ACT Party talks about all of the time, and yet here they are legislating away contracts that have been struck between the parties. The process here is appalling, and I want to know why the Minister thinks it's appropriate to retrospectively change contractual agreements. And I guess the other thing in terms of that disclosure statement is, why was the Ministry of Justice not consulted around the criminal provisions? This is not a difficult thing to do. It is not difficult when developing policy. I see other ministries, Public Service Commission was consulted, Health New Zealand was consulted, the Ministry of Education was consulted, Treasury was consulted. But when you are changing criminal offences, it is absolutely appropriate and necessary to take the advice of the specialist ministry, which is the Ministry of Justice. Clause 3.4.1 says, no, we didn't consult the Ministry of Justice about those offences. And then there's this. In terms of regulatory quality, the standard of our legislation, rule number 1, which David Seymour and his Ministry of Regulation trumpets, is consult with the people affected. Who was consulted? Why are you so rushed that you didn't consult the people affected by this? We know that that minister is allergic to unions, but why did you not talk to the CTU? Why did you not talk to the groups of workers who are currently negotiating these agreements? How is this good process? How can we pretend that legislation under urgency with that shabby process has any quality whatsoever?
The budget books. The Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell. I do have some questions also to ask around process. It's a little hard to pin it to a particular clause in the bill, but it is important that we discuss this, given that we didn't have a select committee process. Now, in terms of the papers that were available to us when the bill was tabled, as the Minister was beginning her speech introducing the bill this afternoon, literally, we couldn't get our hands on the bill until after the Minister had started talking. But so amongst them, we were able to come across the, or maybe I got it from a colleague, the Minister MB's paper, Reviewing Policy Settings, March 2025, which is the pretty vague title, isn't it?
but it is all about this bill. And in particular, it's the CAB paper or the MB paper on the bill. And in particular, I think we need to talk about the financial recommendations. We need to understand the costs and benefits of this bill that the Minister is bringing to us today. And it turns out that, the particular report is just full of great, big, grey, redacted paragraphs. So I want to know what advice, now obviously the Minister's not going to tell us exactly what the advice was because it's all redacted, but I want to know what sources of advice the Minister asked for and consulted in terms of looking at the financial implications of this bill. And we already know that the Prime Minister has said it's going to save billions of dollars for the government, so that's an interesting little bit of analysis we got from the Prime Minister. It's a shame that we haven't had any more elaboration on that yet. But in terms of the financial recommendations and the financial analysis, I want to know what financial analysis was done for the impact on workers. How much do we think that workers' wages are going to be affected by this bill? We need to know whether perhaps some anticipated pay rises will now be foregone because of this bill. So in particular, I'm thinking of teachers, teacher aides, I think anyone who worked in that space where there is a claim that is now being set aside, just abandoned. What's the impact on their future income? So that's the first part of that question, and it's the direct financial implications for the workers who are affected by this bill. How much are they going to lose out of their back pockets? Now, of course, we're talking about future pay rises that will no longer occur now, but they had a reasonable prospect of getting pay rises because of the pay equity legislation and their claims. How much are they losing now because those claims have just been set aside? So that's the first question. But there's some really other interesting information around in terms of wages for women. And I want to know whether the Minister has taken this into account as well. So I have here a briefing paper from the Institute for Women's Policy Research, and it's an economic analysis of what happens when women's wages are increased. And the particular paper is titled The Impact of Equal Pay on Poverty and the Economy. And very roughly, what it shows is that increasing women's wages for every, I think it was an 8% increase in, 4% increase in women's wages, let me see if I can get the numbers exactly right, providing equal pay to women cuts family poverty in half. Now, this is US numbers, it might be different in New Zealand, falling from 8% to 3.8%. So over half, all right, in terms of family poverty. There's a cut of over half in family poverty when women get equal pay. So I want to know, in terms of the financial analysis that has been so blocked out in this report, not just the impact on the workers, but the impact on poverty in New Zealand. We know that pay equity tends to go to reward the lowest paid workers. We know that is money that would have flowed through to families. What is the impact in there? Did the Minister get advice on that as to how the workers and their dependents and broader issues like family policy are affected by the changes that she is bringing into effect?
Madam Chair.
I call the Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish to take the time to answer a few of the questions received so far. In response to Lawrence Yunnan, who asked about legal advice that I'd received through this process, any legal advice I receive is legally privileged, as is normal. To Dr. Tracy McClellan, asking about what analysis has been done on the costs or savings associated with the current claims and the changes to this law. This is budget-sensitive information, which I cannot disclose. What I can say, though, is that pay equity claims have been concentrated in the public sector and cost to the Crown have become significant. My policy changes will have a significant reduction in the costs to the Crown. There has been a question from, I believe, forgive me, one of our members, Dr. Duncan Webb, about the Attorney General's advice. I understand that the advice has actually been published on the Ministry of Justice website, as is normal. I understand it has been up for a little while this evening. Why has there been no treaty analysis? Also asked Dr. Duncan Webb. Look, my understanding is that an improved pay equity system will still be available under this law, and I consider that it is consistent. Also from Dr. Duncan Webb, there have been concerns about the retrospective impact of the bill. Look, I consider that it's important that all of the claims are on the same playing field rather than allowing for two systems to operate at the same time. There is only really one element of the Amendment Act that is retrospective. That is that the review clauses in existing settlements and employment agreements will become unenforceable. This is because the short 3-year time frame in the review cycle does make it quite difficult to determine whether any differences in pay are due to pay equity issues having re-emerged over a short time frame or if they are to short-term changes in the labour market. I've also got another question here from Dr. Duncan Webb on why we didn't consult Justice on changes in the penalties. The penalties in the Act are civil penalties, not criminal, and the new penalties are consistent with the existing penalties.
Gee, she seems to sit there and go, it's a too short amount of period of time to sit there and do it. We can't tell if it's the market changes or if it's as a result of the Act. She's given that answer for the second time tonight, so I didn't expect twice to have that answer that I didn't know was on my bingo card to get answered twice. The same answer.
I mean, you're winning bingo over here, but I agree with Duncan Webb. Where the fuck is the Attorney General's report? Is Judith Collins that busy dreaming of helicopters that she can't write a report on this? Like, where the fuck is it? I'm trying to find it on the internet. I can't find it.
You still can't find it, and it's, what do you call it, been 5 days?
Where is it?
It's still not up there. That's hilarious.
Yeah, that actually I find is quite concerning, and maybe we need to flick off an email to Dr. Duncan Webb.
Like, I don't know. I mean, where would you go to even find it? I just typed in Google Attorney General Analysis Pay Equity Amendment Bill. Nothing's coming up.
Oh, God.
I'll make some inquiries tomorrow.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, there's departmental disclosures statements that was published on the
That
1st
could
of May.
be a very good question in the House.
But yeah, it's like, but that's not it. No,
Yeah.
Judith Collins' signature isn't on there or anything. No, I can't find it.
I mean, I doubt they would necessarily see Judith Collins' signature on there. We might just get a name, but yeah. Okay. We've got the Brooke Van Velden block questioning. The Honourable Julian Genter and Rachel Brooking.
Oh, yes.
And then we'll have to sit down there and call that questions there to get to third reading.
I call the Honourable Julianne Genter.
Hi, Madam Chair. This is my first contribution in the Committee of the Whole stage. I have a series of questions for the Minister that I'm hoping she'll be able to answer. So rather than giving it as a speech, I'd like to just be able to put the question. Has the Minister, I've seen a lot of reporting on the 33 claims that will be discontinued by this legislation, but I haven't seen a list of the 33 claims and which workers are involved in those. Does the Minister have such a list of the 33 parties or the claims and who it affects? And if so, can she share it with the House?
I call the Honourable Rachel Brooking.
To step on what the previous member was just asking if the Minister wants to answer. I think the previous member was wanting an exchange. And I don't have my glasses on, so I can't quite see what the Minister's face is doing, which is a terrible ageing thing. Would the Minister like to have the exchange with the previous member? Yeah, I'll come back later. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Well, I thank the Honourable Julianne Genter for the question. Look, I don't have the specific 33 claims in front of me at this stage, but I'm sure you can Google a few and find them. I will take the time also to answer Dr. Deborah Russell. What financial impact will there be on workers? Look, I think it's really important for us here not to conflate the two issues of collective bargaining and pay equity. When we're talking about wages that people earn for the work that they are doing and whether or not that's keeping up with the cost of living day to day, year to year with inflation, those issues should be addressed through collective bargaining and through settlements with employees through that avenue. The pay equity system is not about that. It is about sex-based discrimination of a historic and current nature. That is a very different question than to whether or not people's wages year to year to keep up with inflation.
I'll go back to the Honourable Rachel Brooking.
I'm still looking for that report.
I'll just point out that Dr. Deborah Russell did put out the full list later on after that. So it is easy to find.
Do you have the link for that? The Attorney General report for this bill?
I can't go on here and do it at the same. No, the 33 people. The 33.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, so let's get to third reading and let's see Brooks out of the Minister's chair, but we'll be back in her usual seat in Parliament to kick off with her third reading speech.
Amendment bill and reports it without amendment. Mr. Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. This bill is set down for third reading immediately.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Equal Pay Amendment Bill be now read a third time. The Equal Pay Amendment Bill improves the process for raising and resolving a pay equity claim and provides a better framework for assessing whether there is sex-based undervaluation in remuneration in female-dominated occupations. I consider that the current legislative settings are too permissive and have resulted in the pay equity framework not working as intended. The current Act only requires that pay equity claims are arguable to progress. I consider that the settings have resulted in claims progressing through the entry threshold without strong evidence of undervaluation. The bill addresses this by increasing the threshold for raising a pay equity claim, including requiring claims to have merit. The current Act includes limited tools for employers to contest broadly scoped claims. This has led to broad claims where it is difficult to determine whether the differences in remuneration are due to sex-based undervaluation. For example, the DHB Allied and Technical Health Pay Equity Settlement covered 90 occupations, including hospital dental assistants, physiotherapists, wheelchair technicians, and cultural advisors. The bill addresses this by providing employers with the tools they need to ensure an appropriate scope of claim. There is insufficient guidance in the Act for choosing appropriate comparators and on comparison methodology. This has led to comparators being used repeatedly across several claims, despite there being a number of differences with the work of claimants and respective skills. Fishery and corrections officers have been used as a comparator for nurses, DHB administration and clerical claims, as well as school library staff. The bill addresses this by introducing a hierarchy of comparators and adding more prescription to the comparison methodology. The current requirement to include review clauses in pay equity settlements has led to reviews considering factors that may not have been connected to sex-based undervaluation. Review clauses in the teacher aides and DHB admin and clerical claims have sought to consider a range of factors beyond whether sex-based discrimination had returned. This includes the consumer price index.
Sorry to interrupt the Minister, but there's a lot of noise in the House and it's not coming from the gallery, it's coming from downstairs. So could we have a bit more respect, please? Thank you. Honourable Brooke van Velden.
This includes the consumer price index. The bill addresses this by removing the ability for a settlement to include a review clause and limit when claims can be re-raised. The current Act does not allow for the phasing of pay equity settlements. This does not acknowledge the disruption that can happen when wage costs shift unexpectedly. The bill addresses this by providing for the phasing of pay equity settlements. There are also a number of issues with the current parameters for the Employment Relations Authority relating to fixing remuneration, which do not provide the right incentives to resolve pay equity claims. The bill addresses this by changing how and when the authority can fix remuneration, including requiring phasing when the authority fixes remuneration and removing the ability for the authority to award back pay. It is worth noting that New Zealand's pay equity regime is an outlier internationally. Most countries that we compare ourselves to, such as Ireland and the United Kingdom, do not allow multi-employer claims or comparators outside of the employer's workplace. Australia's pay equity regime does allow multi-employer claims, but they're usually progressed through their modern award system that does not require the use of comparators. New Zealand has had significantly more pay equity settlements than Australia since pay equity legislation was introduced in 2020. Overall, the bill provides for a better regulatory framework for parties to a pay equity claim to assess whether there is sex-based undervaluation. This will ensure that the pay equity regime is workable and sustainable. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is...
Okay, all right. Okay, so I wrote down a bunch of quotations because there was a lot there that has to be unpacked. So she says not working as intended. I don't know what she means by that, but I looked at the
not
original
given
bill.
the outcomes that she desires as a result.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, because I think that the current bill is working as it should. I mean, the purpose of the bill was to set a low threshold to raise a claim. Check. And providing a simple and accessible process to progress a pay equity claim. Check. There you go. It's working as intended. So she's just mad that people can lodge a complaint or start a claim process. What other notes did I write down? There was just so many fucking notes. Yeah, she's talking about, claims should be based on merit. We've already gone over this. No, they shouldn't be based on merit. We're talking about arguable claims, right? And merit is what comes afterwards based on the strength of the evidence that's presented. Okay? So you shouldn't have to, bring a whole fucking bunch of receipts to start the process.
Yeah. The thing I find annoying is why the heck does she keep referencing Europe, like Ireland, England, Canada, and North America, Canada. It's very weird.
I don't know, but they haven't presented any evidence, saying, "Oh, we gave Brooke van Velden this advice." Where is Europe? Where's their papers? Where's all
I
that
think
stuff?
she's plucking things out of thin air.
Yeah, she obviously is, because she hasn't got a regulatory impact statement. She's like, "Oh, the ferries over in Europe told me this." It's like, no, they didn't. You've got no evidence of that.
Yeah. And by the time you'd get to have a chance to call her out for her misinformation, the bill was already had royal assent put onto it.
Yep.
I've got an idea. Perhaps she made a call to Trevor out of Ireland.
I just find it so funny how she's talking about merit of evidence when she is literally bought what she calls an amendment. Let's face it, it's a repeal. She brought that forward with no regulatory impact statement. She has no evidence. She's like, out here, woman, you do my job for me. You bring evidence. I don't have to bring evidence. I'm in power.
I mean, here's the other thing is, how many EAs does she have as a minister to do with her job? I'm pretty sure she probably has one per portfolio. So, like, you know, she should be having her EA staff beavering her away, doing this research, so when she ends up in the House putting a bill like this, she looks like she knows her shit, not looks like she knows nothing. I mean, we're having taxpayers' money to pay for this staff to sit down there and assist her to do her job. You know, is she trying to get them to sit down there and do like how Marjorie Taylor Greene has her EAs to sit there and do, instead of having AOC's ones who actually do some hard research?
Well, considering how many contacts I got on my phone, they all have at least 2 or 3 each.
Yeah, I gather that's MPs, because usually one in Parliament, one in the electorate.
No, that's government, not opposition.
Oh, not opposition. Okay. Are you talking cabinet ministers, or are you talking? I mean ministers, or are you talking?
Yeah. So
coalition MPs,
press secretaries, senior co-deputy, blah blah blah, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, you know, have some. Yeah. Okay, let's get to Giantinetti, who has taken her full 10 minutes.
That the motion be agreed to. Honourable Giantinetti.
Madam Speaker, well, here we are, just over 30 hours after the government announced this bill, which in my time in Parliament is right up there with one of the most egregious pieces of legislation that this House will put through. And I continue with my anger and my disgust that a government would put women in a position of putting them on the back foot, putting their bad fiscal management in front of women's rights and in front of making it a better day for women by increasing their pay. This is taking women's movement backwards and ensuring that women will continue to be paid less well into the future. Again, what an egregious piece of legislation. And what have we heard over the course of the last 30 hours? We have heard a government who has gaslit the public. They are saying that this is going to make this process better. We have heard it from all 3 coalition partners over that time, throughout the debate and throughout question time, that this will make it better. I cannot believe that particularly our women members on the government side of the House can hold their heads up and say that, because this will do nothing but put women backwards. Once again, women are paying the price for bad fiscal management of that government. This has happened year after year after year with a Conservative government. And once again, women will pay the price. But in that gaslighting, we had one MP who was caught telling the truth. Yesterday, we had the Honourable David Seymour telling the media that this, of course, will save the government billions of dollars, that ACT have found the money to make the budget work. So we know, we have had it confirmed what we know, is that this is setting off a budget that they could not make work. They went out and they thought, where can we find the savings? Women, that's where we can find the savings. How dare they? How dare they do that to women of this country? I am absolutely disgusted, and I find it completely disgraceful that we are in the position that we are in today. And yet when I look over there, I can see people laughing and thinking that this is a joke. I heard members in their first reading speeches talking about the opposition will dramatise this because they always do. We are not dramatising this, we are angry. We are angry for the women who this will impact. We are angry for the Christine Bartletts of this world who have changed the course and done everything that they can in their lives to make it a better day for women. We are angry, and so are they. They are out there and they are protesting this in great numbers, and they will continue to protest this in great numbers. This is outrageous, dishonest, and once again, it is taking us backwards. The ACT Party has shown their hand for what it really stands for. But what is absolutely disgraceful is that all coalition partners are standing by and doing nothing to stop it. Nothing to stop it. Nothing to see and to help stop what is happening to put those women backwards. Now, yesterday, I had, as I've said in this House over the past 24 hours, I've had a number of people, a large number of emails coming through from different people from different walks of life. All of them absolutely taken by surprise and asking what on earth are they thinking about. Some of them, and a lot of them to be fair, were their voters and are their voters. And they are asking, what are they thinking? One of those people said, it feels like we're in a parallel dystopian universe. It feels like we're going back to a Handmaid's Tale time. Well, that is what women are feeling. They are feeling aggrieved, absolutely aggrieved. We had, in this country, have actually, until this bill goes through, a strong process for pay equity claims. Many women felt absolute ownership of those pay equity claims because they have worked voluntarily, many of them voluntarily, to ensure the process was robust, to make sure we are making a positive difference for our future generations. In fact, I want to mention a couple of those women. There is one that was on the news last night, Ali Kingi. Ali Kingi is a teacher aide and an NZDI Te Reo member. Now, that's probably going to get the other side a little bit, agitated because I just mentioned the name of a union. But Ali, as I said, is a teacher aide. For those of you who don't know, teacher aides are one of the most vulnerable workforces that we have in this country. They go from year to year not knowing if they have a job. Some of them go from term to term not knowing if they have the same hours for the next term. Many of them are on incredibly low pay. Ali worked incredibly hard over her time on the team that worked through their pay equity settlement to ensure that teacher aides were valued for the work that they do. In fact, ask any principal and they will tell you they cannot run their schools without their teacher aides. Ali says, our pay equity settlement in 2020 was life-changing for teacher aides, but those pay gaps reopen over time. To be told this government is happy to allow gender pay gaps to open up for a decade at a time without the opportunity for review is devastating. And on the TV last night, Ali said, I gave myself to this process so that my daughters and my granddaughters will have a better life because they won't have to worry about fighting like I am now to be valued for the work that they do. And she said, it feels like we've just been kicked. And that's exactly what many women like Ali are feeling. Ali is a national treasure for the work that she has done for women in this country. And what this government has done has absolutely kicked women like Ali. And we've gone back to zero again, where women are just being expected to put up with it. Women in this country are being asked to put up with the fact that that side of the house have bad fiscal management, can't make their budgets work, they're paying the price for tax cuts, tax breaks to landlords and tobacco companies. And listen to them try and deny it. Listen to them try and deny it. This has been rushed through with little prosecution over that time. It wasn't even taken to select committee. They never even gave women and people who are very much invested in this a voice. They took their voice away from them. They did not take it to select committee so that women could have their democratic say over such an egregious piece of legislation. We've already found anomalies and we've found mistakes in the legislation. That is sloppy lawmaking, and that is the price that that side will make for not giving people their democratic rights and their democratic say through a select committee process. That is just unacceptable. And the women in this country are absolutely angry and livid. The ground has been swept from underneath them. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to acknowledge someone who has done so much for women in this space, an absolute national hero, and that is Christine Bartlett. Christine Bartlett fought and got a settlement for rest home workers. She said yesterday this news brought her to tears. It was gut-wrenching, and she feels so sorry for these women workers. Well, what I say to Christine and other workers is hold on to that anger. Hold on to that anger because that means we can organise and we will mobilise. Women will not stand for such egregious legislation. Women will not be put on the back foot again. I absolutely condemn this bill, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, so while Jen Tinetti was talking, I had a look up some comparable jobs. I looked at Mike Hosking. How much does he get paid a year? Well, he gets paid over $600,000 a year.
When Ellie Moore was asked to take over his role at TVNZ, she said, only on the condition you pay me what Mike Hosking was paid. And the response was, oh, I'm sorry, we cannot offer that.
Yeah, you want to know how much a teacher gets paid in comparison? A bit over $50,000 a year. So you tell me how much value Mike Hosking is bringing compared to how much a teacher is bringing educating the future of New Zealand, right? I'd say a teacher is worth far more than Mike Hosking is, because Mike Hosking is deliberately out there creating brain rot amongst the population. You know, you got idiots out there going, oh, we can't compare librarians to builders. Well, I asked my sister, right? She works in the construction sector. Sister, I just asked her while I was on break. Sister, do you think it's fair that we compare builders and librarians? You know what she said to me? Of course it's fair. She's like, if I tried to do what a librarian did, my dyslexia would trip me up. I wouldn't know how to navigate the admin system or check all the books or know where the bloody books go. She's like, and likewise, if a librarian trying to do my job, they can't put windows together. That's my job. You know, it's like we should be paid roughly the same amount on a base level. You know, there are comparative skills here. But it's all based on, well, you know, it is disgusting how little we undervalue the labour that women do, right? We go, oh, well, you know, we can't sell librarian service. We can't sell a book. that you rent out or whatever. But we can sell windows. So the window job is worth more, even though there's the same amount of effort gone into both jobs. It's just, it's like caregiving as well compared to a corrections officer. It's like, it's just disgusting.
Yeah, exactly. But what do we expect? Yeah. Anything you want to say, Blake?
Just thank you for letting me come, Sam. And there's a lot more work to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm.
So, should we move on to my local MP, Julian Genter?
Yep.
That we can live in a country where
Don't know
all
what's just
people
happened to
have
Blake.
enough to live good lives, and where the people who undertake some of the most important caring work that binds together our communities and supports us all are properly paid. I am talking about midwives who care for mothers and babies before, during, and just after birth, early childhood teachers who are educating our tamariki at a time that is absolutely influential to their outcomes later in life, our primary school teachers, our secondary school teachers, our nurses who care for us when we are sick and injured, and the clerical and admin staff who do the mahi so that doctors and nurses can do their job and we can get the health care we need. Care and support workers like Christine Bartlett, those looking after our disabled whānau, looking after our elderly in retirement villages and rest homes. And there are others as well. These professions have been underpaid because they are mainly women doing the work. And that is not something anyone has debated. I know that Nicola Willis has acknowledged there is a need for pay equity. I know that members opposite women in the cabinet know and understand that there are professions that have been underpaid because they have historically been female dominated. But the coalition government of National Act and New Zealand First would have us believe it is unreasonable, that it is unaffordable or unsustainable to pay these people what they deserve. This bill, and the way it's been rammed through under urgency over the last 2 days, 2 weeks before the budget, is a disgrace. And the Green Party has always stood for fair pay. We oppose this bill. Closing the gender pay gap was one of the key priorities in our confidence and supply agreement with the Labour-led government from 2017 to 2020. And following on the work of my colleagues in the Green Party, Catherine Delahunty, Denise Roche, and especially Jan Logie, it was my honour and privilege to serve as Minister for Women. And I worked alongside Labour to pass the 2020 amendments to the Equal Pay Act that established the process for pay equity, that has delivered 10 pay equity claims that have resulted in absolute life-changing increases in pay to mainly women, to low-paid workers who do some of the most important work in our communities. And that legislation would have delivered another 33 claims covering hundreds of thousands of workers in this country if it weren't for the shameful legislation that we are debating right now. It is not us alone. The fight for equal pay has been going on for over a century. And the fight for a pay equity process that would actually deliver for women and men and others who work in these female-dominated professions was many years and even decades in the making. Others have, of course, referred to Christine Bartlett, who under the last national government, she and her union took a claim as a care and support worker that she had been underpaid because the sector is female dominated. And they won. She forced the then national government to reckon with this issue. And it massively changed the lives and financial circumstances of over 50,000 aged care workers and support workers. She was recognized as New Zealander of the Year in 2018. She's been recognized so many times. I acknowledge Christine Bartlett. I acknowledge the whole union movement, men and women who have been working to get a good evidence-based process that would properly deliver fair pay and pay equity, because that is what we need to do in order to close the gender pay gap. We need this process, which was world leading. And now the minister refers to it being world leading as though that's a reason to change it back, so we can go backwards. Well, Aotearoa New Zealand has often led, but not because of the people in power, because of the ordinary men and women who organized and fought for the right to vote for women, who organized and fought for rights when it comes to te reo Māori, and who organized and fight and continue to fight to close the gender pay gap and for pay equity. Our people and our country cannot thrive if we do not have people doing this work. It is public good work, and it is ridiculous to claim that the commercial economy is somehow independent of this public investment. The commercial economy relies on public investment in people and infrastructure. We don't have an economy if we don't have healthy people, if we don't have public education. This system benefits from underpaying workers. That is the status quo, and that is what we are up against. And that is what this coalition government is now promising to do for years to come. The most outrageous aspect about this bill being passed under urgency is that it completely cancels and annuls the work that has been done over the past 5 years since the legislation was introduced. And hundreds of thousands of workers are going to be affected by this decision to cancel those claims. It is deeply, deeply cynical. And we see you, Minister of Finance, Nicola Willis. We see you claiming that you're a good economic manager. And we see you ensuring that hundreds of thousands of workers who do some of the most important work...
Please apologise. It's about the government. It's not about individuals. Thank you.
Madam Speaker. Are we not allowed to refer to the decisions made by the Minister of Finances and the consequences they have on the people of this country?
Yes, except this is not the budget, and you were singling out the minister. So carry on without singling out the minister.
Madam Speaker, I would like to refer to this cabinet paper by the Honourable Nicola Willis when she was Minister for the Public Service, date of issue 25 June 2024, entitled The Pay Equity Reset. And I would like to quote from this because it is directly related to the legislation that's being brought today. And it says in paragraph 4, executive summary, pay equity costs to the Crown have become significant. And then it says in paragraph 7, changes are required to ensure there is a greater focus on transparency of costs and better management of claim costs. I propose a new fiscal management approach. It is very clear through the cabinet papers delivered by Nicola Willis in her role as Minister for Better Public Services, which disestablished the Pay Equity Task Force, which was located within the Public Service Commission, who did a lot of really important work, MAHI, to help ensure that we were supporting closing the gender pay gap and progressing pay equity right across the public sector. So there are decisions that flow from individuals in the government and in the cabinet. And those decisions have consequences for hundreds of thousands of people. And they're the people who are not on hundreds of thousands of dollars. They're people who are on $60,000 or less. And they are trying to make ends meet under really difficult circumstances. And we all know that some of these professions, and 33 of them had active claims, had been systematically underpaid due to gender-based discrimination. And the only way we will ever change that is if governments take action. And the truth is that the government, as an employer, benefits from underpaying these people. They benefit from women being willing to do the hard-carrying work. And they exploit these women and their work. They exploit them, and then they claim that we can't afford to pay them more. But all of this is a political choice. Governments are elected by the people, and we, as the people of Aotearoa and New Zealand, can show our values. If we're serious about closing the gender pay gap, if we're serious about fair pay, if we're serious about ending horrific levels of inequality and doing more for the worst off in our society, then we can do that. We can choose to do that. We don't have to sit back and say it's too hard, we can't afford it. We can make the tax system fairer. We can tax wealth, we can tax capital. Every decision this government has made disadvantages workers, and it benefits the largest corporates and the people who own the most, the landowners. And this decision is a decision, and I think it is worth mentioning that Nicola Willis, as a member of the opposition, when this bill was passed, and I was the minister in the chair, spoke in favour of the bill that was passed, the amendment to the Equal Pay Act. And I know that they'll say that there was an SOP that did, but the SOP reflected the changes and the issues that were raised at the Select Committee. So look, it's all smoke and mirrors. The reality is this is an irresponsible government that can't pay for their promises, that refuses to make sure that the wealthy in our country pay their fair share. They're supporting the private businesses, the profits of private businesses like tobacco companies, and they're telling teachers and midwives and nurses and early childhood workers and so many parent support workers that they don't deserve fair pay for the work that ensures that our country can thrive. I think it's a disgrace.
Honourable Nicola Willis.
I think we've lost Blake.
Oh, no, Blake.
He did leave a message. Thanks. Oh, you put on there. Oh, don't know what happened there. Oh, thanks for coming on. Okay.
Yeah. No, Blake had to go. So I'm with Julie and Genta, and again, I've put the cabinet paper in the chat so people can read it, what she's referring to. But yeah, this is just basically a big middle finger to women, as Julie and Genta put it out. There's not much commentary I can really add on to what she said, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's get to the next section where Nicola Willis gives a speech unplanned.
Oh, I think you need to push the button.
Someone has been doing work and there are reasonable grounds to believe that their work has been historically undervalued based on the agenda and has been underpaid because of that, they should be able to make a pay equity claim. Mr. Speaker, I made that comment 5 years ago and I repeat it today. What I also said 5 years ago, Mr. Speaker, was that we would reserve judgment on an SOP that was introduced with multiple changes to the bill that we were supporting. And in particular, I noted that we would have to watch to see whether that caused issues and problems. And Mr. Speaker, so it has proved. And so today, Mr. Speaker, I wish to make a few things clear. The first is the concept of equal pay, that men and women should be paid the same for the same work, remains as strong today as ever. The second is the idea of pay equity, and I wish to be clear what pay equity is, because it has sometimes been conflated by members on the opposite side of the House with equal pay. Pay equity, Mr. Speaker, relates to the concept that men and women should be paid for work which may be different, but which is of equal value. Now, the question, Mr. Speaker, for lawmakers is how we judge what is of equal value. And what Christine Bartlett achieved was she said that our Equal Pay Act should be interpreted to go to this question of pay equity. And what the last National Government formed a view on was that rather than leaving these matters to be interpreted by the courts, it would be better for both employers and employees if there was a clear process in law that would allow claims to be progressed. And we put forward, Mr Speaker, legislation to achieve that. The last Labor government delayed that legislation so they could do a press release on Women's Suffrage Day 3 years later in the last year of their first term. And they put forward a process. And what has turned out to be the case, Mr Speaker, is that that process has led to challenges, which is illustrated by the fact, Mr Speaker, that as of today, there has never been a claim by a private sector employer that isn't funded by the government. The large majority of claims have been public sector claims. So, Mr Speaker, there have been challenges. I want to make three things clear that, again, members opposite have intentionally, I believe, tried to confuse today and yesterday. The first is this. Our government is upholding the settlements that have been achieved under the existing Pay Equity Act. We think that's important, and we are continuing to fund those settlements. So no one is having those settlements taken away from them, as has been stated by some. Second, Mr Speaker, we are ensuring that there is a very clear process at law for future claims, and we are doing that clearly and simply and immediately. Members opposite have asked that we take this process over many, many months, that we delay that process so that people are in limbo and don't know whether they can make a claim. We are making a simple process. And in doing that, Mr Speaker, we are still allowing that where women are able to prove that they have been underpaid for reasons of gender discrimination, for reasons of sex discrimination, then they can make claims. Mr Speaker, the final thing that I want to say is this. There are many workers across our economy, and indeed across economies internationally, who continue to want to be paid more, and so they should. Because actually that aspiration is held on this side of the House. In fact, the very reason I want the New Zealand economy to grow is so that we are an economy that is better able to pay good wages and provide good working conditions for workers. And we have in law, our employment relations law, very clearly established processes for people to bargain and argue for better pay and work conditions. And so that should continue. But Mr Speaker, this is about gender discrimination. And so pay equity processes should be used for genuine issues of discrimination. They should not become a parallel route for bargaining. They should not become a backdoor route for bargaining. They should be about discrimination. And with the changes that the government is making here, we are ensuring that that is the case, ensuring that there is clarity about the comparisons that should occur and allowing people to factor in market-based factors. And Mr Speaker, finally, I would say this. To private sector employers that have listened to this debate today and are listening, I'd say this. Pay women fairly, pay them equally. And, Mr Speaker, I do not subscribe to the tenet and the principle that the last government did, which is that they, I believe, set up a principle that said if you, private sector employer, don't pay people properly, don't worry, if the government is funding you, we'll provide the backstop, we'll write the cheque, and we will help pay for the settlement. And Mr Speaker, they made that decision and it had significant implications. We now are in a scenario where women can make claims, they can have them settled where gender discrimination takes place. This is fair, this is reasonable. I want to end my remarks by referring to a statement that I made 5 years ago that I believe to this day and that I believe that the government's work absolutely upholds. We all, I believe, want to live in a country and in a world in which men and women have equal opportunities, are equally rewarded for their work, and are able to progress and fulfil their own potential to the maximum extent possible. I said it then, Mr Speaker. I stand by it today. I commend this bill to the House.
Where does one begin with that? There's the question. So, yeah, Nicola, this is not putting women equal with men, okay? All right. Why are you not going after, I don't know, pay claims of men, right? You're going after women's pay claims, and these changes in the bill is going to discontinue current pay equity claims. It's going to make it harder for women in the future to raise those claims. I mean, I don't know how hard it is for men, but I haven't seen much in terms of arguments about that. But I know this, it's going to make it harder for women, and I know this, women on average get paid less than men, even in the same occupations.
Yeah.
And Nicola Willis had been cooking this up for quite some time with, Brooke Van Velden since 2004. So it's not like this bill just came out of thin air. They've been planning to screw over women at some point in this over this.
Well, I mean, Brooke Van Velden, I don't even think I think would still been at secondary school in 2004.
Sorry, not 2004. Shit. 2024. That's what happens when you got to speak really quickly. Yes, 2024, not 2004. Guys, fake news, fake leftist news. Okay, yeah. Since last year, I've linked the cabinet paper, super juicy cabinet paper that everyone can look at and everyone should look at. But yeah, this has been cooking for a while.
Okay, next up, the Honourable Casey Costello.
I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak on the third reading of the Equal Pay Amendment Bill. But firstly, Madam Speaker, if you would indulge me, I would like on behalf of New Zealand First, as the first speaker after the Honourable David Parker's valedictory speech, to acknowledge his service, his friendship across the House, the strength of his words, his honesty and heartfelt account of an impressive career in politics left us all somewhat speechless and humbled. So I would like to acknowledge his departure from this House. Madam Speaker, to this bill, I would like to firstly revisit the key point that pay equity claims will continue to exist after the passing of this legislation. The framework will be changed and existing claims will be impacted, but as has been repeated numerous times in this debate, the bill delivers a framework for addressing sex-based undervaluation and remuneration. We are delivering a robust, workable and sustainable solution that is focused on delivering resolutions. There has been much narrative about the adverse impact on women and how women are being disadvantaged in this process, but this is not the case. We have had a history of hard-fought battles to ensure that women are paid the same for the same work that men do. From my recollection, it was not until the 1970s that the police delivered an equal pay framework for women. The legacy remained, and when I joined the police in the 1980s, police women were still referred to as WDs, or referencing the Women's Division. It has been a hard-fought, at times, process to address the system of equal pay, and I think we are in a good place. This bill is delivering the system that will ensure that pay equity will be resolved, that we will be accountable and there will be solutions for real race-based undervaluation and remuneration in female-dominated occupations. This does not alter or impact the process by which a fair day's pay is provided for a fair day's work. There are mechanisms and protections to ensure this process is followed. This will drive accountability for the value of work and total remuneration conditions. More importantly, as has been mentioned, it will ensure that private sector employers will not be allowed to perpetuate undervaluing the workforce through an equity system that has a government-funded backstop. Women are not being undervalued in this legislation. The protections will remain to address sex-based discrimination. I have said before, Madam Speaker, I have spent nearly all my workforce in male-dominated occupations and have worked with amazing women who, because of their value and contribution to their employer, have earned incomes well in advance of their male colleagues. And there are workforces that are being undervalued and underpaid, and New Zealand First will fight to ensure that there is protections to deliver for the hard-working Kiwi battlers, not because of their gender, but because we will deliver first world wages as they deserve. But in this legislation and at this time... very vocal. But in this legislation and at this time, this bill will deliver a robust, workable and sustainable system to address sex-based undervaluation, and we commend this bill to the House.
The next call is a... basically, basically Casey's saying, sorry women, we need the money to give tobacco companies their $216 million tax cut, and we need the $2 billion for helicopters or whatever. How much are they spending on helicopters again? I can't remember. Some ridiculous amounts. Pay equity claims will continue to exist, just not the current claims that have been yeeted into the rubbish bin. Sorry, ladies. Fight over the, I don't know, go fight outside the courthouse or something.
Yep.
We need the money.
Okay, Takutai Tash Kemp.
Tēnā tātou e te whare. Te Pāti Māori rises in staunch opposition to the so-called Equal Pay Amendment Bill, an amendment that tramples on the very name of the bill. In fact, it should be called the Unequal Pay That Discriminates Against Women Amendment Bill, because that's exactly what it is. This is nothing but a disgusting attack on equal pay that will only discriminate against women and Māori workers who are taken advantage of. Let me talk to our whānau at home and say this is what this government thinks about women. We get notice an hour before the bill is being dropped, and this government used urgency to push this bill through a process that misses out on the voices of our communities, the voices of our whānau, and there's no chance for them to actually have their say. I remember on Tuesday when we were in a meeting, and outside the window we could hear the voices of those women chanting, "Stand up, fight back." I remember on May the 4th when I attended the union demonstration in Manukau, where the same groups of whānau were chanting, "Stand up, fight back." Why? Because they're all fighting for the right for equal pay, fair pay. No select committee, no public submissions, no hearings from the very women that this bill will harm. No scrutiny from Māori, unions, lawyers, human rights experts, or the Human Rights Commission. And what else is missing? A regulatory impact statement. Nothing to show us what this bill will cost. No transparency about the risks or benefits. No modelling and no justification. And perhaps most disturbing of all, there's been no analysis of the bill's impact on the Bill of Rights. no assessment of whether it violates freedom from discrimination, the right to justice, or the right to equality before the law. When a bill has such sweeping consequences for the rights of women, especially Indigenous women, that oversight is not just negligence, it is dangerous. Let us be absolutely clear. This is not equal pay legislation. This is pay oppression in disguise. And the government has told minorities and women once again to go and stick it, that we are not worthy of due process, that all we deserve is an hour, that all we deserve is actually nothing. All we deserve is that they're going to push us backwards on all the work that has been done over the many, many years by the women that have stood to stand to fight back. So let us ask why all of a sudden, on the 6th day of May 2025, this government thinks that it's acceptable to use its power and oppress to remove pay equity for women. In 16 days, this government will announce their budget. It is clear they fudged the numbers. That's right. And they're coming up short. They've given $3 billion to tax landlords. They've cut the jobs of nearly 20,000 public servants. And then we hear the Prime Minister say that this bill will save billions. Well, now we know where the billions are coming from the pockets of those that work hard on the back that service this country. Madam Speaker, this bill is brutal assault on the rights of working women. It tears down the legal pathways that wahine Māori, Pacific women and low-paid workers have used to fight for justice. It guts the definition of women's work, wipes out every active claim and gives bosses unchecked power to shut them down with no reason needed. It bans back pay, delays fair pay for years and locks women out from raising a claim against again for decades. Unfair, unjust. Te Pāti Māori will not stand by this government to see this happen.
Expired.
Kia ora tātou.
Okay, first things first. Nice hat, nice suit, much riz. I mean, that is a banger suit that she's wearing. But,
I know.
That's fabulous, man. Chef's kiss. Okay, but yeah, here's a fun little fact, and it's not very fun. Māori, Pacific women, and alongside with disabled people suffer the most from pay inequity. Within ethnic groups, the gender average pay gap is high for European Pākehā women at 11.9%, but it's also substantial for Wahine women, which is at 7.5%, Pacific women at 1.3%, and Asian women at 7.4%. So, yeah, those are some big numbers. And I think someone else brought up before that disabled people can get as little as $2 per hour, which is
there was, and the thing is, Labour Labour did a thing was, we'll get rid of the exemption, but we'll top up the wages. And then National came and go, we can't afford that. So they literally took away so they put the exemption back in and took away the funding to get rid of this exemption.
Yeah, it's just it's just I'm just at a loss for words how bad this all is. I really am. Like, you think that they'll do the bare minimum and produce a regulatory impact statement, but they're just too lazy to even do that.
This is the thing there. ACT and National criticised Labour for not necessarily following a regulatory impact statement and saying that, they were wrong to not do that. And then National and ACT and New Zealand First are literally not doing regulatory impact statements as a normal way of fundamental part of the government.
So, you didn't do it, so we're going to do it, but even worse, because we're not even going to have a select committee process.
Yeah, it's like put it this way. If this bill was a publicly listed company on the NZXS 50, insider trading charges could be getting laid against them. It's like you would not be able to do this in a publicly listed company.
For people that are probably going to come out and go, whataboutism, okay? I would not tolerate this type of a bill. I mean, full stop. I'm not tolerating this bill at all. But even anything that's comparable, right? I wouldn't tolerate that if it was produced by the Green Party or anything like that, if it didn't come from a regulatory impact statement. So it's not me playing double standards here. It's me saying this should be the fucking standard because we are taxpayers and we expect to have evidence with these types of bills.
Exactly. And I mean, that's the thing, you know, you get people who, you know, they go, but you never sat there and said this and this. So I go, really? I said the same shit then as I'm saying now. You just haven't seen it yet.
Brooke Van Velden gets paid more than a teacher.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was to compare the average salary of someone who teaches at a university to her wages, right? I can do that now. What is the average salary of a person?
I don't know, but we can probably get 2 searches for a salary of Brooke Van Velden, possibly 3 once you put the add-ons on, because I think she's on a similar wicket to Simeon Brown.
Let me just have a
I
quick
mean,
check.
she's the equivalent of Simeon Brown, if you look at it from what do you call it, for her cabinet. She's a minister in cabinet. Her portfolios, that sort of thing. So, I mean, she's on at least $300,000 a year.
Right, so if we can compare that to the average salary of a university professor. What do we got here? Well, it's less than 300 grand. It's between 145 to 213.
I mean, put it to a school principal.
Tertiary lecturers earn about...
Sorry, secondary school, not primary, because secondary get paid more.
I was looking at... Yeah, hold on. Here we go. Here's some more accurate data. University lecturers, here we go, earn about 74,000 to 108,000 per year. Professors can earn up to 213 per year, 13,000 per year. How much is Brooke Van Velden getting? Probably about 300 grand a year, if I was just to, you know. And she's not bringing evidence or anything like that to the table.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and if she sat there and did what she did on a benefit, she would get sanctioned for it. So you didn't provide enough evidence of your job search. No, sorry, trust me, I'll do it. Is it not good enough? Sanctioned.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, isn't she one who wants to actually encourage more sanctions?
Oh, I thought that was Louise Upston, but yeah, probably. I don't know.
Well, I mean, she's part of the group who sat there she was she didn't want to give a minimum wage increase. She kind of was forced to because the law said she had to.
Yeah.
And she chose the last option possible. Yeah. We're going to skip Kahurain Carter. Let's go to Cal Bates. Let's see what he's got to say.
Enough has been said in this debate during the course of today. I stand here with National's proud record since 1972 through to 2017. And in the words of our female leadership, Madam Speaker, all we're doing is correcting what the last government rushed through under urgency without select committee process, as much has been spoken about in this House today. We're fixing that to ensure a robust, a sustainable and a practical system is in place. Madam Speaker, on that basis, I commend this bill to the House.
Well, that's a great sequel speech, Cal, but just to let you know, it went through to select committee. The SOP paper that you talked about in previous speeches is done at committee of the House, which is between second reading and third reading. You know, I've already said this about it once today.
I'm pretty sure that it also came with a regulatory impact statement too. I was just looking up.
Oh, yes. Yeah, it has a regulatory impact statement. And I would say it was the only final section that was under... Well, I don't even think it was under urgency. I think it was under extended sitting.
Let's have a look.
Because I looked at the dates and it doesn't show urgency paperwork in there because the dates of each of the sections of the bill, of the original pay equity bill, were one order paper day apart. So it probably was passed under extended sittings, not under urgency, which are very different things. Extended sittings is a polite way of saying we will sit into extended hours, but we won't. We'll only go one stage per sitting day.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I've just looked it up. Yes, there is a regulatory impact statement. It wasn't completed because they ran out of time, but that's more than what this bloody coalition has presented.
Yeah, and it also just shows the fact that it probably went under extended sitting, not under urgency as well. Like, if you look at the dates between each of the sections, the dates will show at least 1 day apart.
Yes. Yeah, so in 2020, New Zealand's Pay Equity Act was amended to address pay equity claims by implementing process, yada, yada, yada. Oh no, that's just no, I'm not reading the right thing. But anyways, yes, it does come with a pay equity. The pay equity bill does come with a regulatory impact statement. Guys, I'm getting tired.
I'm having a quick time feeling, and considering I've got a phone call to make to Melbourne at the end of the show to my brother, and it's not going to be a pleasant phone call.
Yeah, it's like this bill is literally just sucking the life out of me.
Okay, let's go to Carmel Cipollone.
There's a lot when the members on the other side can't even give a full speech. In the third reading of what is a significant piece of legislation, when they didn't even allow it to go through a select committee process. And as I was talking, they've just stopped now, but they're laughing as if it's funny. I need to say to that member Carl Bates and to the members of the government that are in the House tonight that this is far from funny for so many New Zealanders. This morning I went to an Auckland event that was celebrating 15 years since the Super City was set up. But almost every woman who I saw who spoke to me when I walked in the room talked about the legislation that government has put in place and the halting of pay equity. A prominent woman, who's not actually a Labour Party voter, they know very well, I won't mention her name, said she could not understand what they were thinking. Now, what does that say? That says that women in all parts of society on each side of the divide know that this is wrong. But that side of the House don't know that this is wrong, apparently. They continue to stand up in the House and gaslight us and gaslight the rest of New Zealand and tell us that we're wrong, the unions are wrong, the workers who are upset about this are wrong, the women's organisations who are very vocal in their opposition to this, they are wrong. The academics who are speaking out against this government move, they are wrong. Again, what we have is a National New Zealand First Act coalition telling the rest of the country that they know what's right, we're all wrong, and then gaslighting all of us with regards to this issue. Madam Speaker, I'm still confused about how this came about in some ways. It just happened so quickly, and then here we are now passing this ugly piece of legislation. And we've had different versions of the truth from that side of the House. However, I suspect that the ACT Party leader, the soon-to-be Deputy Prime Minister of New Zealand's version of the truth is probably this one time, the truth. He was very clear about the fact that they've saved millions of dollars for the government as a result of this. What a way to make cost savings. Taking money away from New Zealand women workers now and into the future, taking money away from their children, from their families, from their communities. And what for? To pay for tax cuts that they were told were unaffordable in the first place, to give $2.9 billion worth of tax breaks to landlords, to give a tax break to the tobacco industry. And you know what's most shameful about this? Is that government were not upfront with New Zealanders going into the last election. No one voted for this. I don't recall any of their politicians standing up on a platform saying, if you vote us in, we will repeal the pay equity legislation and we can assure you women will be paid less. Who voted for that? Any woman in this country, or any man with a woman in their life that cares about that woman, will be regretting their decision if their decision at that election was to vote for that government. And I have to say, it's very clear. It comes down to choices. And we can see that women are not a priority for that government. And now the rest of New Zealand can see it as well. I think they have underestimated the sense of feeling of this issue. And what is really difficult to watch is the members on that side of the House quote themselves from how many months or years ago, trying to prove to us and the general public that they support pay equity. Simply not the case. And I think that this is not over, even though the government would like to think that it is. They think that by passing this legislation, it'll be done and dusted. They could do it quickly, sweep it under the rug and move on. Well, I can guarantee you that that will not be the case at all. What I feel very sad about, actually, is that this Sunday is a significant day. What is this Sunday? Mother's Day. And what that government decided to gift all the mothers of this country was a pay cut. Effectively, that's what it is. What they have said is to all the teacher mums, all the social worker mums, all the mums out there that are carer and support workers, what they have said to them is that you cannot expect to get pay equity under us, or in fact for the next 10 years, and you will continue to fall behind your male counterparts, and you cannot expect to be paid fairly. And that is the Mother's Day gift that that side of the House has given every mother in this country. Now, let's not forget that it's not just about the women and these mothers, it's about the children that they are looking after. It's about the families that they care for. It's about the communities that they live in. And today, the gift that they have been given for Mother's Day is a pay cut. Madam Speaker, we of course are opposing this bill. And we can't help but see so much of a contradiction from that side with regards to the speeches that they give, with respect to the support they showed unanimously for the bill when it first went through. And Madam Speaker, we're sad for Aotearoa New Zealand, because we have had a proud history of being leaders for women, albeit mostly led by this side of the House. And today they take us backwards. Today, they reverse that progress. Today, they stand against everything that we are so well known for internationally for standing up for. And the rights and the working conditions and the pays of women are just a few of those things. Madam Speaker, I said it in my first speech and I'll say it again in this third reading speech. All too often we see members on that side of the House standing up in front of microphones at international forums talking about the progress New Zealand has made for women. And I've seen women on that side of the House talk about the progress that we have made for pay equity. I don't want to see any of those women or men stand up and speak to these gains ever again. In fact, when those women take the podium at those international events, what they should be doing is saying, actually, to everyone in this room, we have to acknowledge that as a country, we've just taken significant steps backwards for women, and that is because of their government's decisions, and you will need to stand up and say that you voted for pay equity to be halted, and you will have to stand up and say because of you and because of your colleagues, women will continue to be paid less, and that gender pay gap will continue to be the persistent pay gap that it is, and you will have to stand up and own that that is because of you. And I want to hear those speeches. Madam Speaker, it is a dark day for New Zealand today. And it has been a dark 2 days as the country has been taken by absolute shock as a result of this. I feel for the women who probably, for many, are still already struggling with the cost of living, rising rents, rising energy bills, and now they are going to be looking forward to very little in the way of pay increases and will not be able to expect to get pay equity anytime soon, Madam Speaker. That member, Andrew Bailey, is yelling out in opposition to what I'm saying, but I'm pretty sure no one sees him as the bastion of support or workers' rights, or the person who should be speaking on behalf of or for women. So perhaps that member should remain silent during the duration of the speech and up until I finish, because I don't think he has much value to add. Madam Speaker, we oppose this bill. We are ashamed for that government, and the fight continues, because the legislation may pass this evening, but that doesn't mean that we're going to remain silent on this issue or the rights of women in any area.
Okay, so while she was speaking, I was doing a bit of live research. So in that cabinet paper that I kept posting in the chat, under impact analysis, section 56, it states that the proposals in this paper do not require a regulatory impact statement or a climate change implications assessment. Okay, cool, that's fine. Actually, it's not fine, but okay. Why? Nothing is stated in there why. So I went over to the regulatory impact analysis under Ministry for Regulation, and it states in the overview, when a minister wants to create or change legislation, the agency must first provide Cabinet with an analysis of the likely impact of the regulatory changes being proposed. This is known as a regulatory impact analysis. The level of analysis should be in proportion to the significance of the change, and in some cases, an exemption will apply. Okay, what are the exemptions? So I've posted this, guys, so you can read along if you want. Okay, what are the exemptions? Well, an RSI is not required where a government regulatory proposal is for a matter to be included in a revision bill, or is for a matter to be included in the statutes amendment bill, is for the repeal or removal of already redundant legislative provisions. Is that what we're dealing with here?
I don't think it's redundant.
No, I don't think so. So let's go into the next one. Provides solely for the commencement of existing legislation or legislative provisions. So, for an example, an order in council to bring legislation into force. I don't think it fits into that, does it?
No.
So going to the next one, is solely a request to authorise spending in an appropriation bill or an impress supply bill. Doesn't fit that. Is solely a request for confirmation of secondary legislation that has already been made. Nope, doesn't fit that. Is solely for the annual setting of income tax rates. Nope. Is to implement deeds of settlement for Treaty of Waitangi claims other than those that would amend or affect existing regulatory arrangements. Nope, doesn't fit that. And the last one is to bring into effect recognition agreements under the Marine Coastal Area Takutai Moana Act 2011. So, no, these amendments should have come with a regulatory impact statement.
Yep. Okay, let's see what Stuart Smith's Steve Warmer's speech is.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great pleasure to speak on this bill, and I'm very proud of this bill. I think it's a great step forward. And I would just like to say, Madam Speaker, there is a difference of opinion on this bill, and that's fine. But people shouldn't also respect other people's views. I respect the views of the people on the other side of the House that don't agree with me, and I think that they really should think about themselves if they can't respect a different view. Maybe they don't have a very good argument if they want to attack the messenger. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I commend the bill to the House.
I'm sorry, how much does he get paid per year?
Oh, not as much as Brock Van Velden. He's only a senior whip.
Yeah, so, no, give him a pay cut for that. So step forward, more like a step backwards for workers off a cliff.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a step forward for him because he gets a big tax cut out of it. Who knows?
Well, considering I know the result of him getting his job was ending up shafting his predecessor.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Yeah, Colin King.
Yeah, great step forward for him. Sweet.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let's get to Camilla Bellich.
In this debate, as a bit of perspective, there are differences of opinion, as that last member said, but what we need to look at is the actual facts of what the government is doing here. This government is changing the current law on equal pay in such a way that it will make it almost impossible for predominantly female groups of workers to make pay equity claims and to receive pay equity claims. Now, that is no joke. That is about recognising the rights of women to have their work valued and to live free of discrimination. This is a human rights issue. And I want to talk briefly, if I can, I do have a short call, about the impacts of a settlement. I have a study here on the NGO social worker settlement. The results of when women received the settlement was 52% decrease in employees who skipped a meal, 55% decrease in employees who went without groceries, 51% decrease in employees struggling to make essential payments or mortgage payments, 91% increase in employees who reported that they had other money available and nothing left in their account, 37% decrease in employees who required other sources of income, e.g. working for families' tax credits, 40% of employees reported they could save more for their KiwiSaver. This is about dignity, Madam Speaker. This is about recognising the work of underpaid women within our society, and this is why this legislation was first brought to the House. And the changes that this government is making today will make these types of outcome for our lowest paid women, for the work that is undervalued, less likely. Very less likely. And I want to acknowledge the people who brought this to the House. When I was first a lawyer, I did research on the Christine Bartlett case. In my maiden speech, I acknowledged John Ryle, I acknowledged Peter Cranny, I acknowledged Christine Bartlett, and I said one of the things I was proudest of that government was the work they'd done to value the work of women. And it is a shameful day, Madam Speaker, to be in the House to see that wiped away today, because I have met so many people in my career who have gone through pay equity processes, and for the first time in their lives, they look objectively at the work that they do, and they realise that what they actually are doing is highly skilled. It is important. It requires it is not low-level work. It requires a lot of intelligence, a lot of emotional intelligence to do the work, a lot of heavy lifting. They realise that they are in their work, and some of them have been working in these jobs for 30, 40 years. They realise that they're of value, and this is what is being taken away today. And I know the government says that there's still an act in place, but let me tell you a few things. This act will bring in a higher threshold for making a claim. They will quash review clauses. Care and support workers, of which Christine Bartlett was one, have a claim in the authority. That claim will be extinguished when this bill is passed, and she and all of her colleagues will have to wait until 2027 before they can even raise a claim. Now, when she first brought her claim in 2013, it wasn't resolved until 2017. So how much longer will these people have to work on the minimum wage without access to pay equity? They have removed back pay. This is really important. Currently, if you have an equal pay claim, if it's not settled, you're not disadvantaged during the negotiations because you know you'll get back pay. What incentive is there to negotiate in good faith where every single day you are losing an extra dollar? It is absolutely ridiculous, and it absolutely proves that this government is changing equal pay, and they're making it a lot worse, and they're making it more disadvantageous to women. And even if that wasn't the case, even if the things to do with retrospectivity, extinguishing claims, and removal of back pay weren't bad enough, the hierarchy of comparators that this government is putting into the legislation will make it impossible for people to prove that they have a pay equity claim. And it also doesn't make sense. Why are people who work in close proximity to you more likely to be able to help you prove that you've been systemically undervalued? It's more likely if it's in another industry. This is a fundamental problem with this Act, and it will disadvantage women. It is a huge step backwards. This bill is taking money out of the pockets of working women in New Zealand. We won't see pay equity settlements. We won't see rises in pay. All we will see is what that we've seen throughout the history of New Zealand, which is consistent undervaluation, consistent not valuing of women's work, and consistent pay discrimination against working women. It is absolutely shameful. The National Party should be ashamed of letting this bill go through the House. It is absolutely terrible, and I think you will live to regret it.
Yeah. What friend of the channel Camilla Bellich just said. I agree with her.
Yeah, fun. Yeah. Don't know what else we can sit there and say. The scary thing is she nearly became my local MP.
Oh, okay.
No, I read on there that she was one of the people that would look to succeed Annette King and Rongotai, but Labour later chose Paul Eagle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's quite interesting, actually, that. Yeah, and then not long after, she relocated from Wellington to Auckland. And I think in that period of time, she had kids in that period of time as well. I'm not sure when she had the kids, though, but she is married to Stephen Curtin.
Oh, okay.
No, not Stephen Curtin, Andrew Curtin. Wrong person. Andrew Curtin, who is the former secretary of the... he was Secretary of the Labour Party from 2016 to 2018.
Well, I wish her and every other mother in Parliament a happy Mother's Day.
Yeah.
I wish it was a happier day. But yeah, so I have a question. Who is working in the Ministry of Regulation? Didn't David Seymour stuff it full of, like, I don't know, people that are like loyal to him or whatever?
I don't know. I mean, they're one of the most best paid public servants.
I mean, because there are discretionary exemptions that can be applied to a bill, so it doesn't need a regulatory impact statement or an analysis. And I just wonder if that bill or this amendment was subject to these discretionary exemptions. But again, we won't know because I don't know. Lots of shit's being censored.
Yep. Oh, let's get to our next speech. Rima Narkle, my friend, Peter and Leanne's local MP in Takanini.
Madam Speaker, I rise to contribute to the third reading of the Equal Pay Bill. Madam Speaker, I'd like to just say to anyone listening in our public, our neighbours, at home, around the world, that I'm talking to you, dear listeners. I don't care to refute what has been said and the scaremongering taking place on the other side of the House. I'm talking to you, that the National Party always has, always will.
A point of order on
Yes. The Speaker has repeatedly brought the Speaker into the debate. Yes. She may wish to speak to dear listeners, but maybe she could leave the Speaker out of it.
Understood. Yes. And I was signalling to the member to not bring the Speaker.
My apologies. My apologies, Madam Speaker. I'd like to speak to those that are beyond these walls, and I'd like to say that the National Party has, always will, and does support equal pay based on genders, pay equity. But, Madam Speaker, what I would like to say is when something has ballooned out of control, out of what it was initially intended to address, that is a lack of pay equity based on gender, then we are stepping in and saying, let's take it back to basics. And that's what we're doing with this bill here. And I heard constantly about how people across the House are very angry. They're filled with anger. I wonder, Madam Speaker, where this anger was when they voted against the Gangs Act. I wonder where this anger was when they voted for sexual abuse and against victims, when they voted against the Sentencing Reform Act. And I wonder where this anger was when they voted against adjusting tax brackets. Madam Speaker,
Point of order, the Honourable Deborah Russell.
I have taken deep personal offence that that member has said that people on this side of the House voted for sexual abuse. That's outrageous.
Point of order, Kai.
And I'm personally offended at her saying that we support sexual offenders. That is deeply offensive and completely untrue.
I will ask the member to stand, withdraw and apologise.
I withdraw and apologise. I commend this bill to the House, Madam Speaker.
Well, I think that was what do you call it? A seat not quite getting warm filled with interruption speech.
What the fuck was that? Okay.
I don't know. I really don't know. Like,
what am I watching, Sam?
You're watching a select committee here. A House committee hearing in the Republican House of Representatives, where you've got the likes of Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene saying stupid shit out.
Yeah.
I mean, put it this way. That's something you would expect from Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert, not from Rima Narkle, the MP for Takanini. Shame on you, Rima, for sitting down there and making yourself look like Marjorie Taylor Greene instead of who you should be.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Okay, so correction from the last clip that I was talking about with the Ministry of Regulation. It seems that there's a bit of infighting in the regulation. There's a couple of people in that ministry that aren't happy. So, shout out to all those, shout out to everyone working there. Sorry for the fake news. Yeah, so it's just a redaction of my own. Okay, but still, yeah, I don't know why, guys, this bill didn't require a regulatory impact statement.
Simon remembers. Yeah, she's only been in New Zealand since 2014. You're right. Yeah, okay. No, Rima Narkle's only. She hasn't been in New Zealand for that long. For the migrant MPs in Parliament, she's the one who's had the shortest period of time living in New Zealand before being elected as an MP. And she did also try to get elected as an MP back in 2020 as well. So literally the moment she was able to get a New Zealand passport, she was applying to become an MP in Parliament.
Does she have a history of working as an MP in Australia? Like what's...
No. She's legal career.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's a bit odd. You move to another country, like, bam, you're an MP. It's like, has that happened before? I mean, how normal is that?
Not that quick. I think that's probably one of our in modern day history. It's probably one of our quickest cases. in modern days. I mean, Mickey Savage was from Australia.
Okay.
But I mean, he wasn't been in New Zealand like 15 years before he became an MP, and that was at the point where it was classed as British Empire, so it wouldn't have actually quite mattered to the same extent. But like, if we talk a modern day sense, most of the people who were born in New Zealand who have been in Parliament have actually lived in New Zealand for a very long time. Like, if we look at Andy Foster, I mean, you wouldn't know the fact that he was born in the UK, considering, listen to his accent.
Yeah.
If we look at Lawrence Sunan, he's been in New Zealand 20-something, since he was a little kid.
Yeah, I mean, but she was like, you're talking about it like she just got off the plane, all of a sudden she's an MP. Like, she's still unpacking the bags and, setting up house, and it's like, yep, you're an MP now. Wow, okay. And actually
most of the people who, aren't New Zealand born MPs who have been in Parliament, have usually probably about 20 years behind them. Like Ricardo Mendes March is approximately, it's like 20-something years.
It makes you wonder why Winston Peters didn't go after that instead of going after Ricardo,
Yeah, well, that's the part. Well, maybe he was going after that because Ricardo's Latina. Not Latino, not a, what do you call it? Was it Australian-born Lebanese?
Yeah.
Person, because that's Rima's Lebanese descent.
Yeah, Rima, that's it. I didn't want to mispronounce her name, that's why I avoided saying it. Okay, Rima. Yeah, so I think that's kind of weird that Winston didn't go after Rima. I mean, she's two things. She's a woman and she's Lebanese. She's next door to the Middle East. You'd think that'd be like a prime target for Winston.
Yeah. Oh, so he gets to an interesting part on the vote.
Legislation, Madam Speaker, and we commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. The party vote is called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
4 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Ag New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Party Māori.
6 votes opposed. Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to.
Equal Pay Amendment Bill, third reading.
Now, I don't know if you just watched that, but did you know Maureen Pugh nearly stopped it from passing third reading? If a party vote wasn't called for, based on her as the Speaker's determination, the bill would have failed.
Oh, damn it, Maureen. You could have been a legend that day.
So if you want to sit there and throw any concerns, you can always email Maureen Pugh. Just sit there and say you're disappointed that, I'll probably say a party vote would have already been called for. It's one of, typically you tend to only get that happening at, it's when the House unanimously agrees or nearly unanimously agrees.
Man, a conscious vote for this bill would have been so fun to watch. Yeah, you just would have seen the coalition ripping each other apart, trying to decide whether to push yes or no.
It'll be like, what do you call it? Grabbing up. No. The eyes are where you meant to go through, not the nose.
God. Yeah, no, what a fucking train wreck of a bill.
Yeah, and we've managed to cover a damn decent section of footage for it for the public to see into our archives.
7 hours and we didn't even get to the third reading.
No, we just finished the third reading.
Oh, that was the third. Oh, shit. You can see, that's how much brain rot the bill is causing me to have.
Yeah, and and Maureen Pugh nearly tanked it.
Damn.
I know, I was shocked when it happened. I mean, here's the other one that I thought was really weird. I think we might see if we can try and find it. Let's see this section here. This is where it gets very interesting.
Sorry, I know the member has waited patiently for this moment, but the government has indicated it does not wish to proceed any further with urgency. I will therefore leave the chair to report progress.
The House is resumed.
Madam Speaker, the committee has considered the Social Security Amendment Bill and reports that it has made progress on the bill. Madam Speaker, I move the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. on Tuesday, 13th of May.
So take a look at that. Urgency got cancelled.
Yep.
I have never seen that happen before in Parliament.
Oh, I love Greg. Yeah, he's so funny. He's like, well, the government's decided to stop being urgent, so we're going to stop it here.
But like it interrupted in the middle of Ariana's questions or whatever.
Yeah. Oh God. Okay.
Yeah. But yes, that is the random little thing that sat there and the hidden Easter egg that came out of Parliament this week.
Yep.
Okay, let's get to that fun time of the night for you. For things to remind you out there. Submissions that are closing in the foreseeable future. The Plain Language Repeal Act closes this Wednesday. Make sure you get your submission in there. The Medicines Amendment Bill closes next Monday on the 19th. The Employment Relations Termination of Employment by Agreement Amendment Bill closes on Budget Day. Remember, Tim Jargo shouldn't be able to silence you from sexual harassment. The Jury's Age of Excusal Amendment Bill closes on Thursday, the 22nd of May, also been known as Budget Day. The Sales and Supply of Alcohol Cure McAnulty's Bill closes also on Budget Day, and the Anzac Amendment Bill also closes on Budget Day.
Yep.
Yeah, so those are the bills that are coming up. And also, just for those to remember, we will be having a It's in the Ballot Budget Day special and featuring, I'll just get to, just a moment while I'll get a different YouTube channel that we can sit down there and do it. Once it gets there. We've got a Budget Day special with it, and we'll just show on shared screen here, where you'll be watching us with, so you can watch the show on Thursday. Yes. You'll feature myself, Laura, our great companion Popcorn, and a bottle of red wine.
Yes. Vodka for me.
Vodka for you. That's all right. I'll continue with the red wine. I think a bottle of Merlot, I think, would be appropriate for the day.
to drown your sorrows with, yes.
Yes. Well, got to have something to be there.
Yes.
Yeah, so that will be happening on Budget Day, just for you to watch a Budget Day special.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. What else is there to report on?
Nothing from me. My brain needs recharging.
Yep, no, I completely agree. It has not been a particularly pleasant run. Brooke has definitely helped with a lot of brain rot and caused a lot of brain cells to die in her urgency bill.
This week was rough, man. It was so fucking rough in the House. Like, you got, like, New Zealand First putting Kiwi-Birds last by saying, hey, guys, it's okay to run them over now, or something. And then you've got other fucking ridiculous... It's like, I can't keep up with all this crap.
Yeah, no, it's a week of trash bills getting passed in Parliament this week. It was a week of trashy bills.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you for sitting there watching us. We'll go out with a different song today. I think we should sit down there and go out with The Minister with No Touch.
She talks a talk and walks real loud. Wears the theories like a shroud. Hands in pockets all pristine, clean. Never touch the dirt on the scene. Oh, Brooke Van Veldon, where'd you go? To the land of words that never show. You call it a win, but it feels like a loss. Equity's price ain't worth the gloss. Pages and books, they don't make rules. Dreams of progress ain't built with tools. Her mantra echoes through the hall. Never seen a ladder, much less the wall. Oh, Brooke Van Veldon, where'd you go? To the land of words that never show. You claim the skies, but you miss the rain. A victory chant masked as disdain. No calluses, no heavy load. Just a painted map with no real road. The claims of strength, they fall apart when the hands won't meet the heart. Oh, Brooke Van Veldon, where'd you go? To the land of words that never show. You call it a win, but it feels like a loss. Equity's price ain't worth the gloss.
What do you think about this song?
Well, my cat approves.
Oh, well, that's a good one.
And now he's trying to crash my computer out of vengeance. Hello.
Oh, I don't want to sit there and crash it yet, Biggie.
Look, toe beans.
No calluses, no heavy load. Just a painted map with no real road. The claims of strength, they fall apart.
Dude, now you're biting me.
When the hands won't meet the heart. Oh, Brooke Van Veldon, where'd you go? To the land of words that never show. You call it a win, but it feels like a loss. Equity's price ain't worth the gloss.
So thank you for sitting there watching, and see you guys.